Okay, so welcome to the Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference for 2025. I'm Holly Krecka. I'm Executive Director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. We're so glad you're here. I also want to thank you all for welcoming me into the Landman community. Even though I'm a poser, I'm a chemical engineer by training, but I found it a very welcoming community and really appreciate you letting me kick this off. First of all, I want to acknowledge our sponsors. A conference of this magnitude, it requires a lot of resources, and we continue to try to put it on for no cost every year, and this year we would not be able to do that without our sponsors. So I just want to say thank you all so much for your support, and you can find all the sponsors are listed on the little thing on your table. So thank you for that contribution, and we hope to continue offering this for free. I'd also like to thank our speakers for traveling, many of them from long distances today. I'm really excited about the lineup. It's covering topics from ethics to mixed use of land, due diligence, artificial intelligence. We're going to hear from AAPL leadership, and even the intersection of the land profession and the political scene here in Wyoming. It's a great lineup, and we're always humbled and grateful for the quality of speakers that we can bring to this event, as well as the quality of attendees. So thank you all so much. There's bios in your programs if you want to learn more about any of the speakers, and there's a QR code on your table tent to, if you want to look at it electronically. I want to extend a special thanks to the steering committee who helped us put this together, and the incredible roster, and specifically our organizers, Christine Reed and Peyton Hayes, for the logistics of the conference. I also want to thank our students, and this is a really special group of students to me, and Kendall, especially you as being a leader in the program. So Kendall was part of the first cohort that I've seen get all the way through, almost all the way through the program. Got to keep it up for a few more months, but and I've watched her from a freshman to coming here today, being a leader, helping us build the program. And this conference, if you don't know, is really truly led by the students. We help with the logistics and kind of some of the background work, but it is a student-led conference. And I just want to thank Kendall for her leadership and vision, and all the students for all your enthusiasm. This program wouldn't be what it is without you. So the School of Energy Resources is very mission-driven, and our mission is to advance energy-driven economic development for Wyoming. And the importance of the landman profession in that mission is critical. The success of our students over the last few years and sending them out into this profession has really been something we're very proud of. Like I said, we're watching them here at the university in this conference, but every day as leaders. But I also want to acknowledge Cami, who is our academic director. She's brought on incredible talent like Kristen and other leaders in our program, and has really kept things not just afloat but growing in a world where higher education has a lot of challenges. And not just afloat, but really expanding our program, our academic program, and growing it. So I'm going to talk about that a little bit more, but first I have to do my job, which is to tell you housekeeping items. So on your table, the QR codes, you can buy a raffle ticket. And so if you want to support these incredible students and their club, you can buy raffle tickets, and the prizes are out. You'll find them in the hallway. And that helps, the funds that they raise is going to help cover the cost of experiential learning throughout the year. And I think that's one of the things that we do really well here at the School of Energy Resources and across the University of Wyoming, is that we're able to offer great experiential learning, whether it's finding internships or sending students to look at real energy sites or to conferences that are really important for their profession. And we do need your support to continue that. But it is really an area of strength for Wyoming because we are so close to our communities and our industry. As a reminder, there's no live stream for this event, so thank you all for being here in person. We will, however, record the sessions and post those on our YouTube channel so that you can share those or reference them as you please. So now I'm going to get to the thing that I already started doing about Cami. So I want to introduce Dr. Cami Donnet, without whom this event and basically everything in our academic program wouldn't happen. It would be hard to overstate the impact she's had on our academic program. I sign From student success, I signed more honor roll certificates than I ever had. So we're seeing our students do better, even as the number of students we have in our program increases. We have added a minor and a CCUS certificate, a land administration certificate. We have now fully approved, just as of this week, our nuclear energy science certificate with the College of Engineering and Physical Sciences, and that's an undergrad and graduate one. And now we're working with the Petroleum Engineering Department on a new certificate there. So we're not only building programs within the School of Energy Resources, but even more importantly, using all the resources across the University of Wyoming to deliver really cutting edge academic credentials to our students. And one of the things I think that is really unique about what we're able to offer is how multidisciplinary they are. So just for example, our nuclear energy science certificate is very technical, but there is a communications course and a law course included in that, so that our students are going to come out really well-rounded if they choose to take all those courses. And I think that's something we're really dedicated to with all of these. So again, thanks to Cammie for leading that and truly for the vision on building these up in a way that other institutions can't. So, so prior to joining SER in 2021, Cammie holds 3 degrees from the University of Wyoming. As you can see from all the things I've mentioned, she's a proven leader and a higher education administrator. And during her tenure, we've seen the program grow exponentially, and we're just getting started. She's currently finishing up the Leadership Wyoming program and will continue to foster excellence and growth in energy education, I'm sure. So Cammie, thank you for all you do, and the microphone's yours.
Well, thank you for that, Holly, and thank you for getting us kicked off today. Next up, we have the Wyoming Association of Professional Landman President, Drew Schutz. I also want to extend a big thank you to this organization for being a Wildcatter sponsor for today. So the breakfast, if anybody had any breakfast this morning, we have them to thank for part of that, so thank you so much to WAPL. I also want to extend a thank you to our other Wildcatter sponsors, which are Longheimer Weiniger. With that, Drew, please come on up.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by welcoming everyone to the 2025 Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference. It's a true pleasure to stand here with such a talented group of individuals today. Whether you're a seasoned professional or relatively new to the landman community, I believe we can all agree on one thing. The work we do as land professionals is essential to the success of our industry, our communities, and our energy future. We're gathered here in one of the most resource-rich and dynamic regions in the country, a region that continues to play a pivotal role in the energy sector. From the abundant reserves of oil and natural gas beneath our feet to the growing opportunities in renewable energy, the Rocky Mountain region is a vital hub for energy production. But no matter the type of resource or the energy project at hand, the role of the landman is critical to making it all happen. Our work is the foundation that supports every agreement, every project, and every step forward in the energy world. Now, as we all know, the life of landman is filled with challenges, complexities, and at times, definitely uncertainty. We're tasked with negotiating contracts, securing leases, ensuring compliance with legal and regulatory requirements, and fostering relationships with landowners, government agencies, and other stakeholders. Our work is demanding. It requires expertise, adaptability, and a deep understanding of the intricacies of land management. But it is also incredibly rewarding. We are the gatekeepers who help open the door to new projects, new possibilities, and ultimately the energy solutions that power our communities. Today we have the opportunity to come together and focus on the current trends, challenges, and opportunities facing our industry today. Even though we only have one day together, I encourage you to take full advantage of this time. And remember the connections that we make today, and that they could lead to collaborations, insights, solutions, and some challenges that we face in our day-to-day work. We've got a fantastic program lined up today. We'll hear from a range of thought leaders and experts in land management, energy, and the broader industry. We'll be diving into discussions on the evolving legal landscape, the impact of technology and digital tools on land management practices, and strategies for staying ahead in an increasingly competitive and complex market. We'll also be addressing some of the pressing issues facing Landman today, such as navigating regulatory frameworks, managing relationships with landowners, and adapting to the changing dynamics of the energy industry. I want to take, again, a moment to thank our sponsors, the partners, speakers today, and the University of Wyoming PLM Program and School of Energy Resources for making this conference possible. Without their support and commitment, this event would not be what it is today. A special thank you to all of you for to the organizing committee as well, whose hard work and dedication have ensured that we have a day filled with valuable content and opportunities to learn from one another. One of the things I truly value about coming to this conference is the opportunity to share experiences and best practices with colleagues who understand the challenges and rewards of this profession. In an industry that is constantly evolving, the conversations we have with each other are invaluable. The lessons we learn, mistakes we share, and the strategies we exchange help us grow as professionals and as individuals. In a world where change is only constant, it's more important than ever to stay connected with those who understand the ins and the outs of the work that we do. As we move through today's sessions, I encourage you to be proactive, ask questions, raise your hand. No one knows better than we do the complexities of land management, and our collective knowledge is one of the most powerful resources that we have. Together, we can tackle the challenges we face, whether they be technological, regulatory, or related to the increasing pressure to balance environmental considerations with energy development. The landscape we're working in is shifting rapidly. Technological advancements, new legislative frameworks, and a growing importance on the sustainability are reshaping our role as land professionals. As landman, we must adapt to these changes, continuously learning and evolving in order to maintain our relevance and effectiveness. But no matter how the industry changes, the core values of land management, integrity, transparency, and respect for the land and those who own it will always remain at the heart of what we do. I hope that by the end of today, you all leave this conference not only with new tools and strategies to apply to your own work, but also a deeper appreciation for the role you play in the energy industry. What we do as landmen is critical, whether we are negotiating land rights, ensuring that development of energy resources proceeds in a responsible manner, or having to solve challenges that arise in a rapidly changing industry. So once again, thank you all for being here today. I hope you leave with fresh ideas, a renewed sense of purpose in your work, and I'm looking forward to engaging an engaging and insightful day ahead. I'm excited to see the impact we'll have on the industry moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Drew, and to WAPL for your continued support of our program and the students in it. There is no conversation about the land profession that can ever be complete without talking about ethics. So next we have Jacob Hassman as our moderator for our ethics panel and our coveted hour of ethics continuing ed credit. As many of you may know, Jake is a shareholder attorney at Beatty and Wozniak PC up in Sheridan, Wyoming, and a 2007 graduate of the University of Wyoming College of Law. He maintains an active energy and natural resources-based legal practice focused on oil, gas, and water, and we are also lucky to have him as the chair of our industry advisory board for the past 2 years. Please welcome Jake.
Thank you, Cammie. Landmen are the face of the oil and gas industry. Their interactions with mineral owners, surface owners, regulators, and other industry parties have a lasting impact on the opinion of the companies landmen represent, as well as the industry at large. This panel will explore landman ethics in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain region from the viewpoint of accomplished and seasoned land and energy professionals in Wyoming, and discuss ethics generally and provide useful guidance for both practicing landmen and young and future landmen of the profession. Just a few things to hit on before I introduce our panelists. And as many of you know in this room, the AAPL and WAPL's mission is to promote the highest standards and ethics of performance for all professionals and to encourage sound stewardship of all energy and mineral resources. AAPL's Code of Ethics is the basis of conduct, business principles, and ideals for AAPL and WAPL members, including student members. The standards of practice enforce those codes of ethics with specific conduct, business principles, and ideals. All members pledge to do business in accordance with these principles. Some of these principles include fair and honest dealing, duties as a fiduciary, avoiding conflicts of interest, and protecting confidential information. Outside of the land profession, lawyers like myself, engineers, and geologists also have similar ethical responsibilities. So this is an industry-wide standard we're talking about. In the 19th century, an unwritten code of ethics was created amongst pioneers and cowboys, pushing them to live with courage and morality while moving west. In 2005, that code was composed into a book, Cowboy Ethics: What Wall Street Can Learn from the Code of the West. Thereafter, Wyoming actually codified the Code of the West as the official state code of Wyoming, placing high priority on ethical conduct for everyone in the state. Those 10 principles are principles we should all live by. Live each day with courage. Take pride in your work. Always finish what you start. Do what has to be done. Be tough but fair. When you make a promise, keep it. Ride for the brand. Talk less, say more. Remember that some things are not for sale, and know where to draw a line. Without further ado, today I have three very well-respected individuals in our profession to join us on this panel. Will Reese from Williams Porter, Day and Neville is an attorney. Jason Malloy, CPL, is the co-founder and partner of Tall Cotton Energy, LLC, and Rising Star Energy Partners, LLC. And Amy Debley is the Director of Permitting Services for Uinta Engineering and Land Surveying. If you guys, I'd like to invite you up to the stage. As a first introductory question for all three of our panelists, and please panelists feel free to make remarks about your careers and businesses as well. We're going to ask just a real general question on what does ethics mean to each of you individually? And I think I'll start at the end with Jason, if that's okay.
Happy to be here. Thank you very much. I was absolutely shocked and humbled that I got the invitation, so thank you. This University of Wyoming has been outstanding to come to and visit and meet the students, so I greatly appreciate you having me here today. I'm also the AAPL Ethics Chair this year, and so ethics obviously were important to me early in my career, coming from an accredited program with AAPL and understanding that student members are also bound by the code of ethics, but as you're going through school, you don't truly pay attention to them until you're out in the industry. I'm going to read the book you talked about earlier. I want to read that whole book. That sounds fascinating, and the fact that Wyoming made that an official code is fantastic. But all those things you just said are exactly right. That is truly the best way to put it. As I conduct business with AAPL, we have our code of ethics, and so whenever we get ethics complaints in the door, one of the first things we do is we put together a subcommittee and we understand what the complaint really is between the parties or what have you. And so we reference the code of ethics and standards of practice, and I read the entire document nearly weekly. And I am the ethics chair until June 30th. And so that's a lot of reading of the same document over and over again, but it's important. And I have found that a lot of their students are better than I was, and they're actually reading the code of ethics and standards of practice. But generally speaking, the code of ethics is how you conduct yourself, how you conduct your business, getting things done the right way. And I always imagine kind of Jiminy Cricket sitting on your shoulder asking you, let your conscience be your guide.
Great, thanks, Jason. Amy?
Thanks, everybody. I kind of feel like the odd man out as a regulatory consultant in a room full of land professionals and attorneys, but I think that ethics is transferable across all of the different disciplines within our industry, whether you're involved in land contracts and negotiations, operations, production, community involvement. It's something that we need to instill in every aspect of the energy industry. Ethics to me is doing the right thing regardless of what the situation is. There's always a way to communicate with the stakeholders and become involved in all of those discussions to come to an outcome that's going to result in doing activities and operations the right and correct way. Whether it's ensuring compliance with regulatory authorities, building relationships with community stakeholders or landowners, being able to ensure and build that trust and accountability between all parties, I think is the biggest driving force in ensuring that energy progresses and continues to progress within the state and the region.
Great, and Mr. Reese.
Thank you, Jake. Amy, I don't think you should feel out of place at all. I'm an attorney, and I primarily do regulatory work and work with people like Amy all the time. A lot of my discussion today, I think, will be centered around that. But when you look at the Code of Ethics, and we want to know what ethics is to us, you'll see that almost the very first thing it says is being fair and being honest. And I think that's really important writ large, but even kind of drilled down to more specific things like regulatory work. I saw some of the regulators in the crowd. I can't pick them out now when I walked in, but me and Jake directly work with those people all the time. And they trust us and we trust them. And it just takes 1 second to kind of break that trust. So, you know, that fairness and honesty is good kind of guardrails for the land profession, but it's also just a good advice to have a successful and good career when you work with people as you will for a long part of your career. You know, the other thing that the Code of Ethics says is that it's the landman's duty to try to maintain goodwill for the industry, and I think that's really important, and I maybe would even take it a step further. I think it's critical for professionals in the land specialty to believe in what you're doing. That certainly helped me in my career. I believe in the industry. I'm deeply thankful for the industry. And the land people are kind of the front line of being champions, the front-facing part of being champions for the industry. So I think when you listen to your conscience to do the right thing in an ethical manner, it certainly has helped me that you can dig as deep as you want. I believe in the oil and gas industry. I'm deeply thankful for what we do for the state. And when that's the place you're coming from, I think it's pretty easy to make the right decisions.
Okay. Thank you, panelists. We'll start today with a couple questions that have been developed by the students. Some will be addressed to in certain individuals with follow-ups, but just, you know, as this is a student-driven conference, the students asked us a lot of different questions, all of which were very good and very on point. So we've kind of focused on that method today and sharing the experiences and insights of our esteemed panelists. We'll start with Jason at the end. Jason, how do you ensure, especially in your role as a co-founder of your businesses, how do you ensure your decisions align with ethical principles when there's always pressure to maximize profits or efficiency in business?
I suspect everybody in here has a job and has to provide for their family, or at least most people do. And so I think that pressure to prioritize profit and efficiency is always there. I think from the moment you get into the real world, there's a pressure there to provide and to do those things. As a landman, we have a obligation, especially if we're AAPL members, to the Code of Ethics. So any decision that I make, a lot of times it's a gut feeling. This may not feel right, so I'll second guess it. But many times it's not a hard decision. Many times this is the right way to do things. This is the right thing to do. I have no problem explaining this situation to my children. I have a 9-year-old and 5-year-old. I use that as kind of a backstop a lot. How would I explain this to my children? Because I'm trying to teach them how to carry themselves. And then also, I have partners in my deal. How would they feel if I were to represent certain situations? Because I am representing them as well. And a lot of negotiations and a lot of back and forth. And so I think those things are all in the back of your mind whenever these situations and these decisions arise. And so if you have a good core of ethical standards that you believe in, it's pretty simple. It's unfortunate that it has to be a zero-sum game sometimes with profitability and efficiency, but most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time you can be efficient. But back to kind of the words that we keep saying, integrity and honesty. It really is around that.
How do you approach situations, especially in your role and the amount of services your company provides? How do you approach situations where the interests of different stakeholders conflict? For example, between corporations or a local community?
Yeah, so that's something that we see with almost every project or situation that we're involved in. Is there's always going to be differing opinions, objectives between the stakeholders that are involved, whether that's the company or the operator looking to develop the project, the surface or landowners, the regulatory agencies, and then the local communities. So I think that the biggest advantage that the parties can take is to be transparent in communications and planning with those when those different situations or different objectives arise. It's usually because of differing, timing has been one of the biggest constraints that we see, what type development of timing, whether that's based on pad construction, pipeline installation, facility installation, and then ahead of rig spud. We're mostly involved in oil and gas development, so we see that quite often. But being able to have communications and discussions with those regulatory agencies, especially to ensure that we're complying with whether it's wildlife stipulations, environmental thresholds for threatened and sensitive species, things like that, being able to appropriately communicate and plan with those different stakeholders is very beneficial in avoiding those conflicts between those different stakeholders.
Great, thank you. And outside of local communities, are there other groups where you see ethical considerations arise as you conduct your practice?
We do. We see it between conflicting developers in adjacent areas, whether that be operators that are developing drilling and spacing units near each other, or differing industries, renewable energy and oil and gas development. We see those conflicts all the time, especially in Wyoming and throughout the western area. And so being able to bring those parties together as well and trying to develop a schedule of development and resolve those conflicts is something that I feel like everybody has had to be involved in at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Will, any follow-up on conflicts between stakeholders in your view as an attorney?
Yes, absolutely. I'm ready for this one. Yeah, there's always going to be competing interests. You know, you're talking to a surface owner. He's going to want the best rate for the use of his land. You're talking to a mineral owner. He's going to want his minerals produced in the most profitable manner for him. You're talking to regulators. They want to do their job, comply with their rules. You're talking to other companies. They want to run the best business they can. And kind of to Amy's point, sometimes those things are in direct competition. One thing I think is useful in those situations, you know, me and Jake we're kind of spearhead a number of those disagreements with operators at times. And I think one thing that's very helpful in those situations is kind of to not forget who you are and have compassion and understanding, empathy for the other side. You know, you can kind of get stuck in, this is what we want or what I want. And that's important. That's what you're driving to. There's no doubt about it. But I think when we recognize that all stakeholders have different interests, that can lead us to more kind of amicable and workable, good for everybody solutions. So I often see that as, you know, a lot of us are very competitive. We're out there to do a job and do it as good as we can. But part of doing that is understanding what it feels like in the other set of shoes, not being intractable. So I think that's a good kind of piece of advice when we're talking about situations different interests and different stakeholders that sometimes you have to give a little, but that gets us to the best end of the discussion.
Thanks, and I'll add one thing there as well, that as attorneys, we are bound by very robust ethical code. But when I'm sure Will sees the same thing in our practice, it is very obvious that AAPL and WAPL lead the way on ethics in the landman profession, and that it's prioritized by the vast majority of our clients. And it's a breath of fresh air to see that happen, because as happens in regulatory law, we do get into conflicts. Will and I have conflicts all the time, and it's nice to know that we have a collegial profession of not just attorneys, but generally landmen as well. These are people who have crossed paths throughout their careers. And it's a breath of fresh air to know that our primary contacts in our practice, ethics are put at such a high priority in their profession. Jason, I don't want to skip over you if you have any comments on the stakeholder question, because I know where you practice, there are even different considerations than where we are here in Wyoming. So.
I think this comment is mostly for the folks under the age of 35, because those of us who've been practicing for a while, we understand that whenever you get to the decision point, and it's a hard talk, it's a hard discussion, you're having to explain a difficult situation, that it helps if you've had discussions with those parties before. And so as a landman, we are the face of the company. A lot of times we're the face of the industry. We have a responsibility to get out there and talk to the landowners and make that first contact and be truly the front line. And so I think the more successful we are there, the less tough discussions we have later on, because you've broached some of those subjects. You have a friendly relationship with some of those people. So I think as a landman and as a land profession, that's very important to be the front line and to accept that role and responsibility. Those of us who have been doing that a long time, it's second nature. We get out there and we smile and glad-handed and do all those things. But for the next generation, they think about things a little bit differently. So they want to text, they want to email, they want to get through their punch list, they want to do those things. And so it's hard to have those discussions and explain to students why that's important to get out there and build those relationships. That relationship that you build with landowner A is going to help you with their neighbor, landowner B, who's going to help you with landowner C. And so it does domino, and you build credibility. And so when there is a problem and you have to call them and you explain the problem, they listen to you, and they don't think you're trying to pull one over. They're willing to listen to you and work with you on a whole host of issues. And the other thing I'll comment on is, yes, we do want to be transparent, especially with the public and our industry, but transparency does not mean divulging confidential information. And so that's another key component as we get more experience in the industry and we understand kind of how to have those conversations. And I'm 44, and I go out and I have conversations with landowners, and they ask me questions, and I say simply, I'm sorry, that's confidential. I can't divulge that right now. But many times we don't get to that point, and people understand that. But just a comment there.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Will, next question. What role does transparency and communication play in maintaining ethical integrity? For example, when discussing controversial projects, or let's say a hearing with the public or stakeholders or other stakeholders, and tying that analogy to the hearing, the Oil and Gas Commission.
So yeah, transparency in communications can kind of mean a number of things to me, and I'm glad Jason mentioned your duty to your client, confidentiality. That always need to keep that in mind. For lawyers and landmen as well, your loyalty to the person you're working for, I think these are kind of limiting factors on the transparency and communication. But I kind of had like a little an example I wanted to go through on this, and it's more as much being transparent, being precise. As you dig into this and you sit at your desk or you're out doing other land work, it starts to dawn on you that this can be very complex. I'm not going to get too much into inside baseball if I can help myself, but it's just a good example. When you're permitting a well in the state of Wyoming, you have to do a number of things, but one of them is this thing called a Form 1A, and it's about what you did with the surface owner to comply with the Split Estate Act. And if you look down on that form, which I have up and you don't, it says that you check a box to say how you complied with the act. And there's 4 spots that you can check. The first one says that you've secured a written consent or waiver of the surface owner for entry onto the land for oil and gas operations. The second one says you've obtained a surface use agreement, but I'm going to kind of gloss over that one because it doesn't serve my little example here. The third one is check secured a waiver of rights as provided under the statute. So it's those first two, the two that I'm focusing on, kind of sound in a lot of ways like the same thing. You either got a written consent or waiver from the surface owner for entry for oil and gas operations, or you secured a waiver of rights as provided under the statute. And this is where I'm kind of getting to the precise nature of that. In the recent-ish past, we checked the first box. We secured written consent or waiver of the surface owner for entry onto the land for oil and gas operations. That's 98% true. We had consent to go survey, submit a permit. We're doing hundreds of these. That's the box we're checking. But from a communication standpoint to the surface owner, he got that and thought, wait a second, that agreement I had said you need to come to me for a surface agreement before you run out with a big drilling rig and tear up my land. 100% true. So that decision on where to check that box sent a message, and kind of back to my beginning, you can miss the forest for the trees a little bit. You know, we're so used to that. I know what that means. I saw the legal agreement. We're not trying to pull the wool over anyone's face, but they're sitting at their ranch reading that going, they just said that they can bring a big old rig out here. So that tiny little distinction between that first box, this case, and the third box, which is we did secure a waiver pursuant to the statute, we're allowed to be out there, caused me personally a little bit of headache because I was talking to that landowner trying to, you know, build that relationship back it's just a tiny little tweak in how the form, and we also refiled the form and said, no, we actually just got the waiver box 3. So, you know, no harm, no foul. But it made the surface owner upset that we were kind of tricking him or something. And so when I kind of think about transparency and communication, I also think you need to be real measured and thoughtful in what you do, even when, as I'm sure Amy knows, things like this, you're just lit on fire. You're cranking permits out, we're trying to get a rig moved. But little things like that, that's just an example, but when you're communicating with certainly people that aren't in the industry, maybe more so, you know, try to explain what you're doing very carefully, because dishonesty at the start of that rule is something that nobody should do. But what looks like dishonesty to one side is often just a miscommunication. And so I think precise and thoughtful communication on a day-to-day basis is very important.
Great, thank you, Paul. Amy, any follow-up on those thoughts?
So just to kind of follow up to Will's point, as far as transparency between the parties, whether it's the landowner or the regulatory agencies, being able to maintain that rapport with those different stakeholders is something that you'll be able to carry on throughout your career with different operators, different landowners, different regulatory agencies. And the moment that there is any discourse or dishonesty in planned operations or the objectives of that project, that's going to flag those stakeholders and those regulatory agencies to then put kind of it puts yourself under a microscope. And so you always want to be able to ensure that you're progressing forward in those communications with those different stakeholders and agencies, really establishing that rapport between yourself, the landowner, and the operator.
Great, thanks. And Jason, do you have any comments on transparency and communication? I'm especially interested in that in response to your comments on protecting confidential information as
Sure.
well. So,
Yeah, I'll just kind of comment. So I operate in West Texas on the Eastern Shelf, and we got out there in about 2018, and there were no horizontal players. Nobody was doing anything. And so whenever we first approached some of the landowners out there, they had some vertical production, and everybody's against scarring the land and doing all those things. And my background, the operators I had worked for were horizontal drillers. And so kind of the idea, the theory was we're going to go out, we're going to talk to landowners and explain to them why we're going to build one pad and drill 5 or 6 wells off one pad, and smaller surface disturbance, all the things that everybody in this room loves to hear and all the landowners like to hear. And so we get out there and we start understanding and talking to those landowners, and they had some bad issues before. And so we realized that there were a couple of ways to approach this. Number one, we could just pay a high bonus, and we probably still were going to end up with their lease form. Or we could go ahead and negotiate a relatively what we considered a reasonable bonus and spend a lot of time on their lease form. A lot of these landowners, it's not a split estate yet. It's out in the middle of nowhere. We're dealing with large ranch owners, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 acres. And so what we decided to do was spend a little bit of time on the front end. That lease, that first lease we took in this new play, took about 9 months, but we got into such detail on everything. What potentially could happen, what might not happen. Here's how we're going to pay, here's what we're going to pay. Do we include escalators? Here's why we shouldn't. It ended up being a 50-page lease. It's the longest, hardest lease I've ever negotiated. But since we put the time in up front and had that working relationship with the landowner, that's been the easiest operated lease that I've ever had in my life, because we talked about everything up front, clear communication. I cannot pay you that, here's why. And as long as you're willing to have a reasonable conversation, a lot of times landowners will listen to you. They're going to go back to whoever is giving them their advice. Many times, and where we're working, it's a local attorney in a small town, and so we'll try to integrate and understand why they want certain things, especially around lateral length and proration units and those kind of things. But it's just sitting there, understanding the other side, and then explaining why you need what you need. Maybe you can budge a little bit, and maybe you can do those things. But at no time do you have to divulge confidential information whenever you're having those negotiations. It's really a matter of what you deem confidential, what your company does. Obviously, there's some things on the other side of the table whenever you're dealing with landowners that are important to them, and maybe they don't want to divulge those things to you. And that's okay. We'll work around those things. But spending the time up front and building the relationship and having that form in front of you, anytime I step foot on this property, here's the list of things I have to do. It is very simple. I just follow the list. I write the check. I go do what I need to do. And then a lot of times it's just calling him and catching up with him and saying, hey, here's what's going on. Here's what we have for the next year. Here's how we're thinking about $52 oil, $62 oil, $72 oil. What's going on in your life? Is there anything? You have deer hunters coming out. Just having those discussions is what's really important to many of the landowners and makes things go a little bit easier.
just a general question for any of the three of you, and especially with the younger and future landman in the room. When looking at transparency, let's say in the situation Jason was in, there's limits that the Code of Ethics imposes. How would you recommend to a young landman to proceed in a situation like that, where you want to be transparent, but you may be bound by what you can share from your employer or client?
Sure. I think that's an everyday issue. And I think that as we spend time in the industry, especially being young land professionals, we learn to understand what those questions are and how that's going to be approached. And so you're exactly right. We're going to have certain things we can discuss that maybe it's a new play, maybe it's highly confidential, top secret. Nobody else knows we're out there. We're taking leases under a brokerage company or something. And so that does happen quite often. But I think understanding that what your limits are, effectively communicating, I think is probably one of the most underrated issues that our new land professionals are having trouble with, is effectively communicating, like I mentioned earlier. Texting and emailing and those kind of things, but face-to-face matters. It really does matter in what we do. And that's one of the reasons why all of our undergraduate programs are required to have in-person, in-classroom time. The AAPL Board of Directors voted on that in 2017-18, had a robust conversation and elected that it was a unanimous vote by the Board of Directors that face time that you get in a classroom with networking with your fellow students is very important, and AAPL thinks that is important. So that's probably one of the most underrated assets you can have as a new grad, is coming out, is being able to sit down and have those hard conversations. The other piece of that is whenever you're having the conversation is how do you, not just what you say, but how you say it. And we'll probably talk about it a little bit later, but mentorship. Find a good mentor and ask those questions. How have you approached X, Y, or Z? And having those discussions early in your career will help you very often as you grow your career.
Yeah. Will, you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you posed the question kind of in regards to young landmen especially, and Jason led me kind of right into it about having a mentor or someone you can talk to. I suppose if you're put in a position where you're not so sure how much you can say or what you can say to protect the interests of the person you're working for, I would suggest you always kind of err on the side of caution. And I've been doing this for a little while now, and I certainly do that as well. If I get asked a question that I'm not, that I even have a little bit of doubt on, is this too much to give? I kind of remind myself that it is not my information to give in the first place. If I get that uncomfortable feeling still today, I'm going to call Steve Degenfelder before I say something about Kirkwood that I think might be confidential. Run it by him. There's always people to talk to. You have interests that are primarily the companies, in my case, rather. They're certainly not the law firms. So I would always err on the side of caution on that sort of stuff, because it's the sort of cat you can't put back in the bag. If, in Jason's example, that actually this is Exxon out here that sees a lot of potential in this area of Texas. That'll change the values. So I would certainly suggest that, talk to the people whose decision it really is before you say something that maybe you shouldn't.
Thanks, and I think communication's so key there, and there's multiple levels, as these two touched on. You have effective communication with your employer or client. What's our task? What can I share? What's our goal? We need to make sure as a young landman that we've defined those. When we go to approach the landowner or a regulator, you know what you're authorized to deal with and say. And then the second is applying that in your conversation, being truthful, honest, and being transparent. But, sometimes when you have limits to what you can say, sometimes the answer you have to say is, no, I can't share that right now. It's confidential. I can, go back to my company or employer and discuss that. We could have information later. But the last thing you'd want to do in that situation is lead them on or make something up, because that could have some bad consequences. We also see in the industry lots of talks about the ethical implications of things within your organization or within your colleagues. This is a kind of broader question for all the panelists. Have you ever disagreed with a colleague or, say, leadership or an employer about the ethical implications of a project? And if so, how do you navigate that? And I would take a volunteer to be whoever would like to start first. So.
Well, when it comes to colleagues, I disagree with Jake all the time. But yeah, kind of back to what we talked about earlier, I think you should always have respect for other people in the industry, colleagues, people that you're working with. And I think a real beauty about Wyoming is that I know a lot of people in this room, and I've known them for my whole entire career. I count Jake, for example, as a very close friend. We have disagreements all the time, and afterwards I shake his hand, we can go have a beer and laugh about it. I think that's a healthy way to think about these sorts of things. Yeah, so that's, I think, what I have.
Yeah, so there's always going to be conflicts or differing priorities between colleagues, co-workers, leadership, and even the clients that you're working with. And so I think that the best way to try and resolve those is identifying what those objectives are between each of the parties and trying to find the common ground between them to get that resolved. Another instance is the regulatory agencies are going to have differing priorities in regards to development of the, let's say, federal lands that may conflict with the development schedule or priorities of the operator in a particular area. And so being able to incorporate those different strategies for development in that area could be as simple as moving the rig to a different location than what was originally planned to avoid wildlife timing stips or to avoid adjacent operators that may be in the area. And so being able to prioritize the goals of each of those stakeholders, I think, will help resolve those issues and those conflicts between each other.
I kind of summarize it as a best versus right. So I worked the majority of my career for publicly traded companies, and many times engineers, geologists, investor relations personnel, they don't really speak land. And so we're the master communicator in kind of translating this. And so we'll conduct an acquisition and we're excited to announce it, and we're getting into, this press release, or we're gonna highlight how it's an accretive acquisition and, some of these things. And so there's these bullet points. And so we get into this and we're starting to understand, okay, is this the best way to communicate this? Is this the right way to communicate this? And sometimes those aren't the same thing, but many times they are. And so really that's kind of the way I look at it, is that the best way to communicate it? But most importantly, is it the right way to communicate it? And if those things are both correct, then you usually don't have a conflict. The only other thing I'll mention is we work in a really great industry. Very few times in my career have I ever had an ethical situation within a company. It's usually a conflict, something to do with a personality or something like that. Very few times is it an ethical issue, which is, I think, a testament to what we do and how we do things, especially in the land profession. Given all of that, we have the Landman TV show out there. And so I think that a lot of times what is shown on the screen is much different. But the really great thing about the show is we're getting asked a lot of questions. And so we're having the opportunity to educate the general public on the right way to do things, the best way to do things. And it allows us to have those conversations, which is great.
Great. And I will agree, we get a lot of questions on Landman. My non-energy family from Chicago didn't know what a landman was forever and would always ask, and now they can't stop texting me about, hey, we know what this is, and I'm like, let's not talk about it that way.
They think everything you touch explodes, right?
Exactly.
That's a landman.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I kind of following up on all three of these, it reminds me of a few things. One, ethics are contagious. If you're in a good company with good mentors, and especially with the guidance AAPL and WAPL provide its members on ethics, when you're in that environment, you're going to be working with a group of people where this is at the forefront of their mind. And as I mentioned earlier, our engineers, our geologists, our attorneys that are in the building, we have those ethical things too. So ethics are contagious. And it reminds me of the late, great Al Simpson, who we all miss very much right now. And if you have integrity, nothing else matters. If you don't have integrity, nothing else matters. And integrity isn't necessarily ethics, but I think that's apt. And Al was a great mentor and hero for a lot of people in this state for how he acted, for his civility, and for his ethical conduct. But just wanted to mention that. Before we get to question and answer session, I wanted to give each of our panelists kind of opportunity to give some concluding remarks on their views on ethics. And then we'd like to open the floor to both the students and everybody to just ask general Q&A, as we have a wealth of experience up here who's happy to share. So, go ahead.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate being up here. I'll be pretty brief in my concluding remarks. I see a number of students that I taught in advanced energy law here. I think the future is bright. The program's a wonderful thing that the college is doing for Wyoming, for the students, for the state of Wyoming. I look forward to working with graduates of the program, and I think you should look forward to it too. Wonderful community, wonderful industry, and a great thing to get into.
I just want to follow up and reiterate what Will said. The School of Energy Resource Program has been an amazing program that I've had the pleasure to be involved with. I started when the program was in its infancy and graduated in one of the first classes back in 2013. And to be able to see the growth and expansion in the programs that it's taken on since then has really been amazing, and I know that it's been a great contribution to the industry and to Wyoming. But just to follow up on what ethics, how to incorporate that, it really is going back to your core beliefs and determining what you consider is right and what you consider is doing the right thing. And so I think being able to keep that in mind as you proceed and grow into your career is going to help you expand and make those connections with the landowners, with the companies, with your colleagues, to help you to grow in the industry.
I love the way you said that ethics are contagious. That's going to be my new thing. I love that. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about I'm super involved in DAPL, the Dallas Association, of course AAPL, but ethics really are contagious. We talk about it at every board meeting. We talk about it at every get-together. We talk about it at every AAPL meeting. So I think that's a great way to put it. And if you're not involved in your local association, get involved. Be around that contagious effort to make ethics important and to instill those in your career. And AAPL always needs help, so please come on, bring your ethics and let's talk about them and do good work.
Thanks, and I'd say, ethics starts now. I got great advice my first day at the University of Wyoming College of Law, and that was take a look around the classroom, because the huge amount of these people are going to be your peers for the rest of your career. And that is the same for you guys in your building. We've seen people come out of this school who we work with on a day-to-day basis, and there's people in this room I went to school with and have worked with almost every week. Keep that in mind, and also use those people as resources. I have talked to Will on numerous occasions about possible ethical issues that have come up, or just legal business issues. Wyoming is a special place in that we have a small cohort of people who are very interested in practice and like Wyoming and stay home. So realize that the peers you're looking at right now are the ones who likely you will see the rest of your career, and will be considering these type of ethical considerations throughout, and use them as resources along with your local AAPL and WAPL chapters. I'd like to open up the floor to questions, especially from the students, but I'm happy to take it from anybody in the crowd. Yes, sir.
My question is there an absolute thing to do right? Because what I hear after you're initially speaking of these high-minded ideas, I hear a lot of limitations, restrictions, and what I seem to really be hearing, rather than an absolute right, is competing interests. Because each of us looks at something personally, as a career, on a larger philosophical level, the environment versus the industry, the planet versus profits. How do you deal with that? Because I don't really hear what is the right thing to do.
It's a great question. It's probably the question of the day. I think you're exactly right. This is not black and white. We want to say that it's black and white, and it is technically black and white in our code of ethics. It's black type on a white piece of paper, but it's not. Real life is gray. It's shades of gray. We deal with it every single day. I've surrounded myself with a core group of people that I have ethical discussions with every day, and whether that's family, colleagues, mentors, all those things. And you're exactly right. They're hard discussions, but the more you practice it, especially younger, the better you get at it. The older you get. But you can't always divulge everything to landowners. So whenever they ask you a question and it's hard to say, I mean, it just doesn't, it feels abnormal in that flow of conversation to say, I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. It just makes it feel like you're not being truthful, when in reality you're being 100% truthful. But it's just a break in that natural flow of conversation with landowners or whoever the stakeholders are that you're dealing with. But I remember a lot of those kind of internal, as I'm going through bullet points on publicly traded companies of acquisitions, and is that a true statement? Is it the right statement? Is it the best statement? And it's a gray area. It is absolutely a gray area, and we live in a gray area. We do the best thing that we can. The reason that we have an ethics, an ability to put forth ethics complaints is because sometimes we get it wrong. We try not to. We try our darndest to get it right. But communication is key. The more communication we have, even if it's simply, I'm calling you to tell you I can't tell you anything, that means something. It really does. And explaining that to the next generation of landmen is hard to do because they're all super punch list. I want to get this done. I want to get this done now so I can move on to the next thing. When we have interns come in, a lot of times even engineers, geologists, and landmen, they all come in with their punch list and they want to get this done because they're so used to it being in school. And that's the component that we're trying to teach them is school is good. School is very important, and the education that you get is paramount. But there's also, that's why landmen, to get certified, you have to have an experiential component of that. You need 8 years to be a CPL, some of those cases. So I think that's a very important component of it, is actually getting out and practicing your ethics, and to be perfectly honest, understanding what you feel ethics are. And so you have to understand your own ethics before you go out and practice them.
Great. Any other thoughts from the panel?
So to that point, the right thing to do is going to change depending on the situation, the project, and where you're at. Sometimes the right thing to do in Texas is not going to be the right thing to do in Wyoming. The different circumstances of those projects are going to be different, and so you have to adjust your plan and your scope on and tailor those to those different situations that you're going to encounter, particularly with, comparing Texas and Wyoming. Texas, you have a vast array of private lands that you're working with those particular surface landowners. In Wyoming, you're going to be working with the majority, depending on the basin, with a federal component, whether that's federal surface or federal minerals. And so you have to be able to adjust and prioritize those components of the project to ensure that what you're doing in Wyoming is the right and correct way compared to what you may be used to in a different operating area.
Great. Cool. Any other questions?
I was just curious if you, in your experience, have run across an ethical dilemma with a colleague. I'm just curious how you handled it when you had something come up, kind of a bigger issue that you had a concern with, and how you handled it.
I haven't really had an issue with a colleague, per se. Had a landowner issue about 2 years ago. I had a landowner call, and we paid him some bonus, and we drilled a well, and we paid him some surface damages, and he called us, and he said, "Hey, I got my 1099. Can you reissue the 1099 and push it all to surface damages?" And I said, I don't understand what is happening right now. What's going on? And he said, "Well, if there's surface damages, I don't pay as much taxes." And I have a good working relationship with this landowner. And I said, I don't really know the tax implications. Let me get with my accounting department, kind of ask some questions, and I'm going to be out in your area next week. Let me swing by and we'll chat about this. I immediately knew, I don't want any part of tax fraud, anything like that. But it was the way I communicated it to him, right? I understand what you're asking for, but I wanted to gather some information before I answered the question. And I think that's okay. Not being able to answer the question right there on the spot is okay. And going back, finding out additional information. And it doesn't matter if it's a landowner or if it's a colleague in the office. A lot of times it's an assumption that's missed. It's a miscommunication. It's something that you're both not on the same page for. But as far as, right and wrong and in the same company, and it's an absolute ethical issue and is not right, I have a hard time believing there's a lot of people in the industry inside companies that are having those issues right now. Absolutely can. But generally, especially on the ethics committee this year, I've seen nothing like that. I've experienced nothing like that.
I'd add too that, just real quick, and I can't say that I have an instance of with a coworker either, but certainly with a client, sometimes you just need to learn to say no. And for a young landman, that can be a difficult thing, or a young attorney, a difficult thing. But I have certainly been asked to do something that I thought was less than couth, and now feel confident in my career that if I'm asked to do something like that, sometimes you just got to say no. And that's a little different than what you asked, but I think it's an important thing to note for everybody in the room that, well, that's something I think for a lot of people they need to learn how to do, especially earlier in their career. It's something that it's important to do as well. Sorry, go ahead, Will.
I'd just add one thing, and there's kind of two versions of this answer, I think. I think the answer that you'll be the most familiar with, Kevin, is ethical. There's, ethical rules for lawyers just like anyone else. I get into kind of technical conflicts of interest kind of decisions that I'm making. And of course, the first thing I do is open up the rule book and read the rule, think about, what is the bar telling me I can or can't do. Kind of going back to the very beginning. Sometimes I don't know the answer to that. I'll call the bar counsel, talk to him. What do you think I should do? As person-to-person, kind of in-house type of things, that's a little more interpersonal, of decision-making on ethical things. But I think Jake put it that's probably the most important advice, is that you can find yourself in positions or getting pushed into positions where you might not be sure, but you should be prepared to say no. Sometimes that's the function of ethics, right? Sometimes what you want will be different than what's right. That's why we have the code of conduct and things that we can kind of refer to, people we can talk to.
Great. Any additional questions?
Give us a quick overview. How does somebody pose an ethics complaint to the AAPL? And what are some things that they should keep in mind before doing that? Or what should they know about that process? What are expectations that they should have?
Great question. Landman of the Year, AAPL right there. So whenever there's a complaint that kind of comes in, it kind of comes in various ways. If an active AAPL member gets a felony, receives a felony, then the next year that they re-up with AAPL, they have to fill out a little checkbox and say, yes, I've been convicted of a felony. It goes to the AAPL Ethics Committee. We try to get information about that situation, and then we figure out if it's something we want to proceed with or if it's something that AAPL is going to recommend that they can no longer be a member. So that's one issue. Another issue are new members who do check the same box, and then we kind of go through an investigation and find out kind of what happened, understand the situation, and then we make a determination similarly. The third one is usually whenever it's an AAPL member who is turned in for a ethics violation, and it's either from somebody in the general public or an AAPL member. And so in that case, it's usually there's a situation that occurred, and to be honest, there's usually hurt feelings associated with it, and so there's a lot of emotion in a lot of the facts that we gather very early. And so whenever it comes into the AAPL Ethics Committee, we determine if there needs to be an investigation. And so the ethics chair will put together a subcommittee. Typically, this subcommittee is made up of 2 or 3 individuals, and they'll kind of inquire on each side of the case to understand what actually transpired and get the facts of the case. Some time will go by. A final draft of a report will be put together. It will be sent to the AAPL Ethics Full Committee. The Ethics Committee will meet and we'll have a discussion about the issue. We'll determine if it's serious enough to go to hearing or if it's something that we don't believe necessarily violated some of the ethics, code of ethics or standards of practice. And that's kind of the process of it. So after that, at that point, if there is a hearing, then typically both parties are notified. Both parties are allowed to come in and kind of state their case and why they believe the code of ethics were violated. Whenever a complaint comes in, there's multiple ways to file a complaint. You can simply pick up the phone and call AAPL. You can call the AAPL ethics chair, or you can submit through the AAPL website, which is 99% of the ethics complaints we get come in through the AAPL website. And the AAPL website has some drop-down lists and some things that you have to fill out. And the only thing that I'll mention there is that if it is a member-to-member or general public-to-member, the member who has received the complaint against them does have the ability to see who filed that ethics complaint. So that becomes kind of public record whenever we have the hearing. So not that that should deter anybody in this room ever from filing a complaint, but to back it up even further, as ethics chair, I get that phone call a lot. Hey, this situation has come about. Do you think that this is an ethics violation, and do I have to submit it to AAPL? And I'll just mention to everybody in the room that we have an obligation. If we think that there's an ethics violation, we have an obligation to go ahead and submit that to AAPL. Let AAPL Ethics Committee sort it out. If you think there even might be a complaint, please submit it. That's what we're here for. We have a full committee, and that's what we are tasked to do, is to understand the facts, go through these details, because we want AAPL to be full of ethical landmen, working land professionals.
So great minds think alike. So Jairus really asked my question, but I do want to add one thing to that, Jason. So just remind everybody in the crowd, if you're out in the field and you're talking to a landowner or a mineral owner or just anybody and they say, oh yeah, that land guy came out and he cheated me, number one, remind them that anybody can go to the AAPL website, just kind of walk through that, and what might you suggest to that person if they go to the website and they type in that person's name and they don't see them as a member?
Good point. We do get that a lot. I mean, there's being a landman, working land professional, being a member of AAPL is not required. But I think whenever we go out into these communities that have had a lot of oil and gas production, I think people do know what AAPL is. And I think that people understand what AAPL represents. And so I think it's important to tell landowners, oh, was that person an AAPL member? Well, what's AAPL? Or how do I verify that? Or how do I find that out? And so AAPL has essentially, general public don't have access to the membership directory, but you do have access to plugging in somebody's name and finding out if they're an AAPL member. And that's important because that's one of the first things we do. We do get some complaints from We do get complaints often from general public against people who are not AAPL members, in which case we don't really have any authority over those people, and it's unfortunate. But a lot of times the complaints that come in are against bad actors who are not AAPL members.
Cool. Thanks, Jason. I think that's all we have today, but I know the panelists and myself will be here for the balance of the day, and if there's questions, we'd be happy to discuss off to the side as well. I thank all three panelists, especially Jason and Amy, for traveling a farther distance, although Will did drive through windy Shirley Basin, so, you know, he made it though, so. But no, I respect and appreciate all of these guys and everybody in this room, and thanks for coming to Laramie and supporting the program.
It is my honor to now introduce our next speaker, Temple Stollinger. Temple Stollinger is the Associate Dean for Hobbs School of Environment and Natural Resources at the University of Wyoming, is also an Associate Professor and the Wyoming Excellence Chair at the University of Wyoming, with a dual appointment in Hobb and Natural Resources and the College of Law. We are also fortunate to call her an SER adjunct. Her scholarship integrates thinking from the fields of law, economics, policy, and more to explore relevant and timely approaches for decision-making around wildlife, land, energy, and other valued natural resources. Professor Stollinger currently serves as an elected trustee to the Foundation for Natural Resources and Energy, FNREL, among other notable appointments. I'll turn it over to her to learn more about federal lands.
Great, thanks Cami for the introduction. I'm going to start off my talk today by giving a quick refresher on federal public lands and the legal frameworks that govern them. Nothing too heavy, but just enough to ease your conscience that your educational credits have been satisfied during my talk. Then I'm going to move on and talk about some recent changes to NEPA and wrap up with a look at some emerging executive and secretarial orders, some that just came out yesterday, that are shaping what energy development on federal public lands will look like under this administration. And I'm going to attempt to do all of that in 20 minutes and hopefully still have time for your questions. All right. Okay, so again, just a quick refresher, there's about 640 million acres of federal public lands in the United States. That includes about 245 million acres of surface BLM land. The BLM also manages quite a bit of subsurface minerals as well, up to about 700 million acres. The Forest Service manages 191 million acres, the Fish and Wildlife Service 89, and I have Fish and Wildlife Service on there twice, sorry about that. There's a couple of additional federal public land agencies as well. The Department of Defense has about 9 million acres of land, and the Bureau of Rec manages land as well. So those are the major federal public land agencies. And then this is a map or a diagram just showing what percentage of federal land we have in each state. So, you know, at the top of the list, we have Nevada with 81%. Wyoming has about 48%. If we're talking about subsurface minerals, obviously that percentage is a little bit higher. With regards to the relevance of federal public lands to energy development, it's hard to find up-to-date numbers, but this was my best attempt yesterday. So if we're talking about oil and gas, as of 2022, according to the BLM, about 11% of U.S. crude is developed on federal public lands and about 9% of natural gas. For coal, the latest figure I could find, also from the BLM, is back to 2022, and about 40% of U.S. coal production comes from federal public lands. Renewables, DOE had a 2025 figure at about 4% of renewable energy development on federal public lands. And I couldn't find percentages, but of course just wanted to mention opportunities for critical minerals and CO2 storage as well. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the legal and regulatory framework governing federal public lands. So the key statutes governing federal public lands are on one side, and then other relevant authorities on the other. I'm going to focus with a couple of quick slides on the federal statutes that are highlighted on the left column. But obviously this is a pretty complex field. Great work for landmen and attorneys as well, but a lot to keep track of. So let's talk about first the Mineral Leasing Act, and this is just a quick overview, but it authorizes leasing on federal lands. for oil and gas, coal, and other leasable minerals. It also sets the lease terms, oil and gas at 10 years, coal at 20 years for the initial lease term. And then it does set royalty rates as well at 12.5%, although there's a provision in the act that says the secretary has discretion to adjust royalty rates. All right, next I'll cover FLPMA here pretty quickly. The Federal Land Policy and Management Act. This is BLM's organic act. It establishes that multiple use and sustained yield are the guiding principles that guide BLM as it moves throughout its management of its land. It requires the BLM to develop land use plans, which are called resource management plans, and to update them periodically, typically about a 15-year cycle. And those land management plans, or RMPs, should guide all leasing and development and really guide all activities on particular field offices for the agency. And then FLPMA also authorizes right-of-way authorizations for things like renewable energy development on federal lands. All right, next, a quick overview of NEPA. And again, I'm going to go in more depth on NEPA here just in a minute, but this is just a quick overview. So the statute of NEPA itself requires federal agencies to analyze environmental impacts before they take any major action. So the trigger language in NEPA is major federal action significantly affecting the quality of the human environment. And if you hit that trigger, then you need to develop an environmental impact statement. And the decision document is then a record of decision. If you're below that threshold, you're probably developing either an environmental assessment, and the record of decision in that particular document is called a finding of no significant impact, or you may be doing a categorical exclusion, which is sometimes just a piece of paper that you're filling out. Another key feature of NEPA historically has been the opportunity for the public to, first of all, know that projects are being proposed through the Federal Register most typically, and then also the opportunity for the ability for the public to comment on NEPA decisions. All right, within the sort of framework of energy development on federal public lands, it's also important to think about the different roles of federal, state, and local government. So the federal government manages the lands and minerals that they're charged with. They also have the responsibility to conduct the NEPA review, to lead the NEPA review. Federal agencies also issue leases, permits, and right-of-ways. But then states also have a role as well when we think about energy development on federal public lands. So they often have primacy under the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act and issue air quality or water permits. Also have primacy over water right allocation in the state. So if there's a water right associated with the project, the state's responsible. And there may be other state-based approvals as well. In some states, local governments play a role as well. They may have zoning authority over energy development within a county, may have authority over road use, and construction permitting may be required as well. And then tribal governments play a role on energy development on federal public land, primarily through the National Historic Preservation Act. There's a consultation requirement that tribal governments must be consulted for particular projects. All right, well, this isn't news to anybody, but energy development on federal public lands is complex. It's not for the faint of heart. That's what keeps a lot of attorneys employed and landmen as well. And it's complex for a number of reasons. One is that complex multi-agency permitting that I was just speaking about. There's often overlapping jurisdiction and sometimes lengthy reviews under NEPA, under the Endangered Species Act, under the National Historic Preservation Act. And you may require permits from federal, state, local entities. There's also a lot of legal and policy uncertainty, and that's definitely been true in the last couple of decades as we've seen policies shift and change, particularly as new administrations come in. And we've seen complexity in litigation as well. Just tracking all of the litigation covering federal public land energy development is a full-time job. It's also complex because of environmental and cultural resources protection. So you think about the Endangered Species Act, and you may think about critical habitat protection. Also under the Clean Waters Act, you need to think about wetlands protection as well. So those are complications. And then, as I mentioned before, tribal consultation and cultural site preservation under the National Historic Preservation Act as well. And then there's additional infrastructure challenges. There's needs for transmission lines and pipelines and access roads, and those are often complicated to permit and get authorization for. And then in addition, on federal public lands, we have additional land use conflicts. I mentioned that multiple use mandate that the BLM has under FLPMA, and so we often see competing demands for conservation, recreation, grazing, as well as energy development that we have to sort of balance on the landscape. And so that adds complication to energy development on federal public lands. And then public opposition as well. So particularly in areas near national parks or wilderness areas, we see the public express concern about development. So all of those things add up to a pretty complicated framework when you're thinking about energy development on federal public lands. Again, no surprise to anyone in the room. Okay, we've satisfied your educational requirements for my talk, and now I'm going to move on and talk about some of the major recent policy changes under the National Environmental Policy Act. And I'm going to go back to 2023 as kind of the starting point for my talk and mention the changes to the actual statute of NEPA that were made under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The specific provision under the Fiscal Responsibility Act that changed NEPA is actually called the Builders Act. So if you hear people reference the Builders Act, those are the specific changes that amended the statute of NEPA itself. And so those amendments included, for the first time, statutory definitions in NEPA to define what an environmental impact statement is, what an environmental assessment is, and what a CADX is. So those are now statutorily defined terms under NEPA. The act also included page and time limits for environmental reviews. And this was something the Department of Interior had begun experimenting with under the first Trump administration. And those timelines and page limits are now cemented into statute under this act. And so if you're talking about an environmental impact statement, you now have 2 years to complete that review, and you need to do so typically in 150 pages. Now, there is language in there that says you can get more time and more pages for particularly complex situations, and most environmental impact statements are addressing a pretty complex situation, so I'm under no illusion that we're probably going to stick to 2 years at 150 pages, but at least that's what the statute says. And then if you're doing an environmental assessment, you have 1 year and 75 pages, again, with the ability for exceptions. The act also encourages the use of programmatic or tiered reviews. So let's do a big programmatic environmental assessment, talk about wide-ranging impacts, and then for local decisions, tier from that document as a way to increase efficiency. The statute also is now, the Fiscal Responsibility Act codified what is meant by a reasonable range of alternatives. So if you're doing an environmental impact statement and an environmental assessment, you have to look at a reasonable range of alternatives about how a particular project could be assessed. And that's really the heart of NEPA, because through that analysis of a range of alternatives, you're looking at the different environmental consequences based upon which alternative you pick. And so there was a lot of kind of back and forth between administrations trying to talk about what was a reasonable range of alternatives. And so now we have in NEPA itself this understanding that reasonable range of alternatives are the alternatives that are technically and economically feasible and within the jurisdiction of the agency. I think this is a pretty creative component of this Fiscal Responsibility Act language, which is this ability for agencies now to adopt each other's categorical exclusions. So the Forest Service used to have its set of categorical exclusions, the BLM had its own set, and you couldn't really use each other's, but this is a provision that allows that to happen. So the Forest Service can now borrow categorical exclusions from the BLM and vice versa. So that's, I think, a neat provision of the changes. And then the statute also now authorizes project applicants to prepare draft NEPA documents. So the federal agency retains primacy over the final decision, but project applicants can actually be the ones to prepare the draft documents. We're still waiting on some guidance as to how that's actually going to occur, but it's in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and I think we will see that happen in the future. Okay, so what happened after the Fiscal Responsibility Act in 2023? Well, in April of 2024, the Biden administration released its second round of NEPA rulemaking through the Council of Environmental Quality, or the CEQ. And so this phase 2 CEQ NEPA rulemaking really focused on expanding environmental analysis to cover climate change impacts, to look more broadly at cumulative impacts, and also environmental justice. But then in January, after President Trump was elected, one of his first executive orders that he released is Executive Order 15154, Unleashing America's Energy. And that executive order included a provision that actually repealed the 1977 executive order that President Carter issued that gave CEQ its authority to issue any rulemaking. So as a result of that, CEQ now doesn't have authority to issue regulations, which meant that the Biden administration 2024 regulations are now repealed. And so to effectuate that executive order in February, CEQ issued an interim final rule, which is actually scheduled to become effective tomorrow. And that final rule, which is kind of it's a unique authority under the Administrative Procedures Act to issue a final interim rule. It's not something most of us see very frequently. But it rescinded the CEQ regulations, and it also created a working group to coordinate agency-level NEPA regulations. So to be clear, agencies still have the requirement to issue NEPA regulations. NEPA is still a statute, NEPA still exists, but the CEQ regulations are now no longer in effect. In addition to their final interim rule that was issued in February, they concurrently issued a memorandum, the CEQ did, and the memorandum directed all federal agencies to amend their NEPA procedures within a year. It encouraged them, when they're doing that revision, to look to the 2020 NEPA regulations. Those are President Trump's CEQ NEPA regulations. And as they amend, they should emphasize prioritizing efficiency and certainty and to reduce delays in the permitting process. And the memo did say any projects that are ongoing under NEPA right now should continue to move forward, and you can look to the CEQ regulations to complete those projects. So just a couple of points here at NEPA takeaways. So NEPA didn't disappear. The statute's still there, as amended by the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Any NEPA projects that are underway will continue to move forward and should continue to follow those rescinded CEQ regulations. However, there are some questions about public notice and comment. So the CEQ guidance document says that public comment period of at least 30 days, but no longer than 60 days should move forward in agencies' revised NEPA regulations, but that those agencies should avoid undertaking public comment procedures when they're not required. So some people have suggested some concern about public involvement in NEPA moving forward, but we'll just have to wait and see what those agency NEPA regulations look like as they're revised over the next year. Okay, quickly here, I wanted to talk about Secretarial Order 3418 that was issued on February 3rd, and this tears off of that executive order, Unleashing America's Energy, that I just mentioned. This secretarial order directed all bureaus within the Interior Department to review and rescind all prior actions and regulations of the Biden administration. There's a pretty healthy list of those regulations. In this executive order, they include the Federal Mineral Leases and Leasing Process Rule, the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule, or the Public Lands Rule, the Management and Protection of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Rule, Right-of-Way Leasing and Operations for Renewable Energy Rule, and the ESA Critical Habitat Rule. But would encourage you to take a look at the executive order because there's a full list of rules and regulations that are ordered to be reviewed and rescinded. The secretarial order also asks bureaus to streamline energy project processes, to reduce barriers, to allow for energy development access on federal public lands, to reinstate the BLM canceled leases from 2021 to today, and to offer more public land parcels for sale at quarterly lease sales. It also specifically, Cami, a minute, okay, requires the update to resource management plans. Those include ones that are draft or ones that were recently finalized, and it specifically calls out the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan, the Miles City Resource Management Plan, and the Sage Grouse RMP amendments. Quickly, I then wanted to talk about an executive order that just came out on Monday. This is Reinvigorating America's Beautiful Clean Coal Industry. This executive order directs federal agencies to prioritize coal as a strategic mineral and expand mining on federal lands, extend the life of coal-fired power plants, and relax environmental reviews. And this executive order also specifically directs the BLM to amend the Buffalo and Miles City RMP and to enable future coal leasing on federal public lands. It also directs DOI to expedite royalty relief if royalty relief is requested. And I don't have a slide for this, but this is an executive order that just came out yesterday that I was trying to quickly read up on this morning. It doesn't yet have a number. It's an executive order titled Zero-Based Regulatory Budgeting to Release America's Energy. So this includes this concept of zero-based regulatory budgeting, which I wasn't quite sure what that meant, but it means that agencies have to justify all existing energy-related regulations from scratch. So there's no longer an assumption that regulations will carry forward. And in fact, you have to put a sunset provision into all existing regulations and all new regulations. And so if that sunset period is reached and the regulation isn't reauthorized, it's gone. The executive order also asks each agency to submit a plan to repeal or revise or streamline all energy-related regulations within the year. It prioritizes domestic energy production and reduce permitting delays. And it also establishes an interagency council to accelerate and coordinate permitting for energy infrastructure. But the key point, I think, here is this sunsetting provision and this notion that agencies have to justify all energy-related regulations each budget cycle moving forward. So I'm sorry I'm out of time, but thank you for your patience, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much for that, Temple. Next, we have a discussion on how land use planning has evolved to support the coexistence of multiple energy sources, as well as navigating different timelines and regulations for mixed use energy projects. You can also hear more about this with today's moderator, Angela Bruce, who is the director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, and on episode 20 of SER's podcast, hosted by our executive director, Dr. Holly Krutka, titled Energy Frontier, the Wyoming Landscape is the podcast you're looking for, available wherever you get your podcasts. And so, Angela, I will turn it over to you.
Good morning. Well, I would like to thank my good friend Holly for asking me to participate in this conference today. I think it's obvious I am not a landman. But as a wildlife biologist who came to this great state 8 years ago, because of the incredible fish and wildlife resources we have, and I highly have learned to value this landscape of mixed use that is done in a way that guarantees the continued existence of this incredible wildlife resource that we have. Wyoming has a proven record of doing this, and we are known across the West of doing it very well. So it's an honor for me today to have our 4 panelists up here to continue this conversation about mixed use on the landscape. Today we have with us Ryan Fitzpatrick, who is the Executive Director of NextEra Energy, who's been developing the renewable energy across the landscape in Wyoming since 2008. As a Cheyenne native and a University of Wyoming graduate, we're glad to have his perspective with us. April Holdren, she's a manager for stakeholder engagement with Enbridge, leading a team covering 7 states with liquids pipeline assets in Wyoming, and has also worked a lot with wind and solar projects. Next, we have Preston Fardsworth. Preston is a native Wyomingite who also graduated from the University of Wyoming and is a senior land advisor for Devon Energy. Last is Montgomery Hughes, a Wyoming land manager for Uranium Energy Corp., also a Wyoming University graduate, and has worked securing both surface and mineral rights for uranium here in Wyoming. So as we were prepping for this panel today, we really started with this conversation about what mixed use means to you. So I thought we'd start with the basics and get their perspective of what mixed use is. So with that, Ryan, can I turn it over to you to jump in?
Thanks, Angie. Appreciate it. And thanks to the School of Energy Resources for the invitation here. This is awesome as a Wyoming alum to get to come and participate in this. This Landman program is phenomenal. At NextEra Energy Resources, we have some alumni from this program here in attendance today, and they're definitely some of our top talent in our land program at NextEra, and I think this is just an awesome opportunity for all the students here, and I really do appreciate the invitation to participate in this today. First, just to give an introduction a little bit to NextEra before I get to your question, Angie. NextEra Energy Resources is a subsidiary of NextEra Energy. That's based in Juno Beach, Florida. It's an American company with two main subsidiaries. There's the Florida Power and Light Company, which is the largest rate-regulated utility in the country based on megawatt hours served. There's a lot of air conditioning in Florida, so it uses a lot of megawatt hours. But then the other side of the house where I work, that's NextEra Energy Resources. We develop a lot of renewables outside of the state of Florida, but also natural gas. We've got pipeline business, we got transmission business, we have some nukes, and so we do a lot of energy development, but we are the world leader in renewable energy development. And I've been working for NextEra now for about, where am I now? Probably 9 years. I'm about 9 years in working for NextEra. And prior to that, coming out of my MBA program at the University of Wyoming, I got connected with a dot-com billionaire out of Jackson that wanted to get into renewables. And through that introduction, I started working on putting together wind energy projects for this guy, and I was the only employee, so I got to act like a landman. I didn't get the training that you guys are all getting for this, but I got to act like a landman and try to train myself, and I wish that I had the same kind of training that you guys had. I probably had a few missteps along the way, but I've gotten to serve in that capacity a little bit throughout my career as well. And so I've got a great appreciation for that, and for the developers that are on my team at NextEra. I oversee our western developments in the Mountain West region and runs up through the Pacific Northwest, and Wyoming's still part of my territory, thank goodness. But the developers that are on my team, I want them to be able to have as much exposure to the land discussions and working with our land team as much as possible, because that's, you can't have any kind of an energy project without the land. So, and maintaining those relationships and, making sure that you can secure the land that you need, and build trusting relationships with the landowners and the stakeholders involved is part of that. And so kind of leading into more of the answer, I suppose, on talking about what does multiple use mean to me. We have a project here in Wyoming that I think is kind of the epitome of what multiple use means to me. It's this project called Cedar Springs Wind Energy Center. It's in Converse County, Wyoming. It's north of Douglas, and it's in the Powder River Basin. And this project is a project that we like to showcase to anybody that wants to see it, frankly. But we do this oftentimes for legislators. We'll have a lot of times run tours at this project for staffers out of Washington, D.C., congressional staffers out of Washington, D.C., to be able to see how we do multiple use in Wyoming in particular. And so in this particular project, it's a wind energy facility. It's built around a very active oil and gas development. It's built around an active uranium mining operation. You've got agriculture out there. You still have recreation. This is the epitome of multiple use, and it doesn't just fall together. It takes a lot of collaboration. In that particular project, a fair amount of collaboration with Preston, for instance, and Devon Energy and other oil and gas operators in the area to make sure that we are doing what's right to minimize disturbance for the landowner, be able to maximize opportunities for the landowner and other stakeholders in the area, and be good stewards of the land while we're out there working on our projects. Another aspect of multiple use, in my mind, is protection of habitat and different biological concerns. We have projects in some of my other states. You look at projects in the desert Southwest, for instance, where there are different ways to build a solar project while you're still able to protect habitat and vegetation. We have solar projects that actually have basically a hole in the fence of the solar project that's large enough for a roadrunner but not big enough for a coyote, and that is I think of Looney Tunes when I think about that, but these are real ways that you're able to actually maintain from a biological and ecological standpoint preserve some of the vegetation and whatnot at these projects, and so that's another aspect of multiple use. So that's the way I see it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ryan. And that Cedar Springs project is my first interaction where I got to know Ryan over the years. One thing that project really did, too, is move the needle in understanding projects such as wind and their impacts on sage grouse in the state. So definitely saw some great data and information come out of that project. So April, I'll turn it over to you for the same question.
And yes, thank you. I wanted to just thank you and the School of Energy Resources for having me on this panel. It's a great opportunity, and I hope that some of the things that I share resonate or are new information in some way, shape, or form. Just like Ryan, I'll start with just a brief overview of Enbridge. We are North America's largest infrastructure company, and we have our headquarters in Calgary, Canada, with our U.S. headquarters in Houston. The largest two parts of our company are liquids pipelines. We have 907 miles of the Express Platte that runs through Wyoming. Then we also have our gas transmission. Most of that system is along the East Coast, down to the Gulf. Then we also have gas distribution. We just recently acquired Dominion Energy with a huge footprint here in Wyoming. And then we also have our renewables part of the business. Since 2002 is when we've really ramped up our renewables arm of the business, spending about $8 billion so far. Not nearly as large as Nextera, but it is 3% of our business, and all things on par. We are one of the larger developers of renewables. So when I look at mixed use, it actually kind of brings me back to my college days. I hadn't really thought about mixed use until I joined this panel. You know, my degree, I was environmental policy and planning, and so I did a lot of urban land use learning. And so, of course, I think about the urban land use, which in cities we see you've got shopping, you've got housing, you've got employment and things of that nature. But then as I've grown in my career, we've really started to look at more of what that industrial mixed use is. And I think it plays out super well in the West. I mean, just driving from here to Denver, you know, there's this, I remember the first time that I drove that route, coming over this small hill and this curve and seeing a cow and a windmill and a pump jack. And I thought, you know, that's true mixed use, and it really can coexist together. And I think that's what, you know, especially here in Wyoming with the all of the above mindset that the governor has, you see that play out. Not that there's not some controversy and mixed opinions on that, but, you know, also being in the pipeline business, primarily I work in pipelines, but also I'd say about half of my time is pipelines and renewables right now, doing public awareness. And pipelines is kind of the epitome of mixed use. You can't have it just for pipelines. It's going across farms, it's going under roads, it's going under trails, et cetera, et cetera. And so you do have to work with the agencies, you have to work with your stakeholders, your landowners, to make sure that you're balancing all of those needs. But bottom line, it really can exist together, and that's my thoughts.
Thank you, April, and I hope that drive from Denver you also spotted a few pronghorn on the way too. Yes, Preston.
So thank you. I appreciate the invitation to talk here and represent Devon Energy. Real briefly, Devon Energy is predominantly an oil and gas company with operations in Wyoming, North Dakota, New Mexico, Texas, and Oklahoma, with corporate headquarters in Oklahoma City. I've worked for Devon Energy for almost 15 years, so it's a long time at this point. And in those 15 years, it seems like daily I deal with mixed use. I've drilled wells on coal mine properties, within uranium property boundaries. Worked with a lot of wind energy companies. So when I think about mixed use, it's something that, as I said, we deal with every day, whether it's on federal lands, state lands, fee lands. We predominantly develop fee lands. And so with that, we are very conscious and cognizant of ag land operations. So we deal with a lot of, that entails wildlife. So working every day with landowners is really, really important. I think as a landman, I sit on the advisory board for the landman degree, and so we kind of emphasize working with landowners and making sure that there's a very good relationship. Projects don't normally get done unless there's a really good relationship in place. And it's not just about the relationship at the time, it's maintaining those relationships. You'll see a lot of landmen in this room get up and leave. Well, it's probably a landowner calling with some sort of concern. You don't let those calls most of the time go unanswered. Problems just get exacerbated. Some of the other mixed use qualities that we've worked on, we've drilled wells in and around the town of Wright, done a lot of Bitcoin mining on stranded gas wells, natural gas power generation. Some of the areas that I really haven't worked in that I would kind of feel a little bit that I would like to in the future is, like, I haven't really worked on solar. I haven't worked in a lot of mixed-use recreation areas, and really I haven't really worked on anything hydro. So anything outside of that, probably have worked on in the Powder River Basin. So if anybody has any questions about that later, let me know, and we'll talk about it.
Thank you, Preston. I think that's a theme we're starting to hear throughout the day, is that relationship piece. Had the relationship with Devon Energy over the years with the Game and Fish Department, so definitely appreciate that. Montgomery, same question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Angie. And thank you to the School of Energy Resources for this invitation. It's pretty surreal just being able to, to be invited here to be served on a panel when I got to, as a student, just a few years ago, got to see the inception of this conference and see all the new faces every year. It's really encouraging for the new students that are coming through the program. But to answer the mixed use question, I think when I think of mixed use, I go immediately to energy producers and energy transmission operating within the same general area, right? So I mean, all of my fellow panelists hit it on the head. Ryan mentioned collaboration. That is something that I actually had written down. You have to collaborate with from the uranium side, you got to collaborate with the oil and gas company, Preston here. Pipeline is huge, right? Because what Uranium Energy Corp do, we're a ISR operation. We operate in South Texas, Wyoming, and then we have conventional assets in the Athabasca Basin up in northern Canada. But as far as our ISR operations are, ISR stands for in situ recovery. So we're over pattern, right? So sometimes when a pipeline is going right through where our ore body is, geologists come to me and say, "Hey, what are we going to do about this?" I say, "Well, make a few phone calls and see what we can do, and reach out and is this an active pipeline? How large is your right of way? Those types of things." Another thing that comes to mind is oil and gas infrastructure, working on a regular basis with oil and gas companies when they're trying to plan their surface location, surface pad. Again, ISR, directly over the ore body, so they'll come to us. And 9 times out of 10, it's not a problem. You know, they're not within our area of interest. And that one time, you know, we approach them, they approach us, and we have a good discussion, and we're able to say, okay, well, you know, if you could move this pad one way or another, that would be great. And 99% of the time, they're more than willing to work with us. So that's collaboration. I think that really sums up mixed use in my mind.
Thank you, Montgomery. Definitely some great examples on working with different energies across the landscape. My next question is for April and Ryan specifically. How do differing community attitudes towards various energy resources affect the viability of mixed-use projects, and how can you address those issues and concerns?
All right, so different community attitudes is something I get to play in and around all the time with being in public affairs. But really, how it affects the viability is looking at your project approvals and the sustainability of whatever the asset is that you're going to be putting in there, into the ground or above ground, et cetera. Your project approvals, and I've seen this firsthand, can be significantly delayed when you have perhaps a lack of public support and lack of relationship with tribes. So I live in Minnesota. Most of my time at Enbridge, I spent working in Minnesota and Wisconsin with tribal communities, and we had a large project going on. It was a replacement project for a pipeline that goes from Canada down to Superior, Wisconsin. And this project should have theoretically taken about 2 years, 3 years at most to permit. It actually took 7.5. And that's just the Minnesota portion. And I think when we look back, you know, and I've talked about it with my colleagues and such, long time ago, pipeline companies especially would go get the permit, put it in the ground, and then not really go back to an agency or landowners unless you needed something. It was very transactional. The relationships didn't see like this life cycle relationship. And that has really changed over the years. I know it changed us as a company significantly because of this experience. And so shortly after we were able to construct that, we decided that for one of our pump stations, we were going to self-power it with a solar field. So by all intents and purposes, it's a commercial field. It's producing not all of the power for a pump station, but a significant amount. And that solar project went through in, I think it was about 2 years. Didn't see much resistance at all. And I think there's a number of factors for that. You know, certainly we did have some controversy and some opposition towards it. But over the years, we really ramped up our relationship building and our trust with the communities and the tribes. And so I think that's just a good example of how community attitudes can affect the viability. And how you address this, you know, I think I touched on a little bit about it, but you really need to know your community. It's not enough to just say open and honest and transparent and often communication when you start a project. Like, get to know the community before you start talking to them. It's going to make a huge impression on everybody in that community, and I've seen plenty of examples specifically with tribes. I was recently speaking at a conference in February, and one of our colleague companies was doing a project in, I think it was Colorado, and it was a windmill project, and they were going to be essentially breaking the view shed of this tribe. And that was very significant. And so they decided that they were going to go and visit the tribe and have a conversation. And the expectation from the tribe was that they would have done their homework. They would understand what that land meant to them and why. And the expectation of the company officials who went was that the tribe would tell them. And the tribe was very, very offended and made it clearly known, sent them home and said, try again. So knowing your community, I can't stress enough how important that is when you're looking to address these. Also, don't be afraid of community investments. That's part of being a good neighbor. Look for what's important to those communities. And also, I think another great piece that you can do in Plummer Solar, the self-power solar field that we did is a good example of this. And obviously it had benefits to us, but it was co-locating with an existing structure. So that's my opinion.
Great. Thank you, April. And what a good message. Know your community where you're going to look at developing in. I think in my world, the last 2 or 3 years, I've really noticed that even if it is an outside company outside of Wyoming, they're tending to more and more find that expertise in consultants and attorneys and so forth within the state of Wyoming who already know those community issues. So very good message. Ryan.
Thanks. So I couldn't agree more with April on that. Know the community, listen to the community. So we're not, every form of energy development has impacts, and there's going to be some that's probably more palatable in certain regions of the country than others. I look at my territory at NextEra, and what is really celebrated in the Puget Sound area of Oregon or of Washington is a little bit different than Eastern Washington or Wyoming for that matter. And I would say that in our projects, I don't have the actual stat, but probably 95% of our investments are in rural America. And it's not necessarily, the folks that politically are going to line up with, I love renewable energy all the time. That's got kind of it's got a connotation towards being a little more left-wing, right, to love renewable energy. But being able to listen to the community and listen to what concerns they have, but not just about the project, but about renewable energy impacts, things along those lines, impacts from construction, impacts from, folks coming into the community, what are these jobs going to do, all these different things, and being able to understand the concerns from the community. You're going to hear it with landowners as well, and what are the concerns that they may have with whatever you're proposing. Being able to listen to them and actually take that input and help it inform your design, your plans, things along those lines. You can't do it on every time. We can't make everybody happy all the time. Whether it's going to be a pipeline being built or it's a wind farm. You can't make everybody happy all the time. Everything has impacts. But being able to listen to the folks in the community and hear them out, help that inform your design, your traffic plans, things along those lines, that's going to go a long ways for what you actually can accomplish there. I'd like to say a lot of it comes down to, kind of a dollars and cents argument, but that only goes so far. So, we, of course, promote the benefits that our projects have to a community, through the tax revenue, all the positive economic impacts the project would have during construction, our permanent workforce that's in the area. One of the stats that the stat's a little bit dated, but I can give from some old numbers. I'm sure they've changed a little bit with inflation and whatnot, but from some of the old numbers that we had, our employees at a wind project in Wyoming contribute about, basically per FTE, they contribute about $250,000 a year in tax revenue to the state and county. Their family, each family consumes a little under $30,000 a year in local resources. So when you start looking at projects like that are significantly net positive from the tax revenue generation standpoint versus consumption of local resources. That's definitely singing to the tune that the county commissioners like to hear. So there is a dollars and cents argument here that you can make that argument when you're in the local community. But like I said, that only gets you so far if you're not listening to what the actual concerns are.
Thank you, Ryan. Definitely very candid response and for what maybe is the feeling in Wyoming, so I appreciate that. We're going to turn our questioning back over to Preston and Montgomery. So which areas in the Rocky Mountain region are most optimal for mixed-use energy projects, and why?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think when you think about areas and where like the best, most optimal areas for development, I think you would look at a few things. The first thing you actually look at is development potential. Where the wind is, where the oil is, where the uranium is. And I think when you look at that development potential, it's pretty obvious to me if you drive from Douglas to Gillette that anyone can see the mixed use nature of that country. Also with development potential, you really look at existing infrastructure. So you're looking at pipelines and power lines for takeaway. Without takeaway, your energy projects, just kind of die. So that's very, very important. With that infrastructure, you look at the terrain. A lot of that terrain is flat, kind of rolling hills. It's not a lot of really aggressive up and down, and so it makes the takeaway that much easier. So all those kind of lead to like a synergy between all these different projects. I remember when NextEra was planning this wind farm, we attended a lot of meetings with them. We provided pad designs and plats, like where our infrastructure was going to be, roads. You try to co-locate some roads, and where Montgomery's uranium mine is. And we actually drilled a well within their mine territory at one point. Those things bring up a lot of collaboration that you alluded to a little bit ago. We had to send a lot of our employees into their mine and do some safety training. And that was like ongoing and ongoing. You had to sign in every day. So that collaboration that you spoke about is paramount when it comes to these different energy projects. So I would like to see someone at some point, throw some dollars out and see like how much money is just taken out of Highway 59 and transported to different parts of the country, because I think it's quite obvious that it would be a very high number.
Preston, thank you. One of those words that he said that has a lot of impact for me is co-location. Especially when we're talking about trying to minimize impacts, especially for wildlife. When you guys can co-locate, was one of the simplest, easiest things from my perspective that we can do to help wildlife. So thanks for bringing that up. Montgomery.
Yeah, that's a great question. I know there are quite a few individuals here from Colorado, but I am going to say that I think Wyoming is the best area in the Rocky Mountain region for mixed use. Yeah, I see you, Jake. Yeah, it's really interesting on the uranium side. All of us here, right? We're in energy, and if you're born and raised in Wyoming, you're probably familiar with uranium. Then you meet people who, again, born and raised in Wyoming, have no idea that Wyoming has produced more uranium than any other state historically in the U.S. So I think Preston hit on a lot of good points, but I think the history in Wyoming, it really plays a key role. You talk about uranium production in Wyoming, right? You have, my mind immediately goes to Great Divide Basin. You have the gas hills north of Jeffrey City. I mean, there's upwards of 50 million pounds of uranium has come out of there. I know a lot of you drove down from Casper yesterday. You see the Shirley Basin mines, the sign right there. Shirley Basin mines, they were originally open pit operation, and it transitioned to an ISR operation. It was the Shirley Basin was I think one of the, if not the first ISR operation at scale, which is very interesting. And then you go to the Powder River Basin, right? I mean, tens and tens of millions of pounds have come out of the southern Powder River Basin. And then resources, kind of like Preston mentioned, you know, you have trona mines, a rich oil and gas history. You know, the Salt Creek fields 100 years ago. You have coal, right? Who can forget about that? And obviously, within the last few decades, the increased interest in renewable energy. So I think that's another sticking point. Another advantage that Wyoming has, I think, over Colorado is a low population density. So you can go out and you can utilize a lot more space. There's just less stakeholders, which is interesting. And finally, the extensive public lands, right? That Wyoming, that's a huge advantage. Uranium state lease is it's very inexpensive for us. Staking mining claims is a relatively inexpensive process, especially on federal fee land. It's probably 100% of the time less expensive than working with private land ownership. So I think all those reasons really create the perfect environment here in Wyoming.
Thank you, Montgomery. So the last formal question that I have for the four panelists is really important, and so I'd like to spend quite a bit of time here on this one. And I thank to Temple for really setting us up really well for this question as well. As we know, leadership does matter, and how we operated over the last 4 years will be different from how we operate over the next 4 years. We do know that for sure. So I ask you panelists, how do changing federal and state energy policies affect the planning and regulatory processes for mixed-use energy projects? So any volunteers to go first? Okay, Ryan.
I'll hit it. Thanks. Yeah, you know, things always change, right? That's a constant. Everything's always changing. From leadership perspective or anything else, within our industry, there's always change. And I would say that we're not, we obviously have to pay very close attention to what's going on, both, kind of at a state level, from a federal level on what's going on and how policy changes can impact what we're doing out in the field. But things come at you and you're able to deal with them. And that's kind of how we've been able to do it just as an industry, but also, just with individual projects. So if there's, it may be a challenge posed through certain policy or something along those lines, we're able to work within those bounds. And we've always found a way to be able to work within those bounds to push our projects forward. It can be very regional in how this goes. From a state standpoint, where there's always evolving policies within states, and as my industry is outside of the natural gas aspect of our development efforts at NextEra, but from the renewable aspect, our industry is it's a lot younger in its maturity compared to the rest of the folks on the panel here. But we've been able to navigate this and have success under any federal administration throughout all the years. I'd say that we actually up to the point of through 2020 or during the first Trump administration, for instance, we actually built more renewables during those 4 years than we had for the entire history of NextEra Energy Resources before that. And so there's there's always going to be ways to be able to work with the policy. And like I said before, when you're talking about investments that are actually good for the community and good for counties and states where we're investing, all of that tends to work out. The dollars and cents tend to work out. We've got a lot of, I talked about kind of maybe the partisan nature of how renewable energy is viewed, but it's really got a lot of bipartisan support when you look at it from the federal government standpoint based on the real benefits that our investments can bring to counties and states. These are real positive developments and positive investments locally. So we've always been able to navigate that. Of course, we keep our eyes on tariffs and stuff. It's been a little bit of a busy week when you talk about how tariffs can potentially impact projects and whatnot, and what we do know and what we don't know. And you know, it's kind of been a little bit of a roller coaster this week. But that's another aspect of being able to plan ahead for that. You know, we've been able to navigate. There was several years back, there were major tariff and import disruption through the anti-dumping and countervailing duties. We were able to work through that issue with having minimal impact, if any impact, to our customers and our projects, and even learning from that type of past market disruption, be able to apply those lessons learned to the future so that we can mitigate any potential impacts from, you know, what's been going on this week, for instance. And so it's being able to learn from the past, apply it to the future for mitigants on other issues. You can really minimize the impacts that you're going to have for your projects and your customers.
April.
All right. Well, it's only been 4 months, so we're still trying to really figure out how to navigate. And I think the biggest thing that we are learning is that we just have to be incredibly nimble, more nimble than we've perhaps ever been. I think I can at least speak for Enbridge. We've had many projects where we've had to change course quickly for state policies with respect to our pipelines, but you know, this administration is really moving at warp speed, which is, I think, exciting on some hand. You know, I just look at like the IRA and the potential for it being revoked by Congress, and that is going to impact some of our planned wind development projects. And so what we're looking at is how do we still get abatements, and that's also playing into some local politics also, where we were looking at getting tax abatements, whether it be for a solar project or a wind project. We see this playing out more in Texas than we do in other parts. But we're having to change course and just really communicating more frequently with the agencies and the landowners to see how can we move these projects forward, because there's definitely a need for energy, particularly in Texas. You know, energy in Texas, renewable energy in Texas, it's one of the greatest in the United States, which might come as a surprise to many people, but yeah, it's, I think, really just being nimble and that communication and making sure that you are staying on top of everything that's happening. You know, we have a really robust team of professionals in our government affairs group, and they are really on top of watching everything coming through. This last session with the Wyoming legislature, you know, there were a lot of bills that were put forward that certainly concerned us from an renewable energy standpoint, and I expect those to continue to change. But that's another thing that we're doing, is just making sure that in every state we're keeping up on the latest and greatest and following through and having our voices heard too.
Preston.
So I think I'll take it in kind of a little different spin. I'll talk more a little kind of internally with Devon. So if you look at the Powder River Basin, you know, we have a heavy federal nexus. You have some different assets that Devon operates in. North Dakota is a lot of tribal and a lot of fee. There's not a lot of, outside of the tribal lands, there's not a lot of federal nexus, and even more so if you go to Texas and Oklahoma, you know, almost all those are fee lands. And so internally at Devon, you know, what management kind of looks for is regulatory certainty, and oftentimes we can't give them that, and especially in this day and age, and it gets very frustrating. I was hoping maybe Temple would have talked a little bit about the Converse County EIS, and I was going to ask that question, but we ran up a little time constraints, so maybe we can talk about that later. So that gives us no certainty at this point. If people don't know, like the BLM is not issuing permits in Converse County out of the Casper field office. So when it comes to regulatory certainty, we just don't have any of it. So with the changes in the federal and the state regulatory processes, like it always comes down to like April kind of alluded to, what kind of incentives and subsidies are there, what kind of infrastructure is around, the environmental impacts of that infrastructure. And so you got to take all of those into consideration and weigh them with your stakeholders. And in doing so, you know, the timing and strategic timing of that is very, very important. And back to my point about the certainty of it, when we can't relay it to our management, you know, that it takes 6 to 9 months to get a federal permit, the capital goes somewhere else. So when we're competing internally for capital, you really see, and we saw that this year, you know, we should have 2 rigs in the Powder River Basin, we have 1. It makes it just very difficult to compete internally. So without that certainty, it just makes it very difficult.
Montgomery.
Yeah. I think with the changing federal state agency policies affecting planning, my mind immediately went to 2 items that have just happened in the last 5 years. The most recent was the signing of President Biden signed the ban of Russian uranium, right? Import of Russian uranium. That one's very interesting. That was May of 2024. And then in, 2020, the United States has established a uranium reserve. So going to the ban on the import of Russian uranium, that's LEU, that's low enriched uranium. It's previously Russia supplied, I believe, 24% of the enriched uranium used by U.S. nuclear power plants. So that is something that obviously the previous administration could not leave those utilities hanging dry. I mean, that's a huge drop in supply. So in that ban, they created a waiver process. So this waiver process goes through 2028 that these utilities can apply for. And ultimately, that has increased the investments and just overall interest in uranium. You know, it was the spot price of uranium since probably 2012 has been around $18 or $20 a pound, and I believe last year it hit over $100 a pound. It's dropped a little bit. Actually, with the new administration, there's just a lot of uncertainty whether that ban on importing Russian uranium will continue to stay in effect, and that brings me to another point. You know, 2028, we're going to have a brand new administration when that waiver process ends. So again, there's a little bit of uncertainty. Now, the establishment of the uranium reserve, that was a very interesting move. I think that also helped bolstered interest in uranium. I read this morning that the estimates of the reserve are about 540 million pounds, right? So that's at $50 a pound. At $100 a pound, it'd be twice that. So that's just a couple items that have really impacted our industry and investments in our industry and interest and people kind of asking what we do. So I always enjoy taking the opportunity to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll propose a follow-up question to whoever would like to answer it. But as we talk about this period of transition or maybe period of uncertainty, that often occurs, at least it has every 4 years for some time, right? Not sure how long this will last, but in the meantime, what can the state of Wyoming do to help or assist you in this time period.
So one of the things that Enbridge loves about Wyoming is that there is regulatory certainty here, more so than we see in other places. So from our standpoint, keep doing what you're doing. Your point about regulatory certainty, you hit the nail on the head there. That's what we look for, and you'll see boom to your economy. You'll see more projects that work for your state if you continue to have the regulatory certainty that you have for years and years and years.
And I'll add on to that, certainty and permitting from that regulatory certainty standpoint is fantastic. Actually, what Wyoming, through the Wyoming Industrial Siting Act, is it's actually I'll say it's a bear of a process. It's a big process to secure permits for large industrial facilities, but at the same time, it is you know what you have to do. It's got timelines established that statutorily agencies follow to be able to work through the permitting timeline. That kind of certainty is fantastic. I actually point to Wyoming when we get opportunities to comment on permitting regimes in other states. I point to Wyoming as being, through the Wyoming Industrial Siting Act, as being kind of the hallmark of what I like to see from a regulatory certainty, permitting certainty standpoint. So that's great. As far as what Wyoming can do too is continue to give us certainty for our investments from a business-friendly perspective. Wyoming's been good to us. Every now and then, we have a legislative session that April mentioned that sometimes you get some kind of squirrely bills that pop up but we've got a lot of friends in the legislature where we can talk and kind of have a level head on how some of these things, some of these propositions could actually, impact the business nature or the business-friendly nature that everyone enjoys in Wyoming and helps attract investment to the state. So, just continuing to keep that business-friendly nature in Wyoming is always important to us as outside investment coming in.
Anything to add? Montgomery?
Yeah, I would just like to add on the small modular reactor side, right? The state of Wyoming has a fund where they essentially match dollar for dollar investments in the SMR facility that's going into Kimmer. So on that side, and Uranium Energy Corp, we have a memorandum of understanding with TerraPower that to supply them with uranium once they get that facility up and going. But as far as the state is concerned, it's really encouraging to see them making that investment and see that kind of above all energy strategy.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot more to add. Everybody did a pretty good job of summarizing that. I would just stress that, Wyoming continue to be a good partner in our development, and that goes, across all boards of the state. The Game and Fish to the, to any other sort of state office. So just continue to be a good partner. I know we have a lot of challenges with the federal government, and so does the state. So just partner with us on those and collaborate.
Excellent, thank you. Now I'd like to turn it open to any questions from the audience for this panel. As you're thinking of those great questions to ask them, I'll give a little bit of state advice back to our panelists. Because, we talk about that regulatory certainty and what we can do, and I think you guys have probably all heard this from me before, but as somebody who has a dedicated shop to working with developers in the state, I think we can work together the best by you guys coming to us early. The earlier the better. Ryan's nodding his head, he knows from experience. But we can work together more easily earlier in the process. It's when we get into those time crunches that can really stress everybody out. So just a little bit of a plug there for our work into the future and any companies and developers in the room. But any questions in the audience? Okay, yes?
When you're dealing with the reinstated canceled leases that Temple was describing before, are those areas of development that you would look at for mixed use, if they haven't been developed yet in one way or another? She was describing the federal leases that, under the new administration would be reinstated. They were canceled in 2022. So would those be lands that you would be looking at as mixed use, or are they only developed in, for minerals or things like that?
Yeah, so let me help a little bit with that question. A lot of those oil and gas leases that did not go forward over the last administration did not go forward because they were in sage-grouse core area. So if that helps trigger your thought process on where those were located, and if you have any response to that question.
It's difficult to develop in sage-grouse core. It's even more difficult to have multiple use in sage-grouse core. All those disturbance get put into a pot. Everything gets kind of identified and taken into consideration, and you can only have, I believe it's like 5 acres of disturbance per 640. Am I?
5%.
5%, sorry. Yeah, I knew the 5 was in there some way. So yeah, I would say it's a challenge. I don't know that it would actually be a really great area for mixed-use development. Pretty simple, concise answer. Yeah.
Other questions? There's one over here.
I was curious if any of you had experience in mixed use with carbon storage, or if you're anticipating that, and if there are any challenges that would arise.
I know that at Enbridge we are looking at some of that. It's not very far along right now, and it's not something that I'm personally involved in, so I can't speak to the mixed use piece of it. But I think in general, you're going to see more than likely. It's going to have to be some level of mixed use with that, but that's about all I can comment on.
Yeah, I don't really have any comments. Where's our tall grass partners at in here? They could speak to that issue much more concisely than I can. Most of that is in the southeast corner of the state, around here to Cheyenne, and so we don't have any operations in that area, so I can't really speak to it.
Other questions?
So how do spacing rules work when you have existing, density packed for oil and gas wells, but then you want to put solar, wind, something in that area?
That's good. That's a great question. Thanks. So when we're working with, Cedar Springs project, again, go back to that as an example, and working with Preston and other oil and gas operators in the area, that's discussed what's your comfort level. How close, first of all, we're talking about co-location of roads and whatnot. How can we minimize disturbance on the landscape, of course, but also, how close is too close? How close are we comfortable with a new pad being next to a wind turbine? And how close is the oil and gas operator comfortable with a wind turbine being? A lot of times, so it's not rules. It's not necessarily rules. It's a discussion about how close we want to be. I would say oil and gas exploration and wind energy, for instance, work pretty well from a mixed-use standpoint because generally oil and gas drilling is going to be at lower ground. We're going to be a little bit higher ground, so we're not that close oftentimes. But we on some of those high plains, we're definitely all in the same location. We're using the same roads, and we're just separated by maybe 200 to 500 feet in some cases, right? So it's a discussion about who's comfortable with what, and that tends to be how it goes. When we're working with the uranium mining operation up there, we're just stay out of the active uranium mining area. So we were able to do that, and then not to kind of forget, from the biological standpoint too, there are required setbacks from certain, we do several years of different biological surveys, for instance, at a project, and it could be from avian surveys and identifying nests, and it could be sage-grouse surveys, and where's a lek, and what's the prescribed setback from sage-grouse lek from any disturbance or wind turbines, and is that seasonal, is that permanent? and being able to design around that. So those are actually established. They're established setbacks in that case from NES or LEX and stuff like that from that perspective, as well as other design considerations that could be just informed curtailment of wind energy. In solar, you're actually able to design a solar project that would help protect. Solar has a different look at mixed use, right? Solar is it's going to use less total acreage, but you kind of think of a solar project, for instance, as that's the acreage it's going to use. It's taken out of production, right? That's not entirely the case where you can actually design solar projects that will have opportunities for oil and gas exploration. You're leaving certain portions of your design open, certain acreage within each section open for potential oil and gas exploration, so that especially with directional drilling, you can actually access the mineral from miles away at this point. So yeah, there's different considerations there, but it's usually a discussion and not so much of a hard and fast rule.
And I'll just add to that, when you're looking at mixed use, so at the beginning I was talking about urban mixed use, there are regulations on how far you can be from, say, a house. Now, not every state is the same. Some have none. Like right now, Texas has none, but for years they've been bringing up bills in their legislature trying to get setbacks. I have seen, especially this past year, there's more interest at a community level to get that bill passed. When you look on the East Coast, there's a number of communities that have just said, nope, we don't want anything. So the maximum setback, I guess. But yeah, so I guess it's just giving a perspective from the urban and the industrial setbacks there.
I'll just add something real quick. I think your key word there in Wyoming is occupied dwelling. And so that's when required setbacks actually are enacted as required. Yeah, occupied. Yeah. So if it's unoccupied, no setbacks. Mixed use, it's collaboration.
And I'll just quickly add, I forgot, sometimes it's local level that is requiring those setbacks and the state won't have any. So it can get quite multifaceted and complicated and fun to work with.
Okay. Another question we have over here. Oh, we'll go here first because they have the mic.
So just generally wondering, how does primacy play into the mixed use conversation, and just what are generally some experiences that maybe come up with the primacy context behind mixed use?
We, through those same conversations with oil and gas operators, usually we're talking about who's got the surface use rights to access the minerals. But as long as we're leaving access open to minerals, it's usually handled that way. Sometimes there's other discussions that can take place with mineral rights owners, but generally for us, being able to have that, kind of an agreement in place or the discussions in place with the other surface use owners, or surface use operators, then we work out a way to be able to access the minerals and also utilize the surface as well.
The mineral state is dominant state. So when it actually comes to, if you were to federally permit these projects, I believe, and Ryan, maybe you can clarify this, but I believe oil and gas has first right for that location. But that's if you're permitting it along, you can't come in later and tell them to move. So that permitting has to be ahead of the game. And so to get it, to develop it in the right fashion, everybody needs to be planning at the same time.
Yeah, I would just like to add on that. As far as the minerals are concerned, one reason that ISR operations work very well with oil and gas is because our production interval typically is between 300 and 600 feet, right? I mean, they're at thousands of feet. Like Ryan said earlier, as long as they're not within our monitor well ring, within our well field, we really don't have a problem. So we tend to work very well together, and makes my life easier.
Yeah, back here.
You mentioned particular sites with mixed use. How about for transmission requiring pipelines and power lines? Is there any distinction?
Yeah, you want to set back safety distance, and so I'll say that sometimes there are zoning regulations that kind of dictate how far away you need to be from a pipeline, but when we're out working in a site that has a lot of pipelines, we're working with the pipeline owners to not only cross the pipelines, of course, with whether roads or whatever we're siting here on the site, but how close should we be siting wind turbines, for instance, from a pipeline? We have just internally a standard setback from pipelines, just in general. It's 110% the height of the wind turbine that we would set back from a pipeline. The same would go for a transmission line. If there are, without any other setbacks, regulatory zoning setbacks in place. But yeah, we identify all of those pipeline corridors or transmission corridors, and we set back from those voluntarily in the absence of any zoning regulations. And then we work with the pipeline owners, like I said, and we build transmission as part of we have a transmission development portion of our company, but we also, all of our energy projects are going to require some level of transmission to interconnect to the grid. So as we're crossing or buried collection cables as well, and so as we're crossing any of those, that's a lot of collaboration with pipeline owners to be able to get the crossing requirements for that and incorporate that into our transmission and underground collection design.
Any others want to take that? Okay. We probably have time for just one quick question before we wrap up. Yep.
Just one real question. What would you rather have, the draconian environmental regulations under the Biden administration or the uncertainty under the Trump administration? From a company perspective, maybe a personal one too.
Any volunteers? Again, we have about 1 minute left, so.
We work with everybody, and we've successfully been able to work with any administration, and it has worked well. So I'm not from the company perspective, I'm not gonna talk about that. But we work with everybody, and it's worked well for us in the past.
Ryan, good answer. Preston, did you have anything to
I
add?
second that.
Nope. Okay. Well, with that, that's a good segue to wrap up. But I'll just wrap up with a quote from Montgomery that said earlier on the panel that I could not agree more with. Wyoming is best. So with that, will you guys help me thank the panelists today?
Thank you to our moderator and panelists on mixed use. Due diligence in land work is essential for identifying legal, environmental, and financial risks before acquiring or developing a property, ensuring compliance and regulations, and avoiding costly disputes. It provides a comprehensive assessment of land conditions, ownership, and potential constraints, enabling informed decision-making and successful project execution. Our next speaker, Will Blankenship, is responsible in his role as VP for Land at Sampson Energy Company for all aspects of land management, including the due diligence efforts. With over 15 years of experience, I welcome Will to the stage for his take on the importance of due diligence in the land profession.
Thank you very much. Okay. First off, thanks to University of Wyoming and School of Energy Resources for having me. It's quite the honor to be here before all of you today. A little bit about Sampson Energy. I started with Sampson about 15 years ago. When I signed on, actually, Sampson was the largest privately owned E&P company in the United States. We've gotten substantially smaller since then, since that time. But we did have a very large Wyoming footprint at one time all over the Powder River and Green River basins. But now we are significantly smaller, although we do still have a pretty substantial footprint in southeast Wyoming in Laramie County. So I'll talk a little bit about that asset. This is actually, one of the portions of Wyoming, as many of you are aware, where you don't have much federal acreage. So I think something like 70% of Wyoming is federal minerals at least, and very little of that is in Laramie County, which can make for some pretty smooth operations. Samson recently completed our drilling program. We kind of did it in phases over the last few years. But we operate 108 wells in Laramie County. We're in a bunch of non-operated wells as well with EOG and Bison and some others. Our last group of wells came online about this time last year. So we're really pleased with the results, and it's been a really good asset to work. Kind of a 10,000 foot view of the project. Just north of Cheyenne, we've had a lot of success in this area, working with this, obviously the state, but also the local bodies in the county have been great partners for us. We've got about 50,000 acres. Most of it is HBP, and it's really a pretty unique area in that we've got state, federal, fee, county, city acreage. So really, pretty much any stakeholder in the state, we have at least one unit where we have kind of touch them all. So it's been a great area to work. So getting into the weeds a little bit here now on the due diligence process. So I'm giving this from the standpoint of an in-house mineral landman. I've been that for my whole career, and so that's there are a lot of different aspects of due diligence, a lot of different kinds of deals. I'm going to try and keep this pretty high level and applicable to most any kind of a deal, but most of my experience has been in oil and gas, traditional energy stuff. It wasn't all that long ago, despite my thinning hair, and I've got 4 kids, where I was a college student as well at University of Oklahoma, going through our energy management program, and I'm like, man, due diligence right before lunch. Pretty sure that would have been an automatic checkout for me, total snoozer. But you guys seem like much more mature students than I probably was. But I'm going to try and keep everyone engaged here, and really keep it high level and applicable to all. So I've led a lot of due diligence efforts over my years on the acquisition side. Forgive me, I forgot my notes, so I'm going to be kind of turning back here and reading some of this if I can. But our Laramie County asset really had, this is a great example to talk about, because at the time when we acquired this asset from CERC in 2014, they had a handful of producing wells, HBP leasehold, term leasehold where you had to manage expirations. We had minerals that we acquired, overrides, royalties, of course, all the surface use agreements and ancillary agreements that come with that, permits, you name it. And so there's really a lot to look at with that particular acquisition. My goal here today is really just to kind of give, in particular, the land management students here an overview of how does land fit into this overall process, and maybe give you some high-level kind of key takeaways that you can walk away here from, saying, okay, when I do my first project, maybe something here will register for you guys. But at a high level, really what I want to stress is that the due diligence process is, it is not a checklist. A lot of times you see, due diligence checklist. That implies you're looking at a bunch of different things, checking off box by box. Okay, there is a component of that in due diligence, but it's really more of an investigative process. Okay, it's taking a lot of different things together, looking at it from a bunch of different angles, and really, you know, the devil is in the details here. That's a pretty intuitive saying, but it's true. I mean, we're all guilty of, how many of us have signed like any agreement, cell phone agreement, or some sort of like, you're signing up for some website, all this fine print. No one reads the fine print. Like, that's what we do here. This is our job, to read the fine print. You got to do it. And that's the job. And then the last thing is, in a due diligence acquisition, in particular, like, you work for the deal, okay? And this is a little bit of maybe an unorthodox thing to say, but everything else that you've been doing, everything, you know, you need to account for all this stuff. You need to communicate and make sure everything continues as usual. But my belief is, when you're doing a deal, you work for the deal. The deal tells you what to do, and so you need to be adaptable. You need to figure out, you know, what it takes to get this deal done. And of course, due diligence is a major part of that. So kind of looking at it, you know, almost in order, I would say the planning and resource allocation phase is really essential. You know, I can kind of break it down into you have your evaluation phase, and then you have, okay, once the PSA is signed, that's when you're really conducting the hardcore due diligence. But if you're good at what you're doing, you're taking advantage of the evaluation phase and setting yourself up for success on the due diligence side, when you actually move forward with validating, you know, what you believe you've bought here. So it starts, you know, before that PSA is signed. But once you get a PSA, a purchase and sale agreement signed, or any other, I'm kind of using that broadly, but it could be, you know, any definitive agreement that requires diligence. You know, that PSA is really going to be a huge thing in kind of driving how you go about your planning. Know your resources. I'm going to hit this several times throughout, but time is your most valuable resource. You know, the person that controls the time can control the outcome in many cases. So you really want to be cognizant of all of your time constraints, and the PSA usually sets out all of that stuff. And so your partners are essential in this as well, brokers, attorneys, and then understanding who in your organization is, you know, people are going to have different responsibilities, most likely. You might be running point, but chances are you're not going to be responsible for every little aspect, but you are likely responsible for communicating with your counterparty. And so you have internal folks as well who are part of your team that you need to make sure that they're answering the bell as well. And so communication, both internal and external, is really paramount in a due diligence phase. And the last thing, you know, don't cut your costs. This is the worst thing you can do. It's like anything. Cutting corners is you know, you never get ahead doing that. And in fact, it's the opposite with diligence. You want to be efficient with your money and your resources, and of course, time is a big driver. But if you can, you know, if anything, overestimate, and because you don't want that to be something that comes up as being a deterrent to not doing it the right way. So the more that you spend, you know, it very much is one of those things. You kind of get what you pay for, and I'm a big believer in you know, every dollar spent on the front end is going to help prevent higher costs on the back end. It costs twice as much if you're having to fix something down the road, or worse, you know, miss something because you were hurrying. So the PSA, again, the purchase and sale agreement is really, you know, your critical document that dictates your timeline, your deliverables, and your remedies. Every deal is different, you know, so there's not a one-size-fits-all recipe here. You really have to adjust based on the type of deal you're doing. Is it operated? Is it non-op? Is it you know, are you buying wells? Are you buying HPP leasehold? What are you buying? And that all goes into formulating your plan of attack here, and you know, the components that make that up, you're going to go about it in a very different way if it's operated versus non-operated. You know, for example, spot checking will not cut it. You know, you may end up running out of time here, so it's very critical to prioritize your what you're looking at accordingly. And so, your PSA will also dictate a lot of how you're attributing value, allocating value to the deal that you're acquiring. And so, all leases are not created equal in a due diligence review process. Some leases are going to have a lot more value than others. Do you want to start with the leases that have the highest value or the leases that have the lowest value? We want to start with the leases that have the highest value, because if you run out of time, you've looked at those leases first, right? So again, ensuring your key players answer the bell. This is just a part of the group effort for your team that makes this up. I said running point earlier. Really, a lot of times in the land profession, I've used the analogy that landmen are more like left tackles, because a left tackle, the best game that a left tackle can have is if they don't get their name called one time by the broadcaster, because it means they didn't give up a sack. So our job in many ways is to not have our name called, right? We want to make sure that there aren't any issues that come up after the fact here that we missed. And so a lot of times the fact that, sometimes when there is no news, that's good news, right? So executing here, the key components of diligence. We talked a little bit earlier, brokerage and legal considerations. This is a huge thing. I mean, I depending on the type of deal that it is, especially if it's an operated deal, it's really important for me to try and use local brokers, land outfit, if I can, and attorneys. Time, again, is your most important resource here, and so anything you can do to shortcut your learning curve, and typically if you're working with partners who have familiarity with the rules and regs locally, not just on a statewide basis, that's going to save you time, and it also can help your relationships with the key pillars of that community, especially if you're going to be operating and being active in the community. So in this kind of information age, it's really easy to get access to everything from remote areas, and I personally believe that it's still, that's kind of something that people tend to be moving away from, but I'm maybe old school in that way. I still think that's very important. Communication and process, this is huge. The best thing that you can do for a due diligence effort to make sure that you're not dropping the ball is to do as much front-end planning as possible. Your process management, the people that are involved, your brokers, your team, setting up clear lines of communication from onset is very helpful. Recurring meetings, you don't want to overdo it, but I've noticed that if you have something set in the books, if people in your organization know every Wednesday we're going to be meeting about the status that, of our acquisition effort, and you better have your portion of what you're going to say ready on that Wednesday so that the rest of the team can react. I think it's helpful to have those kind of built into the process. Same thing with all your stakeholders or who are helping you to move forward with your acquisition review efforts, your brokers, your attorneys, and get those guys together. If this is a little bit unorthodox as well, but if we're acquiring an asset, we're going to do a bunch of drilling right on the flip side of that. It's not a bad idea to maybe have your brokers and your title attorneys kind of work together from onset, so you can not just have title, or not just have land reports that you would never drill on, but actually take it a step further, and would be more costly on the front end, but not a bad idea in certain cases as well. AI and data management. I think Jairus is going to be giving a presentation later on AI in the land profession. I'm a big fan. I think if you're not leveraging it, you're certainly falling behind, but you got to be careful about that as it pertains to the diligence process, because it's still, this is ultimately land work, and you're accountable, right? This is human work, and you're accountable for that. So, we're not there yet, I don't believe, and unless I learned some stuff today. It's all moving so fast. I certainly wouldn't be comfortable with just dumping a bunch of agreements into some sort of AI function and just take that as gospel. I mean, you want to look at everything that you can. Ultimately, the buck stops at you, and so and the same thing with maps. I've seen people get caught up in the visualization aspect of it. Keep your eye on the ball. You're trying to validate, make sure that the deal that you're getting is the deal that you paid for. And so you want to really focus on the legal and the financial issues, and maps can be nice, but no one's going to look at these maps after you close the deal. So focus on the task at hand, and don't get caught up in things that aren't really driving value. Verifying ownership, again, this is the critical kind of task at hand here. Is you got to look at everything. You do need a checklist of everything you want to look at, but things can go in weird ways, and you really need to, like I said earlier, look at all that fine print. Use your resources that are already made available to you from the seller to your advantage. So the first thing I always do when I'm looking, when we're acquiring any type of asset, is I want to know what they already have. And a lot of times, title opinions can be a huge help. And if you can look at the progression of title opinions over time, look at all those requirements and say, oh, you might, that's always a great starting point to say maybe you find some red flags in these that maybe haven't been satisfied to your satisfaction over the years. And so a lot of times the data is already there, you just have to find it. And then environmental due diligence, a very important component, but I put this on here more of an example of, I hope there's no landmen in here that are solely responsible for the environmental due diligence side of things, because we're not qualified to do that. But again, something that probably is information coming to you that you're going to have to communicate with your counterparty at some point. So just making sure that all of that is coming together on your time frame. Really closing and post-closing reality. Again, you work for the deal. I've said this several times throughout. People in your organization are going to be really excited to get this deal done, right? It's probably an exciting thing for everybody. It's really easy for people to lose sight of the fact that you entered into this deal under a certain set of agreed upon terms, and it's your job to make sure that everyone is staying focused on that and at the task at hand, and you don't want people to try to outrun what you're doing just for the sake of being excited about a deal. So you're in charge. You make sure that that there aren't unnecessary competing priorities, and keep the team aligned with that vision, and get the deal closed. When you're doing due diligence, one thing that is certain is there's going to be something that you do not expect that comes up. So if you can know that going in, expect the unexpected, it'll allow you to remain poised and really be solution oriented throughout, as opposed to, not, you can get hit with some left hooks in this thing. And so when you find something that you don't like, or that you might have even missed, in the evaluation side, you got to eat the frog, and you start with the hard task. But if it's your counterpart or if it's your team, the sooner that you can report bad information or bad news, the sooner you can get to a solution on trying to remedy that. So, and then it's something also that's super important to me is, and I think very, critical for team morale, is, when you're doing a deal and you're doing the due diligence on it, it can be, usually you're working in terms of days. So maybe you have 60 days, but they don't tell you how many hours you can use in each one of those days, right? So you're trying to fit as much in as you can in that time period, and a lot of times that means long hours, and a lot of people kind of giving up other things to work towards that concerted effort. So just talk to everybody, make sure that you set those expectations early, make sure everyone's talking to their family, because the last thing you want is to have a bunch of grumpy people that are not excited about coming to work every day. So that to me is something else that is really essential to the due diligence process. The Greek word for diligence is actually diligere, which means to value highly, to love. So when we talk about due diligence and Land's role in it specifically, it's about caring deeply about the details. So our job is to go through this process and make sure that our company is getting the deal that we thought that we were getting. And if you're not, you got to point that out. You got to oftentimes, negotiate if that is the case. But it's a great honor, despite the fact that in college I would have gone, man, what a snoozer topic. Over the years, I've learned that this is couldn't be any more important function to the land profession, and than there is in due diligence. And whoops. My final thoughts on this is, due diligence is as much of an art as it is a science. The best landmen are those who dig deep, ask the right questions, prioritize the items that matter most, and who can efficiently manage a complex process with numerous parties, both internal and external. So there were some questions that were asked, kind of, I guess, bringing this to conclusion here. What are the most common mistakes made in the due diligence process? We went over this, I think, throughout the presentation, but because of the time is so essential, a lot of times you get people who are rushing. Inadequate planning typically leads to this. Poor communication, spot checking is a very bad thing to do, and not having all the documents, missing key documents. So be proactive. You get what you pay for a lot of times here, and you'd never want to be frugal with your due diligence resources. And then, what are legal and monetary consequences of failing to do due diligence as a landman? Loss of title, missed obligations, financial exposure, legal disputes. Again, clear lines of communication, and using trusted brokers and attorneys, I think, really goes a long way in combating this proactively. And then, how can inadequate due diligence affect a landman's reputation and potential business relationships? Pretty obvious here as well. Damage credibility, loss of future opportunities, being labeled as careless or incompetent. Professionalism and thoroughness go a long way in our very small industry. So I would also kind of flip these questions. These were questions that some of the land management students asked, but you could look at these. I'm a glass half full guy. So each one of those is kind of phrased negatively, like, hey, how can this adversely affect you, so on and so forth. It works the other way too. You can really build a name for yourself in uncovering value in being someone who is trusted as a great diligence guy. You get all types of different landmen and women, lots of different skill sets, but that is one that I think if you can develop, everyone has it, because it's just planning and knowing how to execute on a set of rules that really you've made up for yourself, right? So, I think that's pretty much all I've got for now. So maybe I got us out a little early in time for lunch, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Can you talk about a little bit about how finding title defects and positive benefits can financially benefit the client? So, the importance of due diligence beyond just a strong chain of title. Like, you're looking for title defects, you're looking for possible benefits, how those can, assist your client during sales.
Yeah, so great question. I would answer that by saying, you're looking for, you're not just taking whatever they say, right, as, okay, they've got, let's just take one lease, 50 acres. Okay, the lease says 50 acres. Yeah, you want to check the title, make sure it's good. But as you're, let's say you uncover a major title issue. No one's trying to get a better deal than they agreed to. What you're trying to do is you're trying to close on the deal that everyone agreed to, on the terms that everyone agreed to. So you're doing your job if you find a title issue or some title defect that may or may not be curable, and pointing that out, making everyone that's involved in the acquisition know about it, and if there's an adjustment to the purchase price as a result, then that was you doing your job. So financially, are you getting any, you're not making it a better deal, but you're making it the right deal that everyone agreed to, if that answers your question. All right, thank you very much.
Next, I want to welcome Jacob back to the stage, who's going to be doing the introduction for our keynote. Jacob also served as our Industry Advisory Board Chairman until yesterday when he became a Chairman Emeritus and joined that rank with Mark Strawn, another AAPL former president. We are very fortunate to have SER, a very strong industry advisory board, who's also a proud sponsor of today's event. You'll see their logo mentioned. I'll turn it over to Jake to talk about our IAB a little bit more and their 150 years of combined experience for his introduction to the keynote.
Thanks, Cammie. Thank you, and great to see everybody again this morning. The future of energy in Wyoming lies within the walls of this institution. In this regard, I'd like all members of the student chapter of Energy Resources to please stand. This conference would not be possible without the vision and perseverance of this diverse and accomplished group of students. Last spring, I had the privilege of teaching public lands law at SER to many of these students, and their eagerness to learn complex subject matter that affects the day-to-day operations of energy development was admirable. Many thanks to all of you. Your efforts and professionalism are admirable, and I commend your leadership in preparing such a wonderful program today. And I'd ask that everyone give them a round of applause. Thank you, guys. I'd also like to recognize Dr. Holly Krutka, the Executive Director of SER, and Dr. Cammie Dene, the Academic Director, and their staff. Holly and Cammie do a wonderful job managing SER and preparing the students for careers and employment in the energy industry. On behalf of all energy professionals in Wyoming, I commend and thank you for all you have done for the university and Wyoming. As Cammie mentioned, I am the outgoing chair of the Industry Advisory Board. Since inception of the program, the Professional Land Management Industry Advisory Board has provided oversight and guidance, reviews curriculum changes, and advises on areas of need in the industry. We also help with the reaccreditation process and are mentors to the students. We meet twice per academic year. They'll have lots of email chatter and conversation in between. Current projects we are working on right now include expanding employment opportunities for the students, raising regional and national awareness of the program among land professionals, and more recently assisting with more fundraising efforts for the program in SER. As the outgoing chair, I'd ask that members of the IAB please stand up and be recognized. I know there are more, maybe in the hall, but Mr. Wilcox at the back table is our incoming chair, and we appreciate that, John. This diverse group of individuals touches nearly all aspects of the land management profession, and as Cammie indicated, has over 150 years land experience, and are committed to assisting the PLM program and SER in achieving the program's goals, working with students, and providing mentorship. I've enjoyed my time serving with the group of individuals. As a graduate of this university, I personally owe much of my professional success to the university and the peers I met and cultivated relationships with at the university as both a student and a graduate. While I'm finishing my term, I fully plan to ride for the brand and continue assisting the IAB and SER as we help lead energy development into the future. I'd now like to introduce our keynote speaker, Nancy McCaskill, the president of AAPL. Nancy is president of Mason Barrow Energy LLC, a consulting firm focused on energy and land work. During more than 3 decades of managing and leading acquisitions, divestitures, and negotiations, she has held leadership positions with Pitts Oil Company, Encana Oil and Gas, JW Operating Company, and Coda Energy. Her experience stretches across the Barnett, Haynesville, Tuscaloosa Marine Shale, Eagleford, Permian, San Juan, Fayetteville, and Anadarko basins. In addition, Nancy has acted as a liaison with state oil and gas associations and regulatory bodies. She counts working with the Louisiana Office of Conservation to create new policies allowing for cross-unit wells as a career highlight. Active in leadership roles at the local and national level, McCaskill sits on the Dallas Association of Petroleum Landmen Board of Directors and serves as AAPL's president, only the second female in the association's 70-year history to hold the role. Among her honors, she was named DAPL's 2023 Landman of the Year and received AAPL's 2020 Blankenship Family Horizon Award, which recognizes an exceptional female land professional and role model. Additionally, McCaskill is an advisory member to the University of Oklahoma College of Law MLS and LLM programs and Energy and Natural Resources, and she has served on several community nonprofit boards. I'd ask that everyone give Ms. McCaskill a rousing cowboy welcome, and thank you for visiting Wyoming and sharing your experience with us. We are also going to do this a little differently, and I'm also going to invite Mr. Jason Malloy to the stage, and we plan on doing this in more of a Q&A format, and I will sit up here too and assist if you're so inclined. So.
Yeah, so we decided at the last minute to sort of change the format on this. I don't much like being a talking head, so on the way up from Denver yesterday, I said to Jason, I've got this speech written, but I'd really rather just sit and answer questions and then talk to you all, engage you too. So play along with this, and I hope it's fun for you.
I think this will be more entertaining. The Dallas Association started this a few years ago whenever the AAPL presidents were coming in, and ended up being more of a discussion, more Q&A, more interaction, and I think it's better well received. So if Nancy will oblige, we'll kick it off. So Nancy, AAPL president, 70-year history, second female president. What does that mean to you?
It actually means a lot to me. A lot of people have asked me, did this year or has this year met with expectations I had about being president? And the truth of the matter is, I didn't have any expectations because I never thought I'd be president. So it's all been a surprise to me, a whirlwind. I've got about 40 days left as president of AAPL, and it has absolutely sped by.
Not that you're counting days left.
I'm not counting days. I'm counting trips. I'm
Okay.
not counting days.
And how many trips do you have left?
6.
6 between now and
May 15th.
Oh my goodness. Okay. And whereabouts are you going? All across the country? Do you know? Do you remember?
If I can remember, I'm in Tulsa. I'm in Fort Worth. I'm in Los Angeles, Fort Smith.
Okay.
Austin, and I'm forgetting one.
Did you
Anyway,
accept?
last week I was in Pennsylvania.
Did you accept the invitation to go to the
Oh, yeah.
Honolulu Local Association of Landmen?
Dallas Association on April 30th. That's the one I forgot.
Okay, so what's kind of the general state of the industry as you've done a ton of traveling so far and you're talking to a
Yeah,
lot of
so
locals?
I think it's state of the industry, it's a state of energy, and I think we've heard from everybody this morning. One of the neat things, and I was looking at the cover of this earlier this morning, and we've got wind turbines, we've got solar, we've got pump jacks, and one of the things that's so interesting to me is that all across the nation, people are talking about what's going to happen in energy. And it's so different, and I'll talk really to the University of Wyoming because I think you all were one of the very first programs that stretched your wings on things other than oil and gas. That was a big deal. It made a big difference. And that's not quite as, it's not quite as tough a conversation today as it was then. But one of the interesting things is I was at NAPE in February, and one of the things that I was at a breakfast with some CEOs. There were supposed to be 12 CEOs at this breakfast, and there were 48. And the question that they asked them is, what do you think is going to happen with energy? Are you going to drill, baby, drill, now that we're in this new administration? And almost in unison, 48 of these CEOs said, no. Because we can't just drill if we're not going to make money. But they quoted Chris Wright by saying it's build, baby, build. We're going to have more pipelines, more infrastructure, do all sorts of different things. And then they went on to talk about it, and they said, somebody said, well, which energy industry do you think will prevail? And what these CEOs were saying is, we need energy from every place. We need data centers. We need to know how to store power in batteries. We need wind. We need solar. As I'm sure all of you have heard, especially those of you at the university level, it takes 10 times the electricity, the power to use AI as it does to just Google for a response. That's important to us. Where's all that energy coming from? There's not enough copper in the world for everybody to have an electric vehicle. Even if we wanted them, there's not enough copper in the world. I was in Oklahoma City a couple weeks ago, and one of the things that was interesting to me is I got there early, and part of the building was, it's called Oklahoma History Center, and it had a section on space. So I was just killing time wandering around, and there was a picture of Apollo 11 and a cell phone. And right beneath the cell phone, there was a little placard that said, this little thing that we carry in our hands has more than 100,000 times the computing power of all the computers at NASA and all the computers on Apollo 11 that took a man to the moon. We're carrying it in our hands. I don't think it takes rocket science to say we need all the energy that we can get. And we still look at third world countries that don't have propane or heat and air conditioning. So long way around the horn for that question about what do I think about the industry or what do I think about energy is, I'm so incredibly hopeful, and it blows my hair back to think about what's going to happen in the future. And I look at the students and I think, I have no idea what you will see, but it's going to be something phenomenal. And I look forward to hearing about it, even if I'm in another sphere someplace.
Great answer. So, as president, for those of you that don't know, the president has the ability to create task force and ad hoc committees to really find answers to big problems that we might need special committees for in interim short term. You've done that quite a bit. You've actually put together quite a few ad hoc committees to tackle some really big issues that AAPL was facing just in the last 12 months. Would you kind of walk us through kind of your thought process behind creating those and what they do?
Yeah, I think the neat thing about an ad hoc committee, its whole purpose is to be short-lived. It's to tackle a problem, come up with solutions, seal it, and if you have other problems that arise, wrap that task force up or that ad hoc committee up and start a new one. Let's just keep things moving down the pike and not get all bogged in. I'm looking at Jairus Johnson across the room. So in early July, when this new AAPL administration first took place, the XCOM, we all talked about it. We created an ad hoc committee for our AMS system, Association Management Software. Sounds really boring, I know. It's really not, and it's very, very complicated. We currently have a system that's called Personify. You see it when you go on to register for meetings and things. It's pitiful. It doesn't work. We wanted to add a single box to our application for membership, a single box. And Personify was going to charge us $35,000. $35,000 to add a box to a form. So we've got a new system. Jairus is actually chair of that ad hoc committee. They've chosen the new software. Our contract expires in December of 25. So there will be more things to come on that, and you will see that, and hopefully it will be more user-friendly. So Jairus, thank you for that. Yeah, it won't cost that, and hopefully it'll just, anyway, we've got all sorts of things that are happening with our website, so I hope that's something that you look forward to. Earlier today, I heard people talking about the Landman series, and I looked at Jason Malloy, who was chair of the ad hoc committee on media preparedness. We knew it was coming. We'd heard about it when Brooks Yates was president, and it was still called Landman. And Leanne Callahan with AAPL called them and said, really, it's one word. It's just Landman. And so they fixed that, but we thought, what do? You know, do we act like we don't know anything about it? Do we keep our heads down and hope for the best? Do we tackle it head on? So we decided to tackle it head on, and we created this ad hoc media preparedness. And the main goal in that was a couple of things, really. One was, when people go out and Google Landman, we didn't want them going to the series, we wanted them to come to us. Because we're where all landmen should come. We wanted a toolkit, sort of media preparedness for our members. What do you do? Who talks for AAPL? When somebody calls you as a landman and says, what's your experience? You can talk to them all day long, and that's great, but if somebody was going to talk for AAPL, that needed to come from our director of communications. But here's the neat thing about it. So right after every Landman series on Sunday night, we had a different crowd of land people get together the following week and put together a podcast of what was right and what was wrong about the series. Now, I can tell by looking across the room that I'm probably one of the oldest people in this actual room. And I can tell you that my whole career, I've had to explain what it is I do, and I never had a jump start, and people always still left with their eyes rolling around in their head. I've been standing in line with a Landman t-shirt on, go figure, at an ice cream store, and somebody said, oh, I'm watching this series, and I say, I am one. And so that engenders all sorts of really cool conversations about who we are. We had some members who were really unhappy about it. They were unhappy about language. They were unhappy about some of the scenes. Here's the deal. AAPL and Landman didn't create the movie. That's Hollywood. But what we're promoting is the land profession. We're not promoting the movie. We're promoting the land profession. We do good work. We make a change all over the United States and the world. You can't have geothermal. You can't have pipelines that go all across the United States if you don't have landmen working that. So that's one of the other ad hoc committees. We also put together an ad hoc committee on AI. How can we do something about that that will help you with your jobs and make your lives more efficient and more effective? We're going to be having an announcement, maybe even as early as this afternoon, that we're going to be offering discount subscriptions to AI. I'll let Jairus talk to you a little bit about that. So that's something that's coming up, and I'm so excited about it because I think it's just going to revolutionize how we work and what we do. We also have recently made a deal with Energy Domain where you'll get a discount subscription on that. So Jason carries around in his billfold his old AAPL card. And on the back of it, it says member benefits. It's got Avis, it's got Hertz, it's got all that other sort of stuff on it. But what we hope you'll see in the very near future is a link that says, here's our AI discount, here's our Energy Domain discount, here's Energy Hire, which is a hiring platform that we've recently done a deal with that can help you find jobs when you need them. So all of those things are new this year. I can say the XCOM has just worked its fanny off, board of directors have worked their fannies off, and I think we're making some headway.
Jake, do you have some questions?
Yeah, I do. I believe last night in conversation we talked about how you've taken trips to most of the schools with PLM programs. Can you tell us a little bit about those trips and just kind of how the educational component of training our landmen in these programs has kind of developed and AAPL's involvement in that?
Yeah, sure. So I wish I'd been able to go to all the accredited programs. I've gone to the majority of the locals. For those of you, which is majority of you, you don't know me very well, but there are a few things that are more important to me than education. It's made me who I am. I think it will make all of us who we are, being educated, continuing to read, and continuing to learn. I was at Texas Tech a month and a half ago or so, but one of the neat things I've gotten to do over the years with AAPL, I was accreditation chair for a while. And that involved accrediting, the OU School of Law, the MLS program, and some of the other undergraduate programs. What I love about that, and you may not know this, is that all of the programs are subject to the same curriculum requirements. Everybody's required to do the same thing, but it's how you do that that makes the difference. And all of our programs are stellar, but it's like being in Wyoming or Texas. They're just cultural differences that you do. There are cultural differences that you see. I think some of that will change over time. I think AI will change that. I'm absolutely convinced that the pandemic has changed that. I'm looking at the students. A lot of you were in high school when the pandemic hit. I know at AAPL, things just went poof, kind of dead for a little bit, and suddenly we learned what working remotely was, and we created all virtual meetings. But really, you all have lived with that your whole semi-adult lives, and that's really different, and I think it's going to impact how we move forward. Jason was talking earlier about networking, and so all of our undergraduate accredited programs are required to be in person. And yeah, we can do a lot with technology. We can text, we can send emails, we can send stuff by Federal Express. But until you really actually sit down and talk to somebody across from the table, your deal's really not done. And so I hope that's what we and the programs continue to do really well, is because it's hard. You know, I was having dinner last night with several different landmen, and we all agreed, and most of you will probably disagree or say, I wouldn't know that. I'm a closet introvert. And I started as a landman. Somebody said, buy a lease, and I don't cry very often, but I thought I might. When I had to go talk to somebody about an oil and gas lease, you couldn't ask me to do anything harder in my whole life. So I think the universities are giving young students the skills they need to be able to do that.
Great. And just to trail up on the educational component a little, can you explain to the crowd, especially some of the ones who may not know, who may not be in AAPL, the educational opportunities that AAPL provides its memberships?
Yes. Yes, we provide all sorts of educational benefits from institutes. We have the Southwest Land Institute. Last week I was in Pennsylvania for the Appalachian Land Institute, the Denver Land Institute, the Oklahoma City Institute. And so for those of you who are actually field landmen, you probably say, I can't afford to go. I can't afford to go to those things because I lose my day rate and gosh, they're expensive. But one thing I want to remind everybody is that if you're a member of AAPL, your dues are $195 a year, right? And in a minute, we'll talk about what you get with that. But for $195, that gives you an opportunity 2 times a year to apply for professional development assistance. And you can apply twice a year for $300 a pop each time. You can go to NAEP, you can go to the annual meeting, you can go to any of our institutes. It helps pay for any webinars, any education. So you paid $195, you've made $600. Sounds to me like you kind of netted $400 of education. So I was sitting next to Kyle Reynolds, who will be the next president, I believe, of AAPL, and we were at a board meeting one day, and he was sitting there next to me, tapping on his computer, and I leaned over, I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm filling out the professional development assistance to see how long it takes. Took him like 47 seconds. So don't be deterred, go fill it out, get the money, come to the annual meeting, go to NAEP, come to our institutes. So we have all of that education. It's just endless on all the different things you can do from an educational standpoint. We have the Renewable Energy Certificate Program, which I actually took a couple of years ago myself. I think it's 20 modules. They're about an hour a piece, so you might say it takes about 20 hours to complete that. I'm slower than most people because I had to rewind and listen, but I learned things I had no idea. I didn't know how a wind turbine was made. I didn't know that a solar panel is made of 20% of silver. All of these things I didn't know, and so there are all sorts of avenues and resources with AAPL. Our governmental affairs, you can hop from state to state and see what's going on in each state to see what the rules are like. In the mixed use, multi-use panel that we had a little bit earlier, I was listening to people talk about solar. We have in our forms on the website, we have an agreement that is a mixed-use solar and oil and gas operator. So you share roads, you share equipment, all sorts of things out there that can make you better and smarter and more resourceful.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
To that point, will you talk a little bit? Can you hear me? Is that on? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
To that point, can you talk a little bit about, and really it's educating the new grads that are coming out, how the RL, RPL, and CPL works and why it's important to you?
I don't know that I can give all the details of those.
I can fill in the gaps.
You go.
So as graduating seniors from an accredited program,
Important to him, can you tell?
you are eligible to sit and take the RL. So you can graduate and take the RL and get directly into the workforce and be a registered landman with AAPL. Benefits of that are that you'll automatically be plugged in with CEUs and you'll start earning some of those. You can also start working towards your RPL and eventually your CPL. So what we ended up finding a few years ago, about 5 years ago, were that there was a big gap and we weren't seeing people get in as an RL and then go through the movement of becoming an RPL and CPL. So there was a big push to get the RL test in the hands of our graduating seniors. And so that's, I think AAPL has done a really great job doing that. We're seeing the uptick in RLs, and then of course at the 6-year mark and 8-year mark, we're also seeing an increase in RPLs and CPLs, which I think is extremely beneficial for AAPL.
And thanks for filling us in. We did in our industry advisory board, we did 6 students who recently passed the RL exam
Congratulations.
that are about to graduate. So we were very excited about that.
That's awesome.
So,
Yeah, that's an awesome deal. You know, one of the things we say to folks graduating that get their RLs, that's your first step. And what that conveys to potential employers is that you've got the initiative, that you care about your success, that you care about taking things and moving yourselves down the pike. I can't tell you how many young people that I have talked to, sadly, and I'd say, why don't you just go take the RL? That's what it will show, is your initiative. And they just don't do it. So I applaud you for doing that. It's a big deal. It makes a difference.
You were also, just in the last few years, chair of the LST. Walk us through the importance of that, kind of what that organization is and does, how it fits with AAPL.
Yeah, so we've talked about the Educational Foundation on the Professional Development Assistance. We'll come back to that here in just a second. But we've got the Landman Scholarship Trust. How many students over here on the left have received a scholarship from the Landman Scholarship Trust? Just raise your hands.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, good. And Jason Malloy is a graduate of the University of Oklahoma. He will tell you someday because he received scholarships from the Landman Scholarship Trust. So the Landman Scholarship Trust, on an annual basis, distributes approximately $250,000 to students in our accredited programs for scholarships. We hope they make a difference, help you buy books, help you do other things. But it's also an honor for us to be able to give that to you. You write essays, you fill out applications a couple of times a year. During that process also, we talk about applications for the Landman Scholarship Trust and for the outstanding graduates. I look at Kendall. Kendall was a runner-up for the outstanding graduate at AAPL, and you're the outstanding graduate for the University of Wyoming. So congratulations on that. But all of that's a big deal. You know, it's hard in any environment, and it's hard in any profession to feel like that you're being successful. And I like to think that we're different than most any other profession. I like to learn, and I like to be successful. And being in energy, being a landman has challenged me my whole life, and it continues to challenge me, and I hope it challenges you.
I know we got a few minutes left. I'll touch on one of the last things that are important to you, and that's mentorship.
Mentorship's very important to me. So if you want to be a mentor, even if you're just graduating from college, you can help somebody else. You can help a student at a program. I'll use this as an example because it's one of my favorite stories. So I ran a division of a land group at Encana. I ran a division at a land group in Encana, and the land group had about 62 people in it. And at one point in time, about 70% of those people were under the age of 26. And as you would guess, I was a lot older. And I can't tell you what I learned from them and how they mentored me and made me a better leader and a better guide, frankly. So you can mentor at any stage. We have mentorship committee at AAPL. You can make a difference. I'd urge you to sign up either as a mentor, as a mentee. Sign up as both. We could use you, and we'd love to have your help.
That's great. With that, let's open it up to questions.
Anybody got questions?
Nancy, thanks for coming up here to Laramie. This is a great program, and we greatly appreciate you coming up here. A lot of us have been longtime members of AAPL, and it's always good to see AAPL in the state of Wyoming. As you do the transition, what I'm looking forward to is also the AI presentation and everything else. And listening to one of Jairus's earlier presentations is that the fear of the landman being replaced by AI. And I think Jairus hit the nail on the head. I hope I'm not taking any of your presentation, but the fear is really going to be the landman being replaced by the landman that knows how to use AI. And so we're kind of closer to the same ilk. And I guess my question is, you feel very, very comfortable. So what kind of guidance would you give the quote-unquote seasoned professional on the evolution of technology? Because as you use the analogy of the cell phone, that's the same thing that we're going to see. So how do we grasp the unknown and embrace it to go forward?
I think, Joe, the biggest answer to that is do not be afraid. You know, you just get in the middle of it. So I started out as a field landman. Long story, I'll make it short. I started out as a field landman. Then I started working for smaller companies. Then I worked for this big thing called Encana, and it was just this big fat machine. But what I've learned through all of that, as I decided to rehang my LLC shingle out so that I could end my career the same way I started, is this. Whew, I hadn't run records online before. I'd kind of forgotten how to be a really good landman, how to do due diligence, and because I'd had people were doing it, and I was just making sure that they were doing it. I can tell you, I was telling Jairus this last night, I use AI every single solitary day, and I'm not great at it yet, but on average, it's saving me a couple of hours a day just to be able to get some stuff done that I couldn't get. I can get it done by myself. One, that's too expensive for my client, and two, it's not a good use of my time. Better use of my time to go back and look at what AI has produced, double check it, make sure it's right, refine it, do a little work on that. So that's my, get in there, play around, just like we used to play around on Google and Excel and Word. And you can't break it. That's what we learned. We thought we could break Excel. We thought we could break our computers. We can't. Go in and just have a high time, ask it all sorts of questions, and I'm going to leave the rest of it to Jairus, but it's going to blow your hair back. Thanks, Joe. All right, panel.
Thank you, and thanks for visiting us in Wyoming. We always enjoy when the AAPL president makes a visit. And Jason, you as well. We really appreciate your time, and thanks to everyone for attending.
All right, so here we go. So we're going to start off with some introductions. I'm going to say about Jason Malloy, he's co-founder and partner at Tall Cotton Energy and Rising Star Energy Partners. You've heard his bio earlier today, so I won't, and not to offend you, Jason, I'll just keep rolling on through that. So Fred, next to Jason, Fred Eden is the Environmental Land Manager for DISA Technologies in Casper, responsible for managing land operations for mine reclamation. Prior to joining DISA, he was a senior manager land west for Peabody Energy. He graduated from the University of Wyoming with a BS Energy Management and Development with a concentration of professional land management. He's also a proud 13-year Air Force veteran. Fred is on the Industry Advisory Board for the University of Wyoming School. He is a registered landman with the American Association of Professional Landmen. Thanks for being here. Kendall, welcome. Kendall Kloss is a senior in the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources Professional Land Management and is scheduled to graduate in May of 2025. Kendall serves as the president for the student chapter of Energy Resources. She also volunteers her time to the Navigators Campus Ministry and Albany County Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team in town. During the summer of 2023, Kendall interned with ConocoPhillips as a land negotiator in Midland. Kendall is the University of Wyoming's outstanding graduate for 2025 and was a finalist for AAPL's Outstanding Graduate of the Year. Thank you, Kendall. Thank you. Sam works at Shell Oil Company as an M&A associate. Since joining in 2018, Sam has been in Shell's upstream and integrated commercial leadership development program, working roles across the business to develop a broad knowledge of the energy industry and a comprehensive skill set to become a future leader. Sam holds a Bachelor of Science degree, graduating summa cum laude from the University of Wyoming in Energy Resource Management and Development, with a concentration in professional land management and minor in the honors program. He was the recipient of the American Association of Professional Landmen's Outstanding Graduate Award and a finalist for the University of Wyoming's Tobin Memorial Outstanding Graduate Award. Thank you all for being here today. All right, so we have some questions for you. Kendall, I'm going to start with you. You're currently the president of the student chapter of Energy Resources. Why and how did you decide to enter the land profession, and why the School of Energy Resources at Wyoming?
That's a great question. I get that question a lot because I'm originally from Chicago, and you don't really find very many people out here. But I was looking for an energy-specific degree because I went to this women's STEM academy in Chicago for a week my sophomore year of high school, and they really pressed for women in energy, and I was like, great, I'll be an engineer. And then I realized I'm not good at math, so I pivoted a little bit. And my dad likes to say that we were touring schools in Colorado and took a wrong turn and landed in Wyoming, but I like to say that I found it online. So, but yeah, that kind of started things. And then I started in our energy environmental systems concentration, which is more like the reclamation side of energy. And then I took one class with Chris Koski and switched into PLM.
Good, good. We're glad you did. We're glad you did. So Jason, you have a degree in energy management and a master's from the OU MLS program. You own your own exploration company that recently passed the 1 million barrel mark. You've been president of the Dallas Association of Professional Landmen twice. You've served on AAPL's executive committee as treasurer. You've been voted as Landman of the Year by DAPL and AAPL. So what moves you to participate in so much? And how in the world are you able to do that?
I'll start with the second question.
Okay.
I think it's like everybody else. You make the time to do the things that you want to do. And so with that understanding, when I was a PLM student, my family had some financial hardships, and I ended up in our director's office not knowing what to do. I wasn't sure if I was going to carry on in the program because of money. And he made a few calls, and the Landman Scholarship Trust interviews were coming up, and before I knew it, AAPL and the Landman Scholarship Trust ensured that I could get through and graduate with a PLM degree. And so whenever I graduated, I immediately felt a sense of obligation and thankfulness and gratitude and all those great things. And I guess the rest is history. I was texting with Andrea Spencer, the director of AAPL Communications, a few minutes ago. I don't know what prompted the question, but she asked me when I first got involved with AAPL, when the first committee I had ever involved myself with, and I was trying to remember, and I don't know. I said 25 or 26, and she said, "I think that's a record." And I said, "Well, then don't say that. Don't tell everybody else that." But I do. I feel a sense of obligation. I'm thankful for AAPL. I would not be where I am today without not just the AAPL, but most importantly, the people inside of AAPL and the mentors that I've had along the way.
Good, good. Sam, You work for Shell, one of the mighty big boys. You've received all sorts of honors, from graduating summa cum laude to being chosen from all of our accredited programs as AAPL's outstanding graduate. You're an M&A now. What exactly is that, and what do you do at Shell?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for being here, and also thank you everyone else for being here. It's always exciting to come back to this and see that there's more people every year. So hopefully it's a good conference and you get what you want out of it. I think the first thing I'll say is, look, I'm the one on this panel that's fallen from grace. I'm no longer a landman. But I think I get to leverage a lot of the skills that I developed while studying to be a landman and then kind of in the early years of the career. And I pitch what I do is really just being a landman with a little bit of different stakeholders, a little bit of different due diligence. So as an M&A associate, I work to support, lead, facilitate all of Shell's major acquisitions and divestments across all of our different kind of spheres of energy. And the way I like to think about it is, instead of negotiating with landowners, I'm negotiating with bankers. You guys have it better. I'd rather negotiate with landowners. Instead of doing due diligence to understand title and title ownership, I'm doing due diligence to understand financial plans and understand asset quality. And so when I think about it, I really think that I've gotten to build everything that I do today from a really strong foundation, working as a land professional, but also through the Energy Resource Development Program here.
Good, thanks. Okay, Fred, I've saved you for last on purpose. So we've heard about how Kendall got into the business. We've heard a little bit about Jason paying back. We've heard a little bit from Sam about how you kind of maneuver around. You've got a really interesting history. So for starters, you're the environmental land manager for DISA. Let's talk a little bit about that. Tell us about it. You've got an interesting career, also having been in the Air Force, so kind of put that together for us.
Yeah, first, thank you, and thank for everybody for being here. I guess I'll tackle the DISA component first. As most of you know, I recently took this position. I transitioned in January. DISA's technology is remediating abandoned mine waste. So, we're focusing on uranium now, but it can be used in any application where there's abandoned mine waste. The high pressure slurry ablation technology that we use has been in existence with DISA for about 8 years. And we just rolled out our 50-ton per hour unit, and the object is to basically replace ball mills at mines. By being able to do that, we increase the efficiency of our mineral extraction and decrease the environmental impact of the coarse material that's left behind after it's been extracted. Honestly, Nancy, how it fits in with my past is kind of an interesting question, because when Grayson Buckingham called and talked to me about this position that Professor Righetti recommended me for, we talked what was supposed to be a 20-minute, 30-minute call. It was an hour and a half. And it ties my military career. I did nuclear treaty monitoring. So you take that nuclear component. I did ground truth and sensor calibration for Boeing, building basic, evaluating how you would go in and evaluate the ground and the minerals. And then when I came to the University of Wyoming, the VA was paying for me to go to college, but they wouldn't let me be an engineer, and they wouldn't let me be a nurse. And they said, go to the School of Energy Resources. It's got strong industry support, so pretty sure you'll be able to get a job out of that. And I think I was the first person to sign up for the Landman program when it came available. Kind of like Kendall said, I'm not that good at math, and they were going to make me take Calc 3. So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I think probably as I look across the audience today, one of the interesting things about a lot of land people, I look at the students who are getting ready to graduate with degrees. Kendall, Jason, Sam, you all did, you too, Fred. I didn't. I came into the industry with degrees in English and philosophy. And so I think that's something that we also need to remember, is that landmen are from all sorts of different sizes and backgrounds, and together we kind of make one big fat human being, with a great big brain, and we can do all these interesting sorts of things. So one of my questions to you, and maybe Kendall, I'll start with you on this. Can you share an internship or field experience that significantly influenced your career path or skill development? What was something that really, you just thought, I just love this?
Yeah, absolutely. During my summer after my sophomore year, I went down to Midland, Texas, like you had mentioned, and worked for ConocoPhillips. I'd never been to Texas, and was really eager to move and just learn something new and apply the classes I had taken. I fast-tracked a little bit in my law classes, so I had come in with a little bit of knowledge, and it was helpful, but I definitely learned a lot more too with that. And so I was taking more of a negotiator role, and we did a mock negotiation project, which really shook me up, but it was really interesting just to learn like what lease terms to negotiate, which kinds of ways, and what like a strict lease looks like. And then I was given 2 other projects and a mentor who was helping me actually do stuff that was productive to the company and not just busy work. And so I think that's really shaped a lot of how I viewed a lot more of my classes and my current internship with Shaner and Franklin as well.
Do you think of yourself as a problem solver, a deal maker? How would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who like seeks a challenge and is open to learn. I really like learning new things, whether it's in the classroom or just on my own time, but I'm never afraid of a challenge, and so I would consider myself pretty resilient as well.
Interesting, interesting. Sam, how about you?
I really like Kendall's take on it. Is I very much don't consider myself an expert in anything, but someone who's anxious and excited to learn and wanting to put myself in a position of being challenged. So it's kind of seeking out what is the next complexity and how can I play a part in kind of wrapping my head around it and solving it. And I think to some extent it's also who are those people that I can build around me to teach me, recognizing that I'm certainly not the smartest in the room.
Yeah, interesting. So as I listen to you all answer those, I think about change. So Fred, I'm going to look at you here for just a second. So changing occupations, changing livelihoods, that had to have been a big deal. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually, my mentee, Mackenzie, asked me that earlier. And I think I'm going to piggyback off of what Kendall and Sam just said. It was a challenge. To my knowledge, what I'm now doing in the land profession has never been done before. So the opportunity to one, challenge myself, do something that's novel and good for the environment, good for the energy industry, it just seemed to fit.
Good. What guidance would you give somebody?
Ooh, there's a lot that probably doesn't need to be said. I think open for opportunities and don't, I guess in my case, don't get pigeonholed. And I was in coal for 8 years, and I've had several people come up to me and go, "You could have knocked me over with a feather when I found out you left." So I think seek those opportunities out, find the challenges where they can be, and don't be afraid of difference or change.
Yeah, good. So Jason, I think about your background, because I was there at Encana and seeing that, and then you went off to RSP. You want to talk about that little transition and maybe some counsel or guidance for somebody?
Well, I think Nancy, we both experienced it. Nancy was my boss at Encana for a short time, and we had a boss, Mark Virant, and what Nancy said, we had a ton of young people, and they were high performers, and we would stay late and chit-chat and do all the things that sub-30-year-olds do in a big group, and had a blast and got a lot of work done. But at the end of the day, Mark Virant always told us to be flexible, and that's what I'm hearing, and it's true. It's with the next generation of landmen, it's stay flexible. We don't know what the future is going to hold. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what the price of oil is going to be today or tomorrow. So just stay flexible and kind of roll with the punches. And Encana decided to close their Dallas office in around late 2023, November of 23, and most of the land staff under Nancy stayed on until June of 2014 to transition and divest some things and kind of stay there. And so that springtime, everybody was out jumping around, interviewing and trying to get jobs lined up. And but we all knew kind of our last day together was going to be at the end of June, and so it was bittersweet. There was new opportunity on the horizon, and the caliber of high-performing young person that Mark and Nancy put together was absolutely phenomenal. I mean, looking back now, you had people that rolled out and ended up managing large land teams at Pioneer and moving on to Exxon and all these massive names that we all know and love, and the group that we worked with, this core group that managed 27 rigs in the Haynesville for 18 months, you know, without sleep, just jumped out, and all of them were super successful. I ended up taking a month off and then ended up at RSP Permian right when they went public in 2014, and did a ton of acquisitions. We grew the position, grew the asset, and sold into Concho for a record-breaking $9.5 billion in 2018. And I took that as my shot to go ahead and jump out. And so the head of geology and myself from RSP Permian, once that closed and was into Concho, we jumped out and started taking leases out in West Texas with our own dollars, our own money, put a package together, went and hit the road. Oil prices weren't great. Talked to 300 companies, got 300 no's. You only need one. Spring of 2019, going into NAPE, I finally got my one. And so we created a new company with this asset as the base, and drilled some great horizontal wells. We just surpassed 1 million barrel mark production-wise, and still acquiring acreage, and next well's in July. So never give up.
Never give up. Do not be afraid.
That's right.
Do not be afraid. So one of the things I always like about being able to be in this position, and I think we all think about our own histories, and so this is running the gamut from, you know, young to not so young. And one of the things I want to ask each of you, and I'll just let you kind of, somebody go first. When you think of people who've impacted your lives, who first comes to mind and why? What's made you who you are? And that maybe that makes you a landman, but when you think about the core of yourself, who first comes to mind?
I'll jump on it. I think if anybody says anything other than their mom or their dad, it's probably the wrong answer. I'm kidding. Probably my mom. I have 2 siblings. My dad traveled a lot when I was young. She was a nurse and then a nurse instructor and a teacher. And she was super involved in her trade organization, Health Occupation Students of America. And I just grew up watching her give back so much time, and how much she got back from giving her time to those young people. And that was always, I didn't realize I was learning things until many, many years later. And I look back and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm doing the exact same thing. But that was really helpful. It helped me understand what's important, how to balance things, how to manage tough situations. So personally, you know, probably my mom. Professionally, I have a ton of mentors in the business that I look up to and talk to very regularly. And I think to be successful in this business, you have to be able to put together a core group of mentors around you that you trust and have a circle. And you have to be willing to be vulnerable with them and learn things from them. And that's how you get ahead.
Good, thanks.
I'll jump in, and sorry, Fred. Okay, I beat you there. So I'm going to jump in and say my dad, personally, my dad has been a big influence in my life. He works in cybersecurity, so nothing related to energy. I mean, to some extent, but doesn't really have an influence on my professional career in terms of the track, but he's just been a super great supporter. My mom was a nurse, and my dad, I've always been closer with my dad. We think along the same lines, and every time I'm like, Dad, what about this or that? And he always tells me, like, everything starts with a plan. And that has been like the biggest piece of encouragement for my dad throughout college and throughout like high school as well. And then professionally would be my mentor from Conoco, he's since moved on to another company, but we still call, and he's someone that I can go to for like real life stuff, but also like this is what I'm walking through academically, and he's been there and has seen it and can just give me some like a little more removed advice than someone maybe 2 years older than myself. So.
I'm going to probably deviate a little bit and jump a generation. I'm going to go with my grandfather. I kind of value or put the perspective on that you can measure a man's worth at the end of his life by how full the church is. Mm-hmm. It was standing room only, and there were people lining the streets. Sorry. He's also my namesake, so it wasn't until I got into the land industry I found out that he was kind of a landman back during the Depression. He worked for a pipeline company. They got into trouble with a landowner over a fence issue, and he got that resolved, and Smith Pipeline put him in charge of running ahead of the pipeline, negotiating and managing the expectations of the landowners and their cattle. So maybe a little professional there too, but true professional was my mentor, Kendra Quick. She sat on the board, she's on the board, I guess, but she was on the board when I was a student, and she took me under her wing, took a chance on me, and here I am.
I'll jump in. I won't name anyone directly because I frankly have so many people who've had a massive impact, some of you in this room. But I'll kind of put it into a couple categories that I like to think of. I think of the people that have been cheerleaders. So those have kind of been supportive when I felt like I've needed support and a little bit of just, hey, things are good, keep going. Challengers, so people who are really willing to challenge the way that I think, challenge me to do something and push myself in different directions. And then I think the people that just, I don't understand at all, that force me to just try to even get on the same plane of how does your brain work? How are you even approaching this way? How can I come up with a new way of thinking about something?
Great. So one of the reasons I asked that question is when you sit down and you negotiate a deal with somebody, it's never like you don't know them, and it's not ever like you don't stay with them. I think Jason had said earlier today, some of those deals we negotiate with people stay with us forever. And the stories that people tell us about themselves when we work to them or work with them move mountains. The people we work with are extraordinary. In my office, I have always had a sign above the threshold of my door that I could see when people came in, but most people never even knew it was above my door because it was behind them. It said, "Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a great battle." So when people come into your office or they have an ethical problem, talk with them, listen with them. But I think to make this full circle from this panel today and the ethics discussion earlier today is, this is the core of who these people are. And so ask yourself, who are you? What are you? Who are the people who matter to you? And when you put your life together as a landman, or you change your mind to go into M&A, whatever it is you do, or the Air Force, remember that that's the core of your core. And keep that with you and ask people stories about themselves, because those you'll keep with you, and some of the other stuff is just stuff. So I'm kind of looking across the room right now at Jairus, and I'm looking across the room at Hunter, and I want to know what you all think I should have asked today that I've not asked. These are my colleagues at AAPL, and I trust them, and they're my friends.
Jump ahead. You got a question on your original sheet that I'm interested in hearing just from the panel.
Okay, give that a thought, Hunter and Jairus. We'll come back. Okay, you go.
I could see they were thinking.
Yeah. Okay, you go.
Okay.
I like surprises.
Nancy, I'm going to start with you.
Oh, okay.
Do you have your own mission statement, and would you talk about that?
Yeah, my own mission statement is be kind. Gosh, at the end of the day, you know, it's so woolly and it's so hairy, is that I've told a number of people in the room, talking about your mothers and your fathers and your grandparents and people who have influenced you. You know, it's, at the end of the day, what I've really learned in my own career is to be kind with people, and that goes to negotiating deals. I've always said to people, every single, and you'll probably laugh at this, since I was your age, I would always imagine that my mother was on the other side of the table that I was making a deal with. And you might say, well, that sounds kind of goofy because she's your mother and you would love her and you would want to do what you could. Now, that's not it. I knew I was going to have to tell my mother I couldn't do that deal. And it was how I described it to her. How I told her, no, I couldn't do that deal was as important as being able to say to people, I could do that deal. Because more often than not, we can't do what people ask us to do. We either don't have the money, we don't have the time, we don't have the resources, we don't have the authority. But how was I going to tell everybody I ran into, I can't do that in a way where they didn't get ticked off or think I was cheating them? And that's worked for me. And so that's kind of that underlying thing about be kind. And I wanted them to be kind back to me. Lots of them weren't, you know. Sometimes that worked, sometimes it didn't. But the core of my core felt good about it. I always knew what I'd done was the right thing.
I stole mine from the Air Force. It's integrity first. And in this industry, if you don't have integrity, when you look at someone, you shake their hand, you walk away. If you mess them over, you're done. It's a small room. I mean, I think I've worked with most everybody in here at some point or another. And if you don't have that intestinal fortitude to stand behind what you say, you're not going to make it in this industry.
Yeah, good.
I don't have a mission statement because I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up.
Me neither.
But I think there's a couple categories of things that I like to think about in terms of how I come across, how I brand myself, right? So I think first we've already talked about is leaning into what's complex and where my curiosity is. I just had a mentor ask me in the hall. The first question that she'd asked in a couple years since I'd seen her, first question was, are you having fun? I think that's an amazingly powerful question because it's getting right to that. Am I chasing what I'm curious in? I think another one is to try to be the kind of leader that when I enter a room, after I leave that room, people are more empowered. And that can come in providing them with accountability or seeking decisions from them or seeking feedback from them. It can also come in the form of empathy or recognize or hearing them. And then a last one, maybe a little bit goofy, is I have this ambition that when I walk into a room, I want to perceive myself as the dumbest person in the room. And there's a little bit of aspect of humility to it. But I think the bigger aspect to it is recognizing that there's a room full of people that I can learn from. And that I should come in with a position of listening and learning from those that are in the room and those that are around me. So that when I do leave that room, I'm smarter from it and I'm taking something away from it.
Sweet. Mine kind of builds off yours. It's something my mom used to tell us when we were little. So I'm one of 6 kids, and she would commonly say, leave things better than you found it. And I think that's kind of translated into my college career. I'm always eager to leave people better than I found them, or just be able to help people just in general. And I think that serves you well and will go further than the content that you know or the skills that you bring to the table, but how you treat people is ultimately will get you the furthest. And obviously what my dad has always told us is that everything starts with a plan.
Jason, you want to wrap that up?
Yeah, those that know me well have probably heard me say one of these 3 things, if not all of them. Don't give up, don't ever give up. And I'll tell a story after I go through all of them. Believe in yourself because nobody's going to do it for you. And if I'm the smartest person in the room, I'm in the wrong room. I say that one quite often. Right out of school, I was a collegiate athlete, and I didn't put the freshman 10 or 15 on when I was at school, but I definitely did after school. And so I started looking around at how to get back in shape, and if you're going to do something, go all in. And I signed up for Escape from Alcatraz Triathlon. Ultimately, that became an Ironman obsession, and so I've done quite a few Ironman triathlons. But getting ready for my first one, I was involved in the Dallas Association of Petroleum Landmen, and they had somebody on the board of directors, a young woman that was just diagnosed with leukemia. and it was not going well. And so I talked to her a couple of times, and she was from the University of Oklahoma, and it was not looking good, and the University of Oklahoma decided they were going to do a memorial scholarship based on what her daughter had asked in her memory. And so she passed away during training, while I was training for Ironman Florida, and so ultimately I ended up doing Ironman Florida in her name and helped raise a ton of money for the OU Memorial Scholarship in her name. But one of the last things she told me whenever I was actually talking, when she was communicating with people, was don't give up, don't ever give up, and it just stuck with me. And so that, I carry that around often, and then believe in yourself because nobody's going to do it for you was kind of that 2018, 2019 when I was talking to all of those companies and just thought, this is going to work, I'm going to hit a home run, I'm going to go take these leases and build a company and do all these great things. It was tough. It was really tough. And I was talking to a friend, and he was at Diamondback, and we were sitting there, and he was like, I just can't believe you're doing this. Like, this is crazy. I'm like, well, why didn't you say that before I did it? Why are you saying it now? But that's whenever I came to it. Like, you know, don't give up. Don't ever give up. And you better believe in yourself because nobody is going to do that. And so you have to have that belief in yourself that you can accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. And then the smartest person in the room, I live that every single day. If I am the smartest person in any room, I am in the wrong room.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, now I'm coming back to you. Hunter, Jarrus, what do we need to ask? Yeah, he wants to know if we have guidance, words of wisdom to the students who are here in just a couple of sentences. What would that be? Jason, kick off.
Get involved in your local association on day one, wherever you end up, whenever that is. Get involved in your local association and then immediately get involved in AAPL. The faster you can get plugged in into some of these committees, the faster you're going to meet other people and network, and it's going to help you and your career.
Fred?
Yeah, we've kind of covered it before, but I think, you know, flexibility. Be willing to take the opportunities when they arrive and just go with the flow. I mean, they're abounding opportunities, and the future for you guys is amazing. So it'll be interesting to see where you guys will end up.
I'm going to give a piece of advice, even though I am still a student. And this is actually something that one of my fellow students told me when I was going to NAPE this year. It was just, don't go in with the expectation that you're going to get something out of this event or whatever, but go to meet people. And yeah, you build your foundation of your network, and that will pay off.
I'm trying to think of advice that we haven't kind of talked through in the form of our wonderful mission statements, which I think were really insightful and I think a really good way to frame how you think about the world. But I think another piece of advice is just prepare to be a sponge, or prepared to be a sponge. Wherever you go, whatever opportunities head your way, learn as much as you can. Learn from the people that you're able to work with and network from. I mean, you're already doing the right thing being here and having this network here to be able to get access to. So I think it's, don't take for granted all the learning opportunities that are being thrown your way in a very dynamic world as we currently talked about.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think one of the pieces of advice, I have two. One is keep learning. I mean, every single time you get a chance, learn something new. And the second is that I had this young land guy when I worked at Encana. I mean, literally, he'd been out of school like 3 months. And I sent him to the field, which was in Mississippi. And the announcement came out that we were closing our office. And he was on the list. He was going to lose his job. So we called him, and he came back to the building the next day, flew in, and he was just devastated. And we were all devastated. But anyway, so he came back in, and I said, you know, you can stay around for the rest of the week if you want to, or you can go home today. And he said, no, Nancy, I think I'll stay. And so this is on Wednesday. And on Friday afternoon, I keep walking by his office, and I can see it because he's in his office because there's one of those little glass partitions, and he's sitting in there just working away. And finally, I knocked on his door, and I went in, and I said, you know, it's like 4:30, and I know it's hard, but you can go home now. He said, no, just give me a little bit more. And I said, okay. So it's like 5:30. And I see him up on my floor, and he's dropping stuff in mailboxes. And I thought, what in the world is he doing? And he came by my office and he said, I'm ready to go now. And I said, okay. I said, I'll walk you out. So we walked out, we chatted a little bit. And I got back upstairs, and that young man who had just been let go from his very first job and was devastated to the core had been writing thank you notes to us. Thank you notes. And he'd lost his job. So I want you to remember that someplace out there you're so much stronger than you think you are, and terrible things will happen, and just go deep inside someplace and find who you are. That young man is now a land manager at EOG. So just remember, good things happen after bad things happen. Jairus, you got anything? Oh, TikTok. I'm out of time. We got time for questions? One question. Anybody? Jairus, you lost your chance. Anyway, thank you all. Here's what I want to say. Thank you all very, very much for inviting me. My first trip to Wyoming, I've loved it. I've loved the culture. I've loved the people. I've loved the event. It's meant the world to me. As I said earlier, I'm the downhill slide of being president. Thanks for making this so special to me. And thank you to the panelists.
Thank you so much to AAPL President Nancy McCaskill for her keynote and her panel and this lovely discussion. We are truly fortunate to have this national organization support our program and our students. We are very grateful for AAPL for their focus and dedication on supporting student success. Kendall, who was just on this panel, is currently AAPL's mentoring program, and of all of our spring graduates, all 6 of our spring graduates were able to take the RL exam prior to graduation with the change in the requirements for testing that was discussed earlier. And just look at how great these AAPL colors look on the brown and gold at graduation. All right? They get the awesome AAPL colored cords to wear around their neck if they pass the RL exam. Let's see. Next is a very anticipated panel from our students. Even summer, we offer energy field studies. It's a 1-credit course that takes students all around Wyoming to see energy projects in person. In summer 2024, we saw 11 locations in 5 days. Students gained additional perspective about how these energy projects come into fruition, but also how maintaining and ongoing projects or addressing aging infrastructure has its own challenges, in addition to reclamation and site recovery. Help me welcome to the stage our next moderator, Joe Scott, who is the Natural Resource Manager at the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission.
Hello, everyone. So I have the pleasure of peppering this little group with questions so that I don't have to say anything intelligent. To introduce them, Paul Griswold, immediately to my right, is a senior environmental technician at Peabody's North Antelope Rochelle mine. He served there in his current position, which allows him to focus on all aspects of planning, implementation, and husbandry of more than 14,500 acres and successful and sustainable reclamation so far. Then we have Mr. Bo Hill, who is a facilities engineer with 13 years of experience in the oil and gas industry. Notably, he holds a Bachelor of Science from a very prestigious university in 2006, and he is specialized in water management and process design, contributing to innovative solutions that optimize water sourcing, conveyance, and management, and recycling, which is a very new and important thing in the oil and gas industry. Then we have Mr. Tim Fisher, who recently joined the Center for Economic Development in the School of Energy Resources as the Oil and Gas Program Manager after 12 years of a career at Chevron in Houston. As a member of Chevron Technology Center, he worked as a senior research scientist and petrophysicist with a focus on core-to-log integration and the petrophysics of unconventional reservoirs. Last but not least, on the end, Caroline Shaner. Caroline, oh my goodness, how many times am I going to say that? Caroline founded Shaner and Franklin in 2014, where she focuses on transactional and title matters for the energy and mining industries. Her practice emphasizes complex oil and gas title issues, including federal exploratory units. So with that, a little setup, what we're going to try to do is just rage through the first thought in a geologist's mind to a reclaimed location and kind of try to walk through that progression. So starting out, Tim, if you could kind of explain where a well starts.
Yeah, so it's been fascinating listening to all the panels today. One of the comments that really stood out to me earlier was one of the panels, I think it was on the first panel, I can't remember names, but he was talking about how the land manager was working with the geologist who doesn't speak land. Well, this is what we look like right here. So, so whether it's whether you're exploring for a CCUS project where you need to find a subsurface saline aquifer, or oil and gas where you're looking for, you know, the aforementioned oil and gas. Another panelist was talking about, well, you have to have the resource. If you're going to build a wind farm, it's good to do that in a place where you have wind. Solar panels work better in the sunshine than without it. So there's this inherent relationship between the resource and the land where that resource is at, right? So from the perspective of the geologist and the land manager, it's the third topic that's been constantly talked about today is early and open communication. And so that's true with the land manager and the owner of the land, but it's also true with the land manager and the person exploring for the resource. So from the oil and gas or the CCUS perspective, where we do a lot of subsurface investigation, there's kind of three aspects of that that are really important. One is exploration, right? So we do a lot of subsurface seismic surveys, and we need to work with the land managers in order to get access to the land to put out our seismic arrays. Second is the optimal placement of the well. So it's, you know, from a subsurface standpoint, we might want to say, hey, this is the best possible place to drill our well, but that might be on federal land, and if we move it over a little bit, maybe that's not so hard if it's on private land. I don't know. It might be the opposite as far as I know. Who knows? But that's why we talk to the land manager. And then the third thing is with the advent of pretty much every well drilled, especially in unconventional plays, is horizontal now. So we can't just worry about where our pad is. We have to worry about where that well is going to go. If we're drilling, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15,000 foot laterals, it's really vital to know that we're going to drain this person's resource as well as this other person's resource. And so those are the three main things I can think about that a geologist thinks about as far as where do we put a well, how do we deal with those issues. I leave to y'all. So.
Thank you. And so now we have an idea, and for all of you that don't know, geologist maps don't have roads on them. They don't have towns on them. They just say, I'd like to place it here. And so then that gets dumped on the land and regulatory departments. So maybe, Bo, if you could explain, I often describe oil and gas permitting as 3D chess, except you don't know where one of the boards is. And so maybe, Bo, if you could explain some of the number and complexity of all the permits that you would need to get this idea into a drill site.
Yeah, yeah, we call those sticks on a map. So we usually don't see any roads. You see spacing units and a bunch of sticks. But first, I want to say thank you for inviting me as an engineer. I'm usually not in the best graces with the landman, so I feel a little ganged up here, but I appreciate you guys inviting me and letting me give my perspective. So typically, when we get the sticks on a map, it takes a ton of coordination and planning up front to turn those sticks into actual locations. Every operator, you know, probably has their own nuances on how they do it, but from what I'm familiar with, we hand this off to what I call our surface team. What I'm familiar with, the surface team, I'm involved personally, landman, regulatory team. It's typically, you know, more field-based. But it takes coordination to make sure that those sticks meet all the different stakeholders, internal stakeholders' needs that they have for each of their roles, right? So if it's drilling, you have kickouts, dog legs, all the different, you know, back builds, things that they have to deal with to make sure they can actually drill the well based on where that well pad's going to be. Completions has location to infrastructure, the pad size, you know, the completions activities, it takes up a huge amount of space, so making sure you can have a pad that meets their needs. So once you get all the internal, you know, stakeholders to agree on those things, then, you know, the land team, the surface team has to deal with all the truly on the surface things, right? You have, you know, landowners. So does the pad work on this landowner or this landowner or federal, like you mentioned? It could be a federal location. So making sure, and you're already in this tight window, right? That meets all these. So making sure once you get out there with all the on the surface stakeholders that you place that pad in a good location. You have infrastructure, you know, location to existing development and infrastructure, making sure that pad is you know, situated properly where you have those synergies. So once all those you know, are taken into account, then you get really into the regulatory things, looking at you know, raptor stipulations, sage-grouse core, you know, offsets, all kinds of other little nuances. So finally, once all those pieces come together, I feel like at that point, then you can maybe come up with an APD. That probably is going to change multiple times after that, but you can get a package together that meets all those needs and submit to the agencies. So.
Yeah, okay, then maybe we can move, so you can hear how that side is all working, and there's a whole bunch of different pieces that are being put together, and simultaneously, well, maybe if Caroline talk a little bit about all the upfront interactions that you have to do on the land side, while the other group is changing your design six times in the process.
Hi guys. So I think it's important to note right off the bat that landmen, there are so many different roles. I mean, you have in-house landmen, you have field landmen, you have right-of-way landmen, but for this exercise, I'm just going to kind of generalize. So normally this process would start off with title. So a landman is going to go and go to the courthouse. There's lots of online databases now. If you have BLM or state involved, you might need to go to their office and get their files. But you're basically going to confirm ownership. Who owns the minerals? Who owns the surface? Are there any encumbrances that are going to cause problems? Any title defects that need to be cured? And that'll basically set the tone for your entire project. And then you can prioritize what you're doing from there. I would say next from there, you'd want to get leased. When I was a landman, I think within the first couple days, I was told a landman's sole design is get your ink on the dotted line. So that will be number one priority. Go out and get your oil and gas leases. And then from there, you can, if you say you have surface owned by one owner and the minerals owned by another, you have a split estate, you might need to negotiate surface use agreements, negotiate right-of-ways, figure out how you're going to access the property for your operations. And, you know, this is when the initial communications with the landowner will start, which are so important because it's going to set the tone for your entire project. And if you get started on the wrong foot, that could be problematic throughout. But what I want to say is I think an effective landman not only negotiates well and can, you know, get the lease signed, they listen. Because there is so much just local knowledge and information that can be gained from talking to landowners that will just benefit your whole project. And then, I mean, that's basically the synopsis of what you would be doing.
Awesome. And then I'm going to have Paul touch on one really important piece, especially to a lot of landowners. You get a lot of landowners who've been ranching on this land forever, and they really care about the land. And when we look at historic practices in oil and gas, in 1975, we really didn't care about topsoil or know what it was. But for final success of getting it back to where it's in its original place, it's pretty important. So Paul, talk about the importance and how topsoil handling is done early.
Okay, thanks, Joe. First, I'd like to say thanks to everyone for inviting me here. I'm the environmentalist of the group, so we got to get things put back in the end
as good or better than they were. So there's some steps that need to be taken to get things so they progress to that state. There's some regulatory standards out there for topsoil. A lot of the regulatory groups in Wyoming consider topsoil a bigger resource than they do any of the energy resources that you're extracting. And there's good reason for that. Wyoming does not have good topsoil bases. It's all over in Nebraska, Kansas, it's all flowed or blowed that way. So you got to be pretty special with handling all your topsoil. You got to look at what's there to begin with. Go to your maps, see what kind of topsoil it is, see what the depths are. Get all that done. Get your standards set for what you have there, and then you can put out good stockpiles. Been a lot of studies done on topsoil stockpiling, especially here at the University of Wyoming. I've worked with quite a few folks working with topsoil piling depths and keeping that soil alive. If you can't keep that soil alive, you don't have good success with your future meeting your bond release standards. So well pads are pretty small disturbance areas in the big means of things, similar to what I'm at. We have big disturbances at the coal mine. Well pads are a lot smaller. They can concentrate their topsoiling and getting their piles, so they're a lot easier to keep healthy. You got to keep the microorganisms and microbiology in that soil alive so you can have good success in the end. So you want small topsoil piles that aren't real tall, that are going to be able to let the Wyoming winds or weather keep the biology alive in that soil. So pretty important to have good soils to put back when you're done. Maybe on some older well sites before some of those regulatory standards were put in, then you got to try and make topsoil, and that I can go down a whole nother rabbit trail with that, but let's move on with some of the rest.
All right, so now we've taken care of our topsoil, we've gotten 40 permits, and our idea has actually come to a drill rig, and we've drilled a well. And one of the things I thought would be good to talk about is when we go to fracture stimulation, currently the average is like 400,000 barrels of water for a well. And a barrel's 42 gallons, so do the math, that's a lot. And some stims are now getting into the 800 to 1 million, and we see 500 commonly. So in order to handle all that, there are now recycle facilities, and I'm going to have Bo talk a little bit about how those work and why they're important.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Yeah, typical, at least in the 7 years I've been working the Powder River Basin, the typical MO was fresh water to drill all these wells. But as Joe mentioned, these wells are getting longer, the frac jobs are getting bigger, the water demand is going up and up. So the need to reuse that water has become important. Some operators have been more on the forefront than others, and some of that was out of necessity, but it seems like almost all operators are kind of shifting that direction to recycle all that water. So instead of taking that produced water the normal way, just down a pipeline or truck it off and put it into a disposal, right? We are now trying to use buried infrastructure both directions to provide water for frac. And then also, once that well's back online, bring it back to a facility, and in some instances, the same facility that used to dispose of water is now a treatment facility where that water's being treated, stored in facilities, surface pits, and then reused for fracs down the road. It's created some interesting complications in infrastructure. It's created some interesting demands on building these pits and storage facilities. like Joe said, if you're drilling a 800,000 barrel well, and you have 3 of those on a pad, that's a significant amount of water and recharge that goes into it. So, typical recycle facilities are storing 3 to 5, 6 million barrels of water on the surface. So you have those logistics around it. Then you also have, some of the environmental concerns of moving produced water. Some operators are moving produced water through lay flat. But either way, you have a leak in lay flat or buried pipe, it can create a pretty significant environmental issue that needs to be dealt with. So operators need to be prudent in how they handle it. Leak detection on pipelines, telemetry, anything that we can come up with to reduce that environmental risk. So it's an interesting dynamic to watch this shift, and specifically for Devon over the past few years. I think we did our first recycle project 2 years ago, and we went from kind of a trial to wholesale. I think we recycled 95% of our produced water in 2024. So it's, as a water guy, my emphasis was civil engineering in water, so I really geek out on this stuff, and it's a cool thing to see, and not take that fresh water out of an aquifer and dispose of it in a zone that can never be recovered, really. So.
Yeah, and this is a good note that he said he geeks out on this stuff. We're all nerds in our own rights about our own things. And so we are scratching the surface up here in the smallest possible way. And so if anything piques your interest, chase one of these guys down afterwards, because there is an unending volume of nerdery that goes into doing our jobs well. So with that, after we drill the well, we've managed all this water, and the well goes through its operational life, and then at some point, the lifting costs exceed the revenue, and the well gets plugged. So then we'll have Paul talk a little bit more about interim reclamation after that well's drilled, and final reclamation when we're putting it back where it came from.
Yeah, so again, back to being mindful of our resources on the surface. We've got to keep that topsoil alive and going. So some of the interim reclamation that we do, pipelines, facilities, ponds for the water, stabilizing the banks of those ponds. All of that needs to be done while the well is in production. And you try and do that according to what your landowner has, surface owner has for specificity of vegetative species, final land use. You want to make sure you're going to not introduce a species that's not native there. You're going to try and maintain what the integrity of the ecosystem is. So that falls under the interim part of the rehab. But once you're done with the well, you got all the facilities out, all the structures pulled, the regrade is done, the available topsoil from that pad has been laid back. Then you're going to look at, again, what the post-mine land use is for that area, or I'm sorry, post-mine. That's just post-land use. But you gotta make sure that you're meeting all of those. Then you look at all of the species, wildlife species, a grazing. If it's an ag ground, you got to look at what crops were there. Try and get your topsoil back to meet those specs. So then you go at it and you get your vegetation established, and your ecosystem started back into recovering and working its way from a young ecosystem and back towards what was originally there. So then you're monitoring that well site to make sure what you've put in is meeting what your bond is asking. You get the monitoring done, then you can put in for some bond release. Once that bond release is in, then you can start in working with the surface owners and with the help of the landman, just to try and get the well put back. So there's some good well sites out there that you can look at and go, huh, there was a well here. Cool. Or there's some back before a lot of the regulations came along, a lot of the standards were set, and you look and you say, oh, there was a well site here. So we're trying to get to that first statement I made. Wow, there was a well site here, I can't tell. So that's a lot of what goes into some of those things. The public ground versus the private ground, the surface ownership, those kind of set some standards of some of the things that you got to follow along with. But the majority of that is all set up so it's better than it was before we started. It's good for the environment. Even though we've utilized what's there, we've put it back better.
Yeah, and that's what happens when a good, responsible company, of which there are a plethora of in Wyoming, have. Unfortunately, with somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 and some odd operators in the state, they're not all successful. And sometimes that goes a different way. So you'll have Tim talk about what happens on state and fee ground when operators can't follow the rules.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, okay, so for a variety of purposes or reasons, sometimes when somebody drills a well, they will sell that property to another operator, and then sometimes that operator will sell it to another one, and so on and so forth. This usually happens when a well goes from high production to lower production, and then eventually it becomes what's called a stripper well. Stripper wells are wells that produce, just we're stripping the last remnants of the resource from the pore space. So, and unfortunately for some companies, they end up going bankrupt. And, so there are wells that just kind of get left and nothing happens to them. And these are what are called as orphaned wells, right? And so the WOGCC, the Oil and Gas Commission here, has a process to deal with these orphaned wells. And so, so the first thing that happens when an operator is failing to comply with the rules and regulations is that the WOGCC will send them a letter in writing, right? Like an actual, it's not an email, right? It's an actual letter so that the lawyers can do what the lawyers do with the, I guess that's a standard practice for the lawyers, right? Okay, so so it's a notice of violation, but it's a little bit less formal. And then if an operator fails to respond, then there's another hearing that they will have to show cause. The operator will have to show cause as to why they're not following the rules. And so the operator has the opportunity to say, this is why we're not doing that, and whether the commission should levy fines or revoke the operator's bond. So the commission has the authority to order the operator's bond to be forfeited, and staff to authorize to plug the wells. So once that happens, the operator may operate may not operate fee or state wells within the state. So the staff will conduct a lien search relative to the well sites, and if somebody's holding a lien, then they can reclaim some of the stuff that's on the site if they so choose. And then if not, then the WGCC will order a final reclamation of the site. And once that's complete, the commission staff will conduct the plugging and reclamation of the well site. So to date, the commission has orphaned approximately 7,000 wells since 2010 and plugged all but about 750 wells. And over 90% of those orphan wells have been coal bed methane wells. And so this is a really important process because it is possible to be an environmentalist and work in the oil and gas industry. So I consider myself to be a very strong environmentalist, and I like to look at ways we can do the most efficient extraction and reclamation of wells. And laws that may have seemed, draconian back in the 70s and 80s are the reason that we now have reclaimed places that, you can't tell that a well used to be there, or that like a bentonite mine, the bentonite mines are doing really great jobs of reclaiming their mine sites right now. And it's because of regulations that were put in place that make, Wyoming still a beautiful place to live. So, yeah.
All right, and then maybe Caroline can describe that the federal side is a little bit different. That was what happens on the state side, but then when you have pure federal wells, they go through a little bit different process. So,
Okay.
Caroline, explain that.
I think it's probably helpful to just discuss some of the terminology. So when you have a federal lease, you have record title, which is the original title holder of the lease. Then you have operating rights, which is carved out of record title, usually by depths or maybe a limited amount of acreage. And then you have the designated operator. Okay, there we go. So for these purposes, when we're talking about record title, we're talking about the records that the BLM keeps in their office. It has nothing to do with the county records in the way it's usually referred to. So you will have a lot of assignments. You have to still file your assignments in the county, and then you also have them going in the BLM. These chains will usually conflict, but that is, for another day. For the purposes of liability, you're going to be working with the BLM records. And the BLM will start with the designated operator. And when there is a well that, needs to be P&A'd, they'll go to them. They'll start by assessing, probably just sending notices first, and then, assessing civil penalties. And then ultimately, I think Joe's the one who found this out, maybe 120-day process, they might end up taking the bond. And then from there, they'll go down the line and start looking at who's the current record title holder and who's the current operating rights holder. And they will start to become liable. And they'll keep doing this process until hopefully they find someone who can, handle this for them. But what's wild about it is that, someone might have transferred all their operating rights, 10 years ago, but they still own the record title in the BLM files. They could end up being liable to P&A the well. The crucial part of this is that you needed to own that interest when the surface disturbing activity happened. So if you owned record title before anyone drilled a well, it's not problematic. But it is something to think about, because I see in my chains all the time just folks owning bare record title from 20 years ago, probably not really thinking about it, and they could end up liable for doing this P&A. And the flip side of that, though, is that if you don't own record title, then you're kind of at the whim of other parties, because that's who can relinquish the lease. They have a lot of rights as the record title owner. But you really just want to think through, if you're going to retain record title particularly, do you really think you might operate out there at some point in the near future? Because otherwise you're just retaining liability. The other issue is that if you don't have the operating rights, then you don't have the right to be out there on the lease and P&A in the well. So you do want to reserve, when you assign things, if the BLM requires you to go do this, that you have the right to enter on there to avoid any trespass issues. And yeah, I just think the key takeaway is be careful if you still own record title on a lease. Keep it in mind, because I just see it all the time. Everyone's just conveying operating rights and no one's thinking about the record title.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked a little bit about the downfeeding of, as the well goes through its production cycle, it often gets sold from a major to a mid to a minor to somebody who's got really low overhead and is operating as a stripper well. And when that doesn't work out, you could be 7 operators deep in the chain and end up coming back, because as you heard, that title process, when they go, they kind of spray everybody at once. But if your name is Anadarko, you're a little easier to find than some random ABCDQ LLC somewhere. And so, the way it is these days. So when you look at, say, the mineral the new leasing rule that said, oh, the BLM only has 26 orphan wells. Well, it's really because of this record, and then, we had 7,000 that we did over that time period, and that's because record title's out there plugging those wells, and that's really the difference. So maybe now that we've gone all the way through, I know Caroline and Bo have a lot of experience throughout operational life of wells. If each one of you could describe one of the complex or unique challenges that you encounter, that you might encounter as a land person that you get dumped with a problem to solve.
So I'll start on this. So one thing that we haven't mentioned is, and it was also mentioned in one of the panels earlier, is, okay, once you have something extracted from the land, you still have to transport it. And so I think that is probably one of the bigger problems that we face. So sometimes it's easier than other times. Like in West Texas, where the Permian Basin is built up and there's just everything is everywhere, right? I think it's a lot easier in places like that. But in remote basins, such as, let's talk about the Bighorn Basin, right? Or the Powder River Basin. There's less infrastructure to transport things either in or out, and so the costs go up. And so that's another thing to think about is the cost of doing the operations as well. So from a geologist standpoint, I try to not worry about that so much. I just say, here's your pore space, here's the oil in place, you guys go figure it out. But I recognize still that it's a lot easier to do things in some locations than in other locations. So.
Yeah. I think I can kind of dovetail into that. Is it working? Yeah, okay. I think a lot of us work in the oil and gas industry because everything's complex, everything's challenging, every day is a challenge. But I guess kind of touch on the recycle water and working in a state like Wyoming with the split estate where you're working on landowners that don't necessarily have mineral rights, right? So they're trying to generate revenue in other ways. So it really creates a challenge, especially on the land side. I don't necessarily have to deal with it because I just plan the pipeline routes and then hand it off to our landmen. But they're constantly making sure that we can put that infrastructure in the ground in places that we want to put it and not damage the relationship with the landowner that we're going across, right? So, and it gets more complex daily, I feel like.
I think what I will talk about is, so as a landman, one of your biggest jobs is going to be curing title, and just a couple pitfalls that I see pretty much every single day. The first one is sometimes you have questions about lease's validity. So you'll need to get a ratification of that lease. You're going to get present words of grant, but they won't put a hook into it, meaning maybe extend the primary term, or maybe the well's already the well hasn't started producing yet. So the moment they ratify it, the lease just terminates immediately again. So keep that in mind if you're ratifying a lease and getting your present words of grant and bringing it back to life. Make sure that it's going to stay held by production at that point, one way or another. And then I would say the second one I see pretty much every day as well is corrective instruments. You need both parties to sign these corrective instruments. A grantor cannot just execute a deed and then come back and file a second deed and say, actually what I meant to do was this. You need the grantee to be on that deed and they need to cross-convey to each other. And those are the two things that I think to be aware of.
So I think probably one of the biggest challenges that I would emphasize is not every single site can use a cookie cutter process on. Every site is an individual. That means the landman has to be pretty on the ball and make sure that everything is done according to that site. The ecosystems are different on sites that might only be half a mile apart. It's not like we're talking Wyoming, Texas. We're talking hundreds of feet or thousands of feet apart. That ecosystem can change. So those are some of the biggest challenges. You got to make sure you know what you got there when you started. what you're trying to achieve when you finish. So, you know, you got to work with the landowners, surface owners, just to make sure that you're getting your bases covered that way. So.
Yeah, one of the things, you know, Tim's talking about pipelines, gas takeaway is a huge deal, and it becomes a real timing problem. If you're responsible for getting a pipeline across lots of different land ownerships to get there at the time the well's availability, because in Wyoming there's pretty serious flaring rules about making sure that we capture that resource, and it can be a real challenge, especially maybe if one of those parcels is owned by the federal government and their process is not as fast as you would like it to be. It's just there's you heard all the complexity, and for those that love complexity, I think it's a lot of fun to work these problems in an ever-changing environment, because all these operational things that people are talking about all change the story, you know, day by day. And I know how much we see change of plans at the commission, which means they see them quite a bit more. And, you know, when you have a failure to get a pipeline there and you have a flare that looks like a fire-breathing dragon because you drilled a really good well, that makes landowner conversations a little bit more challenging, because I know how many calls I get about flares, which means, again, the company people are getting a lot more. With that, maybe we'll open it up for some questions from the audience, if we have any.
Joe, I really appreciate this panel and panelists as well. One of the things I've observed through my tenure of working in Wyoming has been inspection and enforcement. I can think of both BLM and the Oil and Gas Commission, when that well is sold, the scrutiny that it would go through for the transfer of operator. And maybe I'm missing something, but it appears the scrutiny has gotten slack over the years. And I can think about when Don Basco was supervisor and worked for Marathon. We sold Lance Creek. He called us up. He was quite frank. He said, the party that you are selling to does not have the financial wherewithal to take on this property. And our bond limit that we're going to do, they can't afford to do it. So if you guys want to sell this property, you need to come in and clean it up to our standards before we'll approve that transfer of operator. I really haven't seen much of that lately. BLM, I've seen the same thing happen, where the Buffalo field office, we acquired a property. They were concerned about our bonding level as a purchaser. This was not when I was with Marathon, but a different company, probably as you to that smaller company. And they raised our bond, which we were happy to do. But other field offices approved the transfer. And they don't, it just seems like when we talk about this, we have low-hanging fruit to beef up our inspection and enforcement at that transfer of operator stage, so it can be handled before it goes to a party that may not have the financial wherewithal to take that responsibility.
Yeah, and so I guess I can speak to a little bit of the transfer process. When you come to a transfer at the Oil and Gas Commission, the seller's going to give us 30 days notice of sale, hopefully, or somebody's going to talk to us about it. But we've really been focusing lately on, you're going to get a bond review every time. If you come to us and we have a buyer and a seller, and the buyer wants to pick up X wells, the buyer's going to get their own bond reviewed and the review of the wells that are incoming. And if it's found to be deficient, it has to be posted before we'll approve the transfer. And some transfers don't make it because the new operator doesn't have the ability to get the bond. We also look, if we can tell that that operator or principal of that operator has been orphaned in our state or somewhere else, I will just bond to the max. We haven't had to do that. I've explained to somebody on the phone that it would happen if they tried it, and then it didn't happen. But that is one thing we're trying to be more cognizant of. We had issues in the past where somebody went and they were a bad actor in one state and just moved states and became a bad actor in that state. And so we do our best to find that, and we also do our best to communicate with buyers and say, providing usually they call me and ask, but we'll tell them, this is what we're going to expect of you when you take over this asset. Because I think those conversations are a lot better up front. And I think we're trying to do better. I'll admit we don't always get out to look at every well, because there's just a lot going on. Sometimes we do. Our inspection staff knows a lot about which operators they should go take a look at everything on, and which ones we're probably going to be okay with. But the BLM side, one of the things that I think your point highlights is something that everybody in the industry deals with every day. There are 10 rule books in Wyoming in the BLM. There are 10 field offices. They have different personnel. They have different interpretations, and they have different RMPs. And that is a very challenging, and they don't necessarily take a high view of, if you have a project that goes in between Converse County and Campbell County, you got to cross that line. The two field offices might not see the same way. I've seen plenty of raptor buffers that are different on one side of the line than the other for the same well pad. So it's another challenge of the industry.
Are there technologies, geospatial mapping technologies that we need to develop that would make the landmen's jobs a lot easier than running to every courthouse, every federal agency, whatever?
That's definitely something that is a hot topic right now. And I do think there are a lot of companies that are working through those sorts of technologies. But for the most part, most counties are online from a certain period of time. They're not necessarily indexed very well, or there's always a problem here or there. But we are getting to a place where most records will be digitized, I'd say, in the coming years. As to the mapping, I'm not that familiar, but I am sure that there's 1,000 things that we should be doing that could make our work more efficient. Do you guys have any thoughts on the mapping?
I'd say one thing I've seen that an operator did that was pretty incredible. And, varying levels of operation produce varying levels of ability to access technology. But there's a lot of the places people operate, there's lands that there's roads that people shouldn't be driving on. There's roads that people should be driving on. There's sometimes roads that they shouldn't be driving on at a certain time of year or at a certain time in a time of year. And so I know there's one operator in the state that has, using an ARC platform, has a map in everybody's truck, and the roads they're not supposed to be on are in red. So it's real clear for even a truck driver who might be accused of having slip-on shoes for a reason knows he's not supposed to drive on a red road. So I think it's a continually evolving space. Even at the commission, our mapping capabilities are getting better every day. I only got full-time GIS like 2 years ago, but it's a very interesting space.
There are efforts currently going on both at SER and at the Wyoming State Geological Survey to improve the access to maps. So I know that the 3D Viz Center at SER has a new, I don't know what it's called, Cami, help me out, but they have a new ArcGIS something that has a bunch of overlaid maps. I can't remember the name, but it's probably on the website, at the SER website somewhere. And then the Wyoming State Geological Survey has also been tasked with making better maps for not only resources, but making overlays for those things. And so I think that that's something that is an ongoing process. The other thing that I can't remember what agency is doing it. If it's SER, then everybody's going to hate me because I work for them. But there's this new drone that is out there that is doing mapping of, I think there's a something hyperspectral, which is a mineral map. That is at the SER, and that's a hyperspectral drone, and that's a mineral mapping software, thing. It's a drone that has a hyperspectral camera that maps minerals, and so that is something that is currently being developed at SER. And so I think we're keenly aware that better maps mean better efficiency, and that's what we should be about, is efficiency in this process. So yeah, I think there are processes ongoing. I just said like 6 or 7, and I don't really know exactly what they are, but I know that they're out there. So
Yeah, I know that Natural Resource Energy Explorer that was developed under MEADS is we still use it internally every day. It's NREX. And then the drone thing is interesting. We also have operators that are using drone deploy or even quite a bit cheaper, almost free software to go in before they build a pad and map that site with a drone so that they know, they have a better idea what to go back to. That's I think pretty helpful.
Yeah, and I was going to say Google Earth is also pretty unbelievable. You can find overlays for almost anything you're looking for online, download them, and you can personalize them and just identify what exactly you're looking for. But it's the amount of resources that are available for Google Earth now is really incredible.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things that's hopefully going to come together over the next few years is everybody's starting to develop their map system and their map server and try and, so you don't have to go to 10 different places. Like our new Data Explorer is live every night now. It used to be on a 6-week lag, now it's every day. But it's not a GIS service that somebody can ingest. And so and it's image-based, so be patient at the start. But the data's better and it's more accurate. I think we've probably corrected 1,000 locations in the last 2 years to better XY locations. And so it's constantly improving, but hopefully somebody will find a way to integrate better as we move forward.
This question's for Bo. Word on the street is that you work with like the 2 greatest landmen in the country. But besides the fact you've worked for a few other companies, and maybe you can describe the successful cohesion between like technical staff and landman.
Yeah, thanks for putting me on the spot, Preston. I also work with the landman to your left there. Open communication, I've seen, at least for my transition, this is totally personal and I don't know if this relates to everybody, but going from a corporate, being in downtown Denver to being much closer to the drill bit and being able to go out with your landman, with your regulatory person and view that on the ground versus sitting in an office somewhere and directing people. I think that's more leadership too, is going out and working side by side, no matter who it is. Also dumbing things down for those guys. Just kidding, Preston. But yeah, open communication is making sure your boots on the ground and working side by side with them, I think is the best thing you can do as a technical person working with regulatory land staff or any staff really.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I interact with some of the public as well as some of the people Landman interacts with, and I think, if you have people that aren't used to oil and gas, even as a landman who's not doing all the operational stuff, if you understand what that operational stuff is going to look like and what it's going to be like from an impact, I mean, if we're going to get 20 million pounds of sand to a well site for a single well, a truck only holds, 23 tons, you can imagine what kind of traffic impacts some of these things happen, and being able to explain up front and be transparent with people about what the expectations are so that you can mitigate any concerns up front so that I don't get a phone call complaining about it would be fantastic.
I guess to elaborate a little bit more and to kind of dovetail that into the mapping, mapping is great, 3D, Google Earth, any kind of 3D visualization software is amazing and it's great for planning, but it doesn't replace getting out to the site, viewing it firsthand, and looking at things that you just can't see at that resolution, right? So I think that's important.
I have a question regarding abandoned wells. So whose responsibility after a well has been properly P&A'd, whose responsibility is it if something were to go awry with that well?
Sorry, the last part again, if someone were to...
Whose responsibility is it if something were to happen to that P&A'd well? Whose responsibility is it to come back, fix it? And I can provide context if needed too.
So if I understand the correction, correctly. So we've abandoned a well, it's properly abandoned, and then all of a sudden it comes back alive. And it's producing fluid out the surface. Is that what you're thinking?
So for context, what's going on in Colorado, for example, is we have these old vertical wells that were P&A'd back in 2018, for example, and we're having an influx of people moving into these locations. So people are starting to build houses here, or there. And what's happening is offset fracs are causing, there could be potential blowout issues. So when these wells, vertical wells, were P&A'd, and there's these potential fracking blowout issues because of these offset fracs, whose responsibility would it be for these wells that are basically in people's backyards to come back in to properly mitigate?
Yeah. You should consult your attorney. Or use the Wyoming way and not have people building houses out in where there are wells. Caroline, do you have any thoughts on that? For like, it's a sticky issue. I think sometimes it may be clear, but other times that sounds like a protracted lawsuit. I'm fortunate we don't, like, I know there's been a lot of issues in Colorado with houses encroaching on wells, and we really only have that around Cheyenne, and we have the vast advantage of the Cheyenne development being largely very new. And so all the infrastructure is very new, and also the geology is very friendly because there's just a 3,000 feet of shale in between the drinking water and things on the surface and all the producing formations. And so it's just a lot easier to get those plugs to hold. And we know about all the well borers. Occasionally, I got an email 2 days ago about a piece of casing sticking 8 foot out of the river that somebody wants me to see if sometimes you don't know with these early 1900s stuff. I don't have 2018 stuff. I've got 1918 stuff that sometimes comes alive. But if a well comes alive, in our eyes, it's whoever the last operator was that we're gonna go to. If they don't exist, then we have to go deal with it. But that situation's different. I know it happens a lot in Pennsylvania too, but I'm not familiar with how it shakes out. Often landowners, so at the commission on a private surface well, a landowner can sign a landowner release. That landowner release has to do with reclamation, or it might have to do with taking a coal bed methane well over as a water well, but it does not have to do with plugging.
So how do you address things where you have the same people who are forming new corporate persons? And so maybe there's the same key people or the same executives, but they've raised new capital and they're under a new business entity, but it's an entity that maybe has left unplugged obligations or orphan wells in the past. Do you feel like, is that addressed as a matter of the regulatory process, or is that maybe addressed through the insurance premiums or bonding requirements? Is that something that is considered, and how?
Yeah, excellent question. Quite a few years ago, it was a fairly public criticism. I can think of one individual, a guy named Jake Haruni, who operated lots of different companies, and several of them were orphaned here in Wyoming. And the last one, the commission actually made a finding that if he was going to become a principal of an oil and gas company in the state of Wyoming, he had to notify the commission. That's the only time I've done that, but we do look and try to see. And so it's a right to work to state, and my counsel has explicitly told me that I cannot blackball people. And many people have told me that. So the way we handle it, though, is if an operator, like let's say that individual came back and wanted to be a principal of an oil and gas company, that would be fine, but it'd be $10 a foot on every well they're going to operate. because then I'm fully bonded in case it goes wrong. And that, at least that would be, I can tell you that would be what I would advocate for as staff as a recommendation. And it would get evaluated in that transfer process. Now, if that happened in some other state, hopefully we catch it coming in. I think that's, any closing thoughts from the panel? Wise words. I'm not as cool as Jake, so I don't have like a quote to sum everything up.
I'll just pick on Joe a little bit to add to one of the complexities. Oftentimes, oil and gas industry is on the forefront of science and moving at the speed of light, and the regulatory agencies aren't keeping up. So that adds a little bit of complexity to our job for sure. But Joe's really good at working with us.
So we've mentioned complexity now quite a few times, and so for all of you worried about whether AI is going to take your jobs, it's not going to happen because you can't model most of this complexity. It's just really hard. I mean, at the end of it, machine learning and AI comes down to y equals mx plus b, and the x, when there's, especially when everything is different every time you go out there, there is a place for it. There is a place for AI, but there's always a place for the human person as well. So the human, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe to sum everything up, like this business is a lot about relationships. It's about relationships with all the partners, with your offset operators, with your regulatory agencies, with your landowners, sometimes with your elected officials. Like building those relationships where you can go and have a difficult conversation, it is really important. And if you can figure that out, you'll win every time, most times. I appreciate your time. Thanks, everybody.
Artificial intelligence has taken the U.S. by storm in the past 2 years and has certainly given higher ed a jolt. Join me as we welcome Aaron and Jairus, a dynamic duo at the forefront of artificial intelligence innovation in the land profession. As a natural resource and real estate attorney in CPL, they bring a unique perspective on the transformative power of AI for landmen. Get ready for an engaging discussion on the latest advancements, challenges, and future possibilities in this rapidly evolving field.
So we've got some prepared stuff. I'm gonna fly through it as fast as I possibly can. Just to kind of set the stage, give some context to be able to get some conversation going. Because what I really want to be able to do is get to the questions that have been submitted to us, as well as any lingering questions that might be in the audience. So I'm Jairus, that's here. Short story, I've been thinking about this recently, like what is it that I do? My short story is that I help land departments and land service companies be the best. And I help people become irreplaceable. So do with what you'd like for that. If you want my contact info, it's there. I'll let Aaron introduce himself.
Yeah, my name is Aaron Bieber. I'm an attorney, originally a Wyoming attorney, went to the University of Wyoming College of Law, 3-time Wyoming graduate. Lived here a long time and returning a few months from now. So live in Texas right now. As was introduced, I'm an energy attorney and real estate attorney. What I'm passionate about is just what that quote says, taking the courthouse to in-house title and workflow integration solutions. So essentially what my goal is, and I realized years ago that I kind of stand in this sort of really inefficient cog in the system, that I'm going to charge a lot of money and take a lot of time to give you information that some of which has already been produced by landmen creating an abstract. And so as I sort of did a lot of mineral title and some real estate title, I understood there's a lot of inefficiencies here. A lot of the processes are very antiquated, 1990s, still stuck in the 1990s. And so what I've been passionate about over the past several years is developing applications to essentially take an abstract to title opinion to in-house and drastically reduce the amount of time and redundancy in that process, as well as now starting to work with artificial intelligence applications to supplement that journey. So.
Excellent. So, like I said, I'm going to fly through these prepared slides pretty quickly, just so we can get to some more conversational items. Understanding AI. AI is a huge buzzword. At this point, you're probably familiar with what mainly people are talking about with AI. Maybe you've tried it. If you haven't tried it, I definitely want to issue that challenge to you to try it. And you will find some of the massive benefits that you can get out of it. Large language models like ChatGPT, Gemini, Roland, they provide invaluable insights and assistance to help with energy-specific tasks. And what we are seeing now from personal experiences as well as conversations with others is that people are able to realize huge differences in their workflow immediately utilizing AI. Nancy earlier mentioned that she is saving anywhere between 1 and 2 hours a day by her practice of utilizing various AI applications. The things that it does really well with are, and this is what they do really well with today, reading, writing, training, and knowledge retention. So I'm going to build on that for a second. So on the reading aspect, lease and title analysis. AI optimizes a review of lease and title documents. It's totally feasible, very practical, very reliable. You can upload a deed, you can upload an oil and gas lease, purchase and sale agreement, whatever you want into an AI model. And if you're using the right AI model and if it has the right instructions and prompts ahead of time, it'll give you an analysis of whatever you want to know about it. I had a cool workflow that I was working on not too long ago. I had a stack of oil and gas leases. I was using the application that we've built and that we use. I had a prompt set up, and I was going through a full oil and gas lease analysis under 2 minutes per lease. And that was me uploading it, letting it process, getting the information, pasting it to an Excel, which is a lot more mundane than what I want it to be today, and we're working on making that better. But I will also argue, and there might be some skeptics, but under a workflow of under 2 minutes per lease, I would argue that at that, it was more accurate than what most humans would do, especially doing that volume.
And I would just interject, using what's out there for lawyers and legal tools. I would just second that. Same thing.
Yeah, very, very, very powerful. Contract drafting assistance, super easy to be able to get drafting assistance, having it generate the types of documents that you want. Of course, using like the right tools and having the tools configured the way that you want them for that productivity can definitely deliver. Due diligence, data integration. There are some great workflows that can be done to be able to assist with that. Will made a very excellent point earlier today in saying, I would not take all the documents associated with an M&A deal, throw them in the model, and then say my due diligence is done. We are not there yet today, but it can help you tremendously during the various workflows and help you boost your productivity and efficiency. Some of the future opportunities that are there. So today, like I said, very good at reading, writing, training, knowledge retention. Awesome on that stuff. You can use it all day long and realize magnificent benefits in your daily workflow. Some of the future opportunities that I see being able to happen is modeling oil and gas lease and asset acquisition strategies. Being able to look at a map, look at past deals and things that have been done, get instant analytics to know what you should offer, what is potentially open, and then potentially executing some AI workflows to aid you in that acquisition process. Integration of AI with geospatial data. We've been able to do some beta, some demo stuff on that very recently and had some really exciting, promising things that hopefully will come to fruition later on this year. And then like what Aaron is working on, tracking title conveyances and calculating ownership, but taking that to an even higher level to where it could literally be you dump a stack of documents into a system and it generates an ownership report or title opinion for you. The ingredients are there. The intelligence is there. Right now, it's just a matter of putting all those puzzle pieces together and making them work the way that you want them to work.
And it's a lot of work, lawyers training app developers on oil and gas law.
Yeah, little screenshot there. That's my little quick quiet plug. So Roland.ai, that's the application that we've built. We put on the market and we released it at NAPE last couple months ago, and we've been really excited about it. Nancy alluded to it in the coming days. you'll see an announcement about a partnership that AAPL has with Roland that will give AAPL members discounted access to the application. So we're really excited about that. Ways on getting started. So this is like a 5-step process that I would look at, that I would consider. One is exploration. And by exploration, try it. The best way to get started is to get started. Just try it. There's all kinds of tools. If you need help on like knowing what tool do I use to get started, etc., feel free to reach out to me. I'll point you in the direction of a myriad of different applications that you can try, depending on what you're trying to accomplish and some different ideas for it. Skill development, so master effective prompting. I'll talk about that here in a second. And then integration, looking for ways to bring it into your daily workflows. And then working on customization, so tailoring or customizing, refining whatever tool or tools that you're going to use to make it fit your workflow better. And then once you have figured out how to make one workflow work really, really well with AI, start on the next one. And all the while, just be continuously learning what are the best tools that are out there that are going to be able to help you accomplish your job the best that you can. On the thoughts of prompt engineering. So prompt engineering is a relatively new term that has come about. If you want to know, on that always learning stuff, I'm always learning. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and so I did a deep dive for like 2 hours, and I was learning about fundamentals that I thought I knew, but I wanted to make sure I knew really, really well. And I learned this whole new thing about prompt engineering as to why it's possible or why we have to know it. And if you want to know how we have to know prompt engineering, why it's even a thing, it's too long of a story here, so reach out to me. But it's kind of scary. It's kind of exciting and kind of scary at the same time. Basically, what it comes down to is that the AI intelligence that we have today, we don't really know how it happened. And so now we have to do prompt engineering to talk to it because it basically got smarter than what we intended, much faster than what we intended. And so now we're figuring out how to talk to it. Do what you want with that. Anyways, so prompt engineering, the best way to get out of it is do not treat it like a Google search. If you go into a chat bot and you put in a few words, or if you try to use it as a Google search, you're going to be really, really frustrated. You might throw your hands up in the air and say, this doesn't work, this didn't get me what I wanted, and the reason why I didn't give you what you wanted is because it can't read your mind yet. But if you're really specific and you give a lot of contextual information and some background information, then you start to get some really incredible answers. So be very specific. Natural language means that you can talk to it just like you talk to a person. You don't have to know any special coding or programming skills. You go into that conversation and you chat with it just like what you would talk to as a person. And then once you get your first answer, don't walk away from it. Ask clarifying questions. Ask it to expound on what it just told you. If you don't understand what it told you, ask it what it meant. If you want it to give you more information, keep asking it a bunch of additional questions so that you can get the ultimate productivity that you're looking for. A couple of other tips that I'll have. This is just me, but I like to say please and thank you in all of my conversations with it. And the reason why I like to say please and thank you in all my conversations is because when the machines do take over, I want them to remember that I was nice to them. And so that's my tip, that's my suggestion, but you don't have to go for it. Good luck in the future if you don't.
Okay. On the note of effective prompt engineering, it kind of bleeds into the limitations of AI, reasons why you don't have to be afraid. Humans are still humans. They're feral animals. They like to do things in screwy ways that complicate title and our jobs as oil and gas practitioners and people that deal with land titles. So what are some limitations of artificial intelligence? Data sources. Okay, I've played around with many different sources of artificial intelligence. You ask it the same question, it gives you a very wide range of responses. Okay, so it's, at least at this point, it's kind of garbage in, garbage out. Some of them are learning and using different data points like websites or what's available on the World Wide Web. Some of them are much more sophisticated than that. In terms of my world, since people expect me to be right, and if not, then I get sued or something else bad happens, I have to use the most cutting edge thing for lawyers, which happens to be different legal search tools and AI that they've been developing. And I'll say that in comparison, in terms of just having what's out there, the rules to play by, they are the best right now. And as far as I know, they'll probably monopolize that information as long as they can, or at least share it in very selective ways. So to Jairus's point, limitations, asking it the right questions. And I'll give you an example. Since I went to law school, you know, we deal with hypotheticals all the time in law school. So here's a real life hypothetical, and the names and faces have been changed to protect the innocent. There may or may not have been a tract of land in Uvalde County, Texas, that was for sale, both surface and minerals. And for those landmen out there would know that, oh, homestead, that's relevant, 160 acres of it in Texas. Who needs to sign a document if something's homestead, both the husband and wife? Well, guess what? Husband and wife don't get along in this scenario, and they're divorcing, okay? Husband has moved out. So my client comes to me and says, hey, wife's attorney is now saying that this contract that we signed to buy her interest in the surface and minerals, unsevered, is not valid because moved out husband didn't sign it, okay? So what did I decide to do with that? Like Jairus, I'm a curious person and I'm using this stuff more and more in my practice. And not only did I ask different AI models questions, but I had 2 other attorneys in my office do the same thing. What do you think is relevant to ask this AI model? And so we got varying results based on prompt engineering, okay? There were different aspects of this situation that were evolving real time, okay? Because people are feral and they'll do whatever they're gonna do. So not only did husband moved out, but he and AI said, yes, abandonment of a homestead in Texas is the moving out and moving away without an intention to return. Great. Most AI models got that right. But that's probably where, at least at this point, they're limited, okay? I could give a general rule to a client. What I couldn't do is say, at least in this scenario, oh, this was the wife's separate property. She obtained it before marriage. Then what? Oh, they're going through a divorce. Okay, so well, how does that matter in this situation? What happens when we go to enforce this contract because we want to stand our ground? Who has to prove what? Okay, at least in terms of the prompts that were used by these other attorneys who have a lot of experience, none of that came into the situation. Some of it did with the legal AI, but at the end of the day, there were all sorts of scenarios that were developing real time, okay? So, like for instance, we found out that husband owed wife $70,000. So her separate property in divorce, which normally would be untouchable, is now all of a sudden touchable by the court, who could order it set aside to the husband, who is owed $70,000, plus the contributions that he made to the mortgage. All of that stuff, AI can't tell you, okay? It may, if you ask it the right questions, prompt you to go find those things. But see, that's really where, I guess the third point is application of facts to reality. At least it's my opinion for what I've seen so far, which is much more limited than Jairus, that since humans are humans and facts are facts, ultimately, we're still going to have to apply those to reality. AI might be able to tell us the ground rules. AI might be able to tell us what price to pay. AI might be able to tell us lots of interesting things about this, but ultimately, as humans sort of work out their human situations, all it can do is, at least at this point, is react to that. A lot of the different panelists talked about, human interaction and how important human relationships are in the landman profession, okay? AI can't be a human, okay? AI can't shake someone's hand or make someone feel better or go to 4 different heirs and get them to get along. It's never going to be able to do that. Well, at least not anytime soon, okay? And so what I'm hearing and what my experience has been working with Landman I have is these relationships are really important. And they probably will be for the foreseeable future, maybe indefinitely, okay? AI needs to be developed, in my opinion, by professionals. It's great that we have machine learning, but ultimately it needs to be used and developed by the people who are on the ground doing it, which is why I'm so interested in it and use it myself. And then the final limitation that I see is resistance of users. I don't have nearly the sample size cross-section of people I've asked about this as Jairus has, but it's, at least from the people I've asked and talked to, it's generally mixed results, although like when you explain that this could make your job a lot more seamless, faster, and more efficient, mostly people are all about that. So.
Yeah. So this was one of the questions that we had posed to us. I think we've kind of answered it, and these other questions are better anyway. So these are the ones we got from the students, so I'm going to skip that first one. And we're going to jump into a few of the questions that we got from, that were submitted to us ahead of time. So the first one being, with the increasing use of AI in energy land management, should students entering the workforce worry about job displacement, or do new opportunities arise for their careers through AI? All right, so I'm going to do an informal poll here. Students, raise your hands. If you're worried about how AI is going to impact your current job, leave your hand up. None of you are worried? Okay, I got to know why. Why are you not worried? Be brave.
AI is used as like a tool. It's not like something that I believe can really take over your position, but you can use it to benefit, like which was said before, like take 2 hours off your day, or find an answer a lot quicker than going to the county clerk's office and searching through hundreds of documents to find that same answer.
Okay, so the answer, if you didn't quite hear it, so the answer was not concerned because it's seen as a tool, not necessarily something that's going to replace everybody. Does that resonate with the rest of the students? Anybody have any differing opinions? None at all. Okay, so what are types of, I guess, I don't know. See, I hate to like put myself in the mind of a student and go, oh, you're totally wrong because blah, blah, blah. Like if that's how you feel about it, that's awesome. I will say on that second part of the question, do new opportunities arise for their careers through AI? I will say yes. And at least my perspective on this, and I'll let Aaron answer as well, but my perspective on this is that companies are very, very quickly realizing the value that AI has, and they're very quickly realizing the value of people who know how to use it. And so I think in very short order, those who know how to use it are going to become very important, very valuable people within their companies. There is a saying that is out there that says those who know how to use it will replace those who don't. And I don't know that I want to speculate right here if that will truly come to fruition or how soon that will come to fruition. But I will opine that it's definitely going to be a really valuable skill to have. It already is a really valuable skill to have. So I think being able to learn how to use it and harness it will make you a much more marketable person in your career for now and as well as in the future.
Yeah, I would second that. I think that anybody who's worked with title, let's just take a 640-acre spacing unit in West Texas. When I'm doing an opinion, I realized before I do it that in this whole process, what this boils down to is problem solving. And ultimately, the weeks that are going to be spent developing an abstract and a title opinion and then interacting with a client about it, ultimately this thing, this project, this drilling and spacing unit, 640 acres, boils down to about a dozen to a dozen and a half problems that need to be resolved. Now there's a whole bunch more title requirements and things like that, and yes, they're relevant, but I mean big ticket items, things that could really make or break the project. At least in my experience, it doesn't boil down to that many issues. And what I see is a lot of time spent on the minutia, a lot of time spent lawyers doing, lawyer math in Excel. or Landman doing Landman math in Excel. That ought not be, at least in my opinion. Landman ought to be doing sort of resolving those really big ticket items and spending a lot of time and energy focusing on those, because that's really where the value is in the project, and that's what I'm interested in.
Awesome. All right, our next question. Should university programs begin to integrate AI tools and technologies into energy land management courses to prepare students for future environments? Yes.
Ditto.
Okay. Now, what gaps might be addressed soon? So again, I will pose that question to the students. What are things that you feel like to prepare you for your career? What do you feel like your school could be teaching you right now and how to use it? Yeah.
One thing that I've noticed is an overall lack of acceptance of AI.
Sorry. I haven't even had caffeine yet today, and I'm so sorry.
So one thing I've noticed throughout my academics here at UW is the overall lack of acceptance of AI and actively trying to work against it in some cases.
Okay. Are you allowed to use it in your classes? Some let you use it? Yeah. Okay. So would you agree that they should be teaching you how to use it, but before they teach you how to use it, first they're going to have to let you use it? Is that fair?
Kinda, yeah. Unless they want to keep it off by themselves and have one class to teach you how to use it, and everybody else can have their own rules.
Okay.
That's one way to do it. I don't know if it's the right way, but I haven't seen any steps towards embracing it from the university.
Okay. Is there anybody here that might have heard that you would now be in trouble?
I hope not.
Okay. We'll say we're both wearing white shirts. We're standing close.
Yeah.
We'll say I said it. I said that. Yeah. Your college needs to be doing more to help you. Okay, great. Last question that we got, and I'm going to let Aaron start with this one. What tasks in the land profession do you believe will never be replaced by AI, and how does this offer comfort to students entering the field?
At least in my humble opinion, dealing with other human beings, being able to develop relationships and understand their sensibilities, how come they don't want to sign the lease, how come they need continuous drilling, an operations clause in the lease, and to what extent. Why are they mad that their neighbors think that they're getting paid more? AI can provide roadmaps, but again, it's really about only as good at this point as you understand what to ask it. And I see, at least, in terms of tasks never being replaced, human interaction, ultimately, the ingenuity that it takes to understand, what the really important issues are, and, being, I guess, having the intelligence and the creativity to resolve them. At least at this point, there's situations where the correct interpretation, the correct result would be that the Duhigg rule applies or something like that. Oh, it just so happens, though, that everybody else later in the chain of title didn't act that way at all. So now what? Artificial intelligence will give you an answer that's correct, but how do you treat that in terms of how you're doing curative? Probably not by the book, not even by the legal book. And so, at least at this point, it's only as good as people have come up with answers, and I think people will continue to be necessary to come up with those answers.
Awesome. Okay, we have a couple minutes. I want to see if there's any other burning questions that we can quickly address.
Outside of university, which I haven't been to for 10 years, what I see in AI, and I've been using it extensively, is that there's pushback from the data sources. And it seems to me that, and rightly so to some extent, because they're not making anything of it, and AI is making possibly trillions on this. So, but for this to be really effective as a tool, don't the data sources need to really open up? If you're talking about leases and land issues, you've got to have all of the documentation available to you. And all of that is available online is necessary for AI to really be the truly tremendous tool it could be. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier. So the chatbots that we interact with are brand new. And what was so cutting edge about them is that they were basically able to ingest the entire internet and then make good information out of that, what seemed like overnight. Like it was very, very quick. So now what it comes down to is focusing that broad information on fine niches like the land profession and what is happening in energy. And I don't want this to be a sales pitch, but that's why we started the Roland app, is because it has a knowledge base that is tuned solely to the land profession and all facets of energy, so that when you are using AI, you're getting correct answers and you can have confidence on the answers that you're getting. So there's going to be more things like that happen in all aspects of our lives, because right now it's a very, very broad general knowledge base, and it's got all the same biases that you find on the internet. And so now we're going to see fine-tuning or honing in of these applications and the ability to have it focus on what it is that you're truly working on, so that it's actually truly helpful to you on the knowledge that you're trying to do. Okay, sorry. Oh, he was already standing. Okay, really, really quick.
Oh, I was just going to say, every time I have a question of some business or corporation, you call them up, and of course you get AI, or you say, go to our website and type in your question. And I can see that happen with Mr. Landman, who's 70 years old like me. Not that I'm a landman, I'm an attorney, I represent businesses. But, you know, getting on the phone and say, who would you like to talk to? What's your number? You know, do you have a land info number? What's your problem? Tell us what it is. Blah, 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 you know, and they sit on the phone for 30 minutes trying to talk to a robot.
Yeah. So. And I mean, there's all kinds of applications. I love all your hands, but I'm sorry, I gotta cut time. I'm gonna hang out for a while. If you wanna come grab me, wanna chat with me afterwards, I'll stay as long as I need to. And I would love to be able to satisfy your inquiries that you got.
Okay, so it is my pleasure to introduce Senator Bo Beitman, who serves as president of the Wyoming Senate. We're so fortunate not only to work with the energy industry, but also have close connections with our state legislators who certainly understand the energy sector and its needs. President Beitman is a certified professional landman with over 20 years experience, primarily in the Rocky Mountain region. He specializes in title leasing, due diligence, and project management related to energy and mineral development. He's worked on a wide variety of projects, including oil, gas, pipelines, coal bed methane, uranium exploration, and more. Currently, he's land manager for Land Resources LLC and has served in the Wyoming legislature since 2017 for District 21. He holds a bachelor's degree in business administration from Grand Valley State University. Please join me in welcoming President Beitman.
Thank you, Holly. That was a nice introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here at the Rocky Mountain Landman Conference right here at the University of Wyoming, a place where cutting-edge research is taking place that will carry our industry into the next century and beyond. In a state that has fueled America for generations. To the energy industry leaders here, your expertise keeps Wyoming moving forward. To the students preparing to join this field, you're the next chapter of our story, and thank you all for being here. It's a room full of people who understand what's at stake. This gathering isn't just about networking or technical know-how, it's about the intersection of land, energy, and the people who depend on both. It's about stewardship, innovation, and yes, service. That's what brings us together today, and that's what I want to explore with you. I come to you wearing two hats that might seem a little odd pairing at first. Been a certified professional landman now for over 20 years, digging through courthouse records, negotiating leases, managing multiple projects. walking miles of sagebrush and ravines and dodging rattlesnakes, staking mining claims. At the same time, I serve as the president of the Wyoming Senate, where I've spent years helping to craft laws that shape how we use our land, develop our energy, and protect our way of life. They're two sides of the same coin, and they've taught me one thing. Public service isn't just a title, it's a calling that runs through everything we do. Today I want to talk to you about why public service matters, especially for those of us who work in the land profession and fuel the future. I'll share how my career as a landman shaped me and how it led me to the Senate, and how it's helped me tackle some of Wyoming's toughest challenges around land use, public lands, and energy development. Most importantly, I will ask you to think about how you can carry that same spirit of service into your own work, because Wyoming needs it now more than ever. Let's start where we're at. Wyoming, a state like no other, the last best place on earth. Nearly half our land is controlled by the federal government. 69% of our minerals are controlled by the federal government. It's definitely a unique place. From Yellowstone's geysers to the plains of the Red Desert, we're among the nation's leaders in coal production and trona production, an important player in oil and natural gas, and a growing player in the renewable space and nuclear energy and mining. It's really an exciting time for Wyoming. Our ranches feed the country, our rivers water the West, and our minerals power the world. But it's not just numbers, it's a balancing act. Every acre we touch as landmen carries history, opportunity, and obligation. That's where landmen come in. We're the ones who bridge the gap between landowners and companies, between federal rules and local realities, between today's needs and tomorrow's possibilities. We dig through the dusty records, knock on doors, sit through long meetings to make sure every deal works, not just on paper, but in practice. It's gritty, but it's technical, and it's absolutely essential. As landmen, we have all worked on a lease where the landowner is skeptical, if not downright hostile, to mineral development, where it's taken months and months and months of conversations and meetings, whether it's at the kitchen table or out in the field when they're working cows, just to build that trust, that human element, to craft a deal that protected his cattle operation while opening the door to a new project and possibly a huge revenue stream for that family. That's the art of a landman, finding that common ground, something that no machine, like we just heard about, can replace, hopefully. I don't want to learn the code, bro, at 46 years old. That's what being a landman taught me. It's not just about the deal, it's about the people behind it. And all of my experiences, good or bad, have stuck with me. They show me that our work isn't transactional, it's relational. Every lease we negotiate, every title report we produce ties us to the land and the folks who call it home. It's a responsibility that goes beyond the paycheck. Think about what we do every day. We secure the rights that keep rigs drilling in Converse County. We negotiate easements that let wind turbines rise near Evanston and pipelines that transport crude from the Bakken down through eastern Wyoming on its way to Cushing and to points unknown around the world. We untangle ownership disputes so a project in Gillette could keep going. It's more than that though, but we're problem solvers. Whether it's mediating between a rancher and a mining company, it's ensuring a pipeline route misses a farmer's irrigated alfalfa field. We're the glue that holds Wyoming's energy economy together. Over these last 20 years, I've started to see a pattern. The toughest challenges I faced as a landman, conflicting interests, unclear rules and regulations, competing visions for the land itself, weren't just local, they were statewide, even national. I realized that if I wanted to tackle them at the root, I had to take what I learned into a bigger arena, public service. And in my case, running for the state legislature. As a landman, spent years poring over title records, dealing with every type of client imaginable, and sitting across the kitchen table from landowners who trusted me to get it right. That work taught me patience, precision, and the art of listening. But over time, I realized that the decisions affecting me and my livelihood weren't just made in the field or in the boardroom, they were made in Cheyenne, in the capital. Also, after I became a father and my whole perspective on things changed from how is this going to affect me and my future, to how does it affect my girls and their future. All of this happening around 2009 when President Obama famously declared war on fossil fuels, threatening not only my future but that of my daughters. That really triggered something. That's when I knew I had to step into public service, not to leave my landman life behind, but to extend it in a way that could serve Wyoming on a bigger scale. Little did I know at the time that one action step of getting off the couch and getting involved in local politics because I felt that tug of duty and purpose would lead me to where I am today. It's important to remember that public service isn't separate from a landman's work, it's an amplification of it, taking the same skills and values to tackle statewide challenges. Landmen have a tremendous and well-rounded skill set that easily sets them up for success in public service. That skill set has played such an important role in my ability to navigate all the issues facing Wyoming, especially when it comes to energy development, public lands, and property rights. Aside from the technical skills you develop as a landman, there are key skills that I use daily as a senator and a landman, such as negotiating in good faith, problem solving, dispute resolutions, listening more, talking less, fiduciary responsibility and ethics, being able to multitask, to be able to manage time, people, and budgets effectively. As a landman, you become a subject matter expert in your field, and not many folks outside of our field understand necessarily what we do and what we're all about. For instance, we can see things coming before most. We are the canaries in the coal mine, so to speak. For example, what is the sign things are taking a turn for the worse and a recession might be on the horizon? You start seeing landmen getting laid off, exploration budgets getting canceled, projects put off for a year or two, or just outright canceled. The opposite is true too on the positive side. The subject matter expertise has benefited me well in terms of budgeting for the state, setting tax and spending policy, being able to warn my colleagues of rough waters ahead, or prepare for a possible budget surplus and how best to handle it. We have our finger on the pulse of the industry and we know what's going on. Landmen learn to read between the lines of deeds, proposed agreements, of people's concerns. I use that same lens to read between the lines of policy. A landman knows that a good deal isn't just about the bottom line, it's about fairness, foresight, and follow-through. It's about finding common ground. It's about relationships. That is the mindset I bring to every bill I sponsor or every debate. That's how I'm able to build consensus and lead a group of 30 other Type A personality senators towards a common goal. Be fair, be honest, and treat others the way you'd like to be treated. A few years back, we had a bill come up in the Minerals Committee. I think, Steve, you were there, addressing split estates and conflicts with surface owners, where surface owners were seeking to gain more control of the land. I've seen this play out time and time again as a landman, a surface owner who didn't own any mineral interest, worried about his ranch getting tore up without fair compensation, on one hand. On the other hand, an energy company with a federal lease, ready to go, ready to drill. Both sides dug in. We've all seen it all the time. In the Senate, I draw on that experience, and I often have to educate my colleagues on the importance of protecting all property rights. Not just the ones of the parties involved in petitioning the legislature that showed up to the committee, but to everybody, and consider all sides. Typically, during my time in the legislature, it's been more one-sided towards the surface owner, while chipping away at the dominant mineral estate doctrine. Many times I found myself being the only voice for the mineral owners and industry in these crucial matters, and have been able to stop bad things from happening. If I was not there, that policy discussion could have gone in a completely different direction. So that's one example how it's important to have a land perspective in the state capitol to compete with all the other interests. As far as public lands go, Wyoming public lands, nearly half of our state, are our lifeblood, but too often decisions about them are made in Washington without our input. As a landman, I have worked on federal leases where bureaucratic delays cost us jobs and opportunities. I've seen clients pack up pull a stake and leave the state because it's just too expensive and too burdensome, and they take their money where it's welcome. Other states that don't have public lands, we compete with them for their dollars. As Senate President, I've pushed for Wyoming to have a seat at the table, ensuring energy projects are not buried in red tape. I'm able to have conversations with agency heads about clearing regulatory burdens to help our state. I'm able to go on national news media to promote Wyoming and educate folks in other states about our unique challenges with regard to federal lands. But here's the thing. Every lease I negotiated as a landman mattered to a handful of people, a rancher, an operator, a family. But every law I help pass as a senator matters to hundreds of thousands of people, our taxpayers, our seniors, our children, who will inherit the state eventually one day. Public service takes the landman's toolkit, negotiating, problem solving, finding common ground, building relationships, and scales it up to serve everyone. And here's where you come in. Whether you're running a company or working in the field, you've got the same toolkit. Public service isn't just for politicians, it's for anyone who cares enough to step up. I've shared about how being a landman has equipped me to lead the Senate, how it turned my work from individual deals into statewide impact. But here's the truth, public service isn't reserved just for electeds. It's not about the title or the gavel. It's about what you do right where you stand with the skills you have and the passion you have. Wyoming's future, its land, its energy, its people, depends on all of us stepping up. So let me talk to you industry leaders and students about what that looks like for you. To the industry leaders in the room, you are the backbone of the state. You run the companies that keep our lights on, our economy humming, and our communities alive. You've negotiated tougher deals than I ever will, and you've seen every side of the industry, booms, busts, and everything in between. You're not just players in the game, you're the ones changing it. So here's my ask. Bring that expertise to the table beyond your boardrooms. Share it with policymakers, local, state, federal. Write a letter to your senator about solutions to problems that you are facing. Testify at committee hearings in Cheyenne about the influence and try to influence the outcome of potential legislation. Mentor a young landman and show them how to navigate not just a complicated title or difficult landowners, but the bigger issues like forced pooling and reclamation and bonding and all those things that you've learned over the years. You got stories and data that no one else has, use them. I've seen it work. Last year when we tried to lower the severance tax on coal, it took a coal company executive's testimony on lowering the severance tax rate to shift a bill in committee from a maybe to done. That's public service. That's something you can do. It's in your hands. You know better than anyone what's broken and what's possible. Don't let those insights stay in the field or in the C-suite. Wyoming needs them in the conversation. Now to students, you're stepping into this world at a pivotal time. Wyoming's energy story isn't finished, it's yours to write. I look at you and I see landmen who will secure tomorrow's leases, the engineers who will innovate new technology and enhance oil recovery, the leaders who will sit where I am someday. But you don't have to wait 20 years to make a difference. Public service starts now. You can get your hands dirty, intern with a land services firm and start developing the skill set, that the landman toolkit that will serve you well not only in your career if you do choose a land career, but your life as a whole. Volunteer with a county planning board. They're desperate for young voices who understand energy and can bring a different perspective. I started small too. My first public service was chasing a girl that was interested to a Sheridan JC's meeting, and when I was in my young 20s, and developed a passion for serving and helping others. It adds up, it snowballs. Speaking of my 20s, when I was young, I didn't know I'd end up in the Senate. But every step I took as a landman built towards something bigger. You've got that same chance to turn your career into a legacy of service. So don't leave this room unchanged. Commit to getting more engaged in public policy. Leaders, pick one issue: permitting, taxes, regulation, federal lands, whatever keeps you up at night, take it to someone who can fix it. Students, pick a cause that you're passionate about and dig in this semester. We've got the tools, the grit, and the heart. Let's use them, not just for ourselves, but for Wyoming and the future of our industry. In closing, it was great to have the opportunity to speak to you today. I hope you had a great conference, and I hope that you will be inspired to use your critical skill set that only landmen have, that we're proud of, and to make Wyoming and this country the best it can be. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sweet. Well, thank you. Thank you all for attending the Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference. I'm the last speaker, so hang tight for like 2 minutes. This is the 4th year that we've put this on, and each year I'm reminded of how these events are really critical to everybody's professional career. In addition to expanding your skill set, reconnecting with familiar faces, and growing your network, we hope this event also serves as an invitation to further engage with the UW School of Energy Resources. As students, our education through SCR thrives on applying classroom knowledge in real-world contexts, and the key to this is collaborating with people like you, companies and professionals who are passionate about our growth as industry future leaders. If you're interested in getting connected, please reach out to Cami, Holly, anybody in SCR, and we can point you in the right direction. And whether that looks like coming to host a site visit or speak to a class, come to our networking events, job fairs, you name it, we would love to get you plugged in. But as I encourage involvement from energy professionals, I also want to encourage the current students to take advantage of these opportunities because you guys are half the part. These events we organize are designed for you guys and your education and your career, and so I urge you to go. One question I always ask myself before an event comes is there a reason I can't or shouldn't go to these events? And if I couldn't come up with anything, I should probably go. So I encourage you to take the same mindset as you see things pop up on campus. And as we conclude the conference, I also want to thank everybody who's helped bring this to life again. It's really cool seeing this come together for the 4th year in a row, and I am feeling a little bit relieved right now, so it's great. And then at this time, I also want to invite up Vice President Maddie to announce the raffle winners. Sweet. Do you want to grab my computer?